The Watcher by the Threshold ******, The Watcher by the Threshold, John Buchan by John Buchan. Title page The Watcher by the Threshold by John Buchan, author of Greenmantle. Salute to adventurers etc. Log on New York, George H. Doran Company. Copyright 1918 by George H. Doran Company, printed in the United States of America. To Stair Agnew Gillan. My dear Stair, we have travelled so many roads together, highland and lowland, pleasant and dreary, that I ask you to accept this book of travellers' tales. For Scotland is a wide place to travel in for those who believe that it is not bounded strictly by kirk and market-place, and who have an ear for old songs and lost romances. It is of the back world of Scotland that I write, the land behind the mist and over the Severn Bens, a place hard of access for the foot passenger but easy for the maker of stories. Meantime, to you, who have chosen the better part, I wish many bright days by hill and loch in the summers to come. RMS Britain. At CJB. Among idle men there be some who tarry in the outer courts, speeding the days joyfully with dance and song. But the other sort dwell near the portals of the house, and are ever anxious and ill at ease that they may see something of the shadows which come and go. Wherefore night and day they are found watching by the threshold, in fearfulness and joy, not without tears. Extract from the writings of Dionysius of Padua, circa 1310. Contents chapter page I No Man's Land 13 To the Far Islands 103 The Watcher by the Threshold 137 For the Outgoing of the Tide 204 V The Rime of True Thomas 238 6 Basilissa 255 7 Divus Johnston 286 8 The King of Ypres 301 The Watcher by the Threshold The Watcher by the Threshold I No Man's Land I, the Sheelin of Faroe. It was with a light heart and a pleasing consciousness of holiday that I set out from the inn at Alamui to tramp my 15 miles into the unknown. I walked slowly, for I carried my equipment on my back, my basket, fly books and rods, my plaid of Grand Tartan, for I boast myself a distant kinsman of that house, and my great staff, which had tried ere then the front of the steeper Alps. A small valise with books and some changes of linen clothing had been sent on ahead in the shepherd's own hands. It was yet early April, and before me lay 4 weeks of freedom, 28 blessed days in which to take fish and smoke the pipe of idleness. The Lent term had pulled me down, a week of modest enjoyment thereafter in town had finished the work, and I drank in the sharp Moorish air like a thirsty man who has been forewandered among deserts. I am a man of varied tastes and a score of interests. As an undergraduate I had been filled with the old mania for the complete life. I distinguished myself in the schools, rode in my college 8, and reached the distinction of practicing for 3 weeks in the trials. I had dabbled in a score of learned activities, and when the time came that I won the inevitable St. Chad's Fellowship on my chaotic acquirements, and I found myself compelled to select if I would pursue a scholar's life, I had some toil in finding my vocation. In the end I resolved that the ancient life of the North, of the Celts and the Northmen and the unknown Pictish tribes, held for me the chief fascination. I had acquired a smattering of Gaelic, having been brought up as a boy in Lochaber, and now I set myself to increase my store of languages. I mastered Ice and Icelandic, and my first book, a monograph on the probable Celtic elements in the Eddic songs, brought me the praise of scholars and the deputy professor's chair of Northern Antiquities. So much for Oxford. My vacations had been spent mainly in the north, in Ireland, Scotland, and the Isles, in Scandinavia and Iceland, once even in the far limits of Finland. I was a keen sportsman of a sort, an old experienced fisher, a fair shot with gun and rifle, and in my hillcraft I might well stand comparison with most men. April has ever seemed to me the finest season of the year even in our cold northern altitudes, and the memory of many bright Aprils had brought me up from the south on the night before to Allerfoot, whence a dog-cart had taken me up Glen Aller to the inn at Allamui, and now the same desire had set me on the heather with my face to the cold brown hills. You are to picture a sort of plateau, benty and rock-strewn, running ridge-wise above a chain of little peaty lochs and a vast tract of inexorable bog. In a mile the ridge ceased in a shoulder of hill, and over this lay the head of another glen, with the same doleful accompaniment of sunless lochs, mosses, and a shining and resolute water. East and west and north, in every direction save the south, rose walls of gashed and serrated hills. It was a grey day with blinks of sun, and when a ray chanced to fall on one of the great dark faces, lines of light and colour sprang into being which told of mica and granite. I was in high spirits, as on the eve of holiday. I had breakfasted excellently on eggs and salmon steaks, I had no cares to speak of, and my prospects were not uninviting. But in spite of myself the landscape began to take me in thrall and crush me. The silent vanished peoples of the hills seemed to be stirring. Dark primeval faces seemed to stare at me from behind boulders and jags of rock. The place was so still, so free from the cheerful clamor of nesting birds, that it seemed a temenos sacred to some old-world god. At my feet the lochs lapped ceaselessly, but the waters were so dark that one could not see bottom a foot from the edge. On my right the links of green told of snake-like mires waiting to crush the unwary wanderer. It seemed to me for the moment a land of death, where the tongues of the dead cried aloud for recognition. My whole morning's walk was full of such fancies. I lit a pipe to cheer me, but the things would not be got rid of. I thought of the Gaels who had held those fastnesses, I thought of the Britons before them, who yielded to their advent. They were all strong peoples in their day, and now they had gone the way of the earth. They had left their mark on the levels of the glens and on the more habitable uplands, both in names and in actual forts, and graves where men might still dig curios. But the hills, that black stony amphitheatre before me, it seemed strange that the hills bore no traces of them. And then with some uneasiness I reflected on that older and stranger race who were said to have held the hilltops. The Picts, the Picti, what in the name of goodness were they? They had troubled me in all my studies, a sort of blank wall to put an end to speculation. We knew nothing of them save certain strange names which men called Pictish, the names of those hills in front of me, the Muneraw, the yoni, the karmaton. They were the corpus vile for learned experiment, but heaven alone knew what dark abyss of savagery once yawned in the midst of this desert. And then I remembered the crazy theories of a pupil of mine at St. Chad's, the son of a small landowner on the Aller, a young gentleman who had spent his substance too freely at Oxford, and was now dreeing his weird in the backwoods. He had been no scholar, but a certain imagination marked all his doings, and of a Sunday night he would come and talk to me of the North. The Picts were his special subject, and his ideas were mad. "Listen to me," he would say, when I had mixed him toddy and given him one of my cigars. "I believe there are traces, and more than traces, of an old culture lurking in those hills and waiting to be discovered. We never hear of the Picts being driven from the hills. The Britons drove them from the lowlands. The Gaels from Ireland did the same for the Britons, but the hills were left unmolested. We hear of no one going near them except outlaws and tinklers. And in that very place you have the strangest mythology. Take the story of the Brownie. What is that but the story of a little swart man of uncommon strength and cleverness, who does good and ill indiscriminately, and then disappears? There are many scholars, as you yourself confess, who think that the origin of the Brownie was in some mad belief in the old race of the Picts, which still survived somewhere in the hills. And do we not hear of the Brownie in authentic records right down to the year 1756? After that, when people grew more incredulous, it is natural that the belief should have begun to die out, but I do not see why stray traces should not have survived till late. Do you not see what that means? I had said in mock gravity. Those same hills are, if anything, less known now than they were 100 years ago. Why should not your Picts or Brownies be living to this day? Why not, indeed, he had rejoined, in all seriousness. I laughed, and he went to his rooms and returned with a large leather-bound book. It was lettered, in the rococo style of a young man's taste, glimpses of the unknown, and some of the said glimpses he proceeded to impart to me. It was not pleasant reading, indeed. I had rarely heard anything so well fitted to shatter sensitive nerves. The early part consisted of folk tales and folk sayings, some of them wholly obscure, some of them with a glint of meaning, but all of them with some hint of a mystery in the hills. I heard the Brownie story in countless versions. Now the thing was a friendly little man, who wore grey breeches and lived on brose. Now he was a twisted being, the sight of which made the ewes miscarry in the lambing time. But the second part was the stranger, for it was made up of actual tales, most of them with date and place appended. It was a most bedlamite catalogue of horrors, which, if true, made the wholesome moors a place instinct with tragedy. Some told of children carried away from villages, even from towns, on the verge of the uplands. In almost every case they were girls, and the strange fact was their utter disappearance. 2 little girls would be coming home from school, would be seen last by a neighbor just where the road crossed a patch of heath or entered a wood, and then, no human eye ever saw them again. Children's cries had startled outlying shepherds in the night, and when they had rushed to the door they could hear nothing but the night wind. The instances of such disappearances were not very common, perhaps once in 20 years, but they were confined to this one tract of country, and came in a sort of fixed progression from the middle of last century, when the record began. But this was only one side of the history. The latter part was all devoted to a chronicle of crimes which had gone unpunished, seeing that no hand had ever been traced. The list was fuller in last century, winking sad smiley one. In the earlier years of the present it had dwindled, then came a revival about the 50s, and now again in our own time it had sunk low. At the little cottage of Auturbrian, on the roadside in Glen Alla, a labourer's wife had been found pierced to the heart. It was thought to be a case of a woman's jealousy, and her neighbour was accused, convicted, and hanged. The woman, to be sure, denied the charge with her last breath, but circumstantial evidence seemed sufficiently strong against her. Yet some people in the glen believed her guiltless. In particular, the carrier who had found the dead woman declared that the way in which her neighbour received the news was a sufficient proof of innocence, and the doctor who was first summoned professed himself unable to tell with what instrument the wound had been given. But this was all before the days of expert evidence, so the woman had been hanged without scruple. Then there had been another story of peculiar horror, telling of the death of an old man at some little lonely shieling called Carrick Fay. But at this point I had risen in protest, and made to drive the young idiot from my room. It was my grandfather who collected most of them, he said. He had theories, too, but people called him mad, so he was wise enough to hold his tongue. My father declares the whole thing mania, but I rescued the book, had it bound, and added to the collection. It is a queer hobby, but, as I say, I have theories, and there are more things in heaven and earth. But at this he heard a friend's voice in the quad, and dived out, leaving the banal quotation unfinished. Strange though it may seem, this madness kept coming back to me as I crossed the last few miles of moor. I was now on a rough tableland, the watershed between two lochs, and beyond and above me rose the stony backs of the hills. The burns fell down in a chaos of granite boulders, and huge slabs of grey stone lay flat and tumbled in the heather. The full waters looked prosperously for my fishing, and I began to forget all fancies in anticipation of sport. Then suddenly in a hollow of land I came on a ruined cottage. It had been a very small place, but the walls were still half erect, and the little moorland garden was outlined on the turf. A lonely apple tree, twisted and gnarled with winds, stood in the midst. From higher up on the hill I heard a loud roar, and I knew my excellent friend the shepherd of Farrower, who had come thus far to meet me. He greeted me with the boisterous embarrassment which was his way of prefacing hospitality. A grave reserved man at other times, on such occasions he thought it proper to relapse into hilarity. I fell into step with him, and we set off for his dwelling. But first I had the curiosity to look back to the tumble-down cottage and ask him its name. A queer look came into his eyes. They see the place Carrick Fay, he said. Naebody has dared to bide there this 20 years sin, but I see ye ken the story. And, as if glad to leave the subject, he hastened to discourse on fishing. 2. Tells of an evening's talk. The shepherd was a masterful man, tall, save for the stoop which belongs to all moorland folk, and active as a wild goat. He was not a new importation, nor did he belong to the place, for his people had lived in the remote borders, and he had come as a boy to this Sheelin of Faroe. He was unmarried, but an elderly sister lived with him and cooked his meals. He was reputed to be extraordinarily skillful in his trade. I know for a fact that he was in his way a keen sportsman, and his few neighbors gave him credit for a sincere piety. Doubtless this last report was due in part to his silence, for after his first greeting he was wont to relapse into a singular taciturnity. As we strode across the heather he gave me a short outline of his year's lambing. 5 pair o' twins yestreen, 'twa this morn, that makes 35 yows that ha' lambed since the Sabbath. I'll day weel if God's willin'. Then, as I looked towards the hilltops whence the thin mist of morn was trailing, he followed my gaze. See, he said with uplifted crook, see that sight. Is that no what is written of in the Bible when it says, the mountains do smoke? And with this piece of exegesis he finished his talk, and in a little we were at the cottage. It was a small enough dwelling in truth, and yet large for a moorland house, for it had a garret below the thatch, which was given up to my sole enjoyment. Below was the wide kitchen with box beds, and next to it the inevitable second room, also with its cupboard sleeping places. The interior was very clean, and yet I remember to have been struck with the faint musty smell which is inseparable from moorland dwellings. The kitchen pleased me best, for there the great rafters were black with peat reek, and the uncovered stone floor, on which the fire gleamed dully, gave an air of primeval simplicity. But the walls spoiled all, for tawdry things of today had penetrated even there. Some grocers' almanacs, years old, hung in places of honor, and an extraordinary lithograph of the royal family in its youth. And this, mind you, between crooks and fishing rods and old guns, and horns of sheep and deer. The life for the first day or two was regular and placid. I was up early, breakfasted on porridge, a dish which I detest, and then off to the lochs and streams. At first my sport prospered mightily. With a drakewing I killed a salmon of 17 pounds, and the next day had a fine basket of trout from a hill burn. Then for no earthly reason the weather changed. A bitter wind came out of the northeast, bringing showers of snow and stinging hail, and lashing the waters into storm. It was now farewell to fly fishing. For a day or two I tried trolling with the minnow on the lochs, but it was poor sport, for I had no boat, and the edges were soft and mossy. Then in disgust I gave up the attempt, went back to the cottage, lit my biggest pipe, and sat down with a book to await the turn of the weather. The shepherd was out from morning till night at his work, and when he came in at last, dog-tired, his face would be set and hard, and his eyes heavy with sleep. the strangeness of the man grew upon me. He had a shrewd brain beneath his thatch of hair, for I had tried him once or twice, and found him abundantly intelligent. He had some smattering of an education, like all Scottish peasants, and, as I have said, he was deeply religious. I set him down as a fine type of his class, sober, serious, keenly critical, free from the bondage of superstition. But I rarely saw him, and our talk was chiefly in monosyllables, short interjected accounts of the number of lambs dead or alive on the hill. Then he would produce a pencil and notebook, and be immersed in some calculation, and finally he would be revealed sleeping heavily in his chair, till his sister wakened him, and he stumbled off to bed. So much for the ordinary course of life, but one day, the second I think of the bad weather, the extraordinary happened. The storm had passed in the afternoon into a resolute and blinding snow, and the shepherd, finding it hopeless on the hill, came home about 3 o'clock. I could make out from his way of entering that he was in a great temper. He kicked his feet savagely against the doorpost. Then he swore at his dogs, a thing I had never heard him do before. "Hell," he cried, "can ye no keep out o' my road, ye Brits?" Then he came sullenly into the kitchen, thawed his numbed hands at the fire, and sat down to his meal. I made some aimless remark about the weather. "Death to man and beast," he grunted. "I ha' got the sheep down frae the hill, but the lambs will never thole this. We maun pray that it will no last." His sister came in with some dish. "Marget," he cried, "3 lambs away this morning, and 3 died with a hole in the throat." The woman's face visibly paled. "Gid help us, Adam, that hasna happened this 3 year." "It has happened noo," he said, surlily. "But, by God, if it happens again I'll gang missile to the Scots o' the muneral." "Oh Adam," the woman cried shrilly, "hold your tongue. Ye kenna what hears ye." And with a frightened glance at me she left the room. I asked no questions, but waited till the shepherd's anger should cool. But the cloud did not pass so lightly. When he had finished his dinner he pulled his chair to the fire and sat staring moodily. He made some sort of apology to me for his conduct. "I'm sore troubled, sir, but I'm vexed ye should see me like this. Maybe things will be better the morn." And then, lighting his short black pipe, he resigned himself to his meditations. But he could not keep quiet. Some nervous unrest seemed to have possessed the man. He got up with a start and went to the window, where the snow was drifting unsteadily past. As he stared out into the storm I heard him mutter to himself, "3 away, God help me, and 3 with a hole in the throat." Then he turned round to me abruptly. I was jotting down notes for an article I contemplated in the Review Celtic, so my thoughts were far away from the present. The man recalled me by demanding fiercely, "Do ye believe in God?" I gave him some sort of answer in the affirmative. "Then do ye believe in the devil?" he asked. The reply must have been less satisfactory, for he came forward and flung himself violently into the chair before me. "What do ye ken about it?" he cried. "You that bides in a southern town, what can ye ken o' the God that works in they hills and the devil, the manifold devils, that he suffers to bide here? I tell ye, man, that if ye had seen what I have seen ye would be on your knees at this moment praying to God to pardon your unbelief. There are devils at the back o' every stain and hidin' in every cleuch, and it's by the grace o' God alone that a man is alive upon the earth." His voice had risen high and shrill, and then suddenly he cast a frightened glance towards the window and was silent. I began to think that the man's wits were unhinged, and the thought did not give me satisfaction. I had no relish for the prospect of being left alone in this moorland dwelling with the cheerful company of a maniac. But his next movements reassured me. He was clearly only dead tired, for he fell sound asleep in his chair, and by the time his sister brought tea and wakened him, he seemed to have got the better of his excitement. When the window was shuttered and the lamp lit, I sat myself again to the completion of my notes. The shepherd had got out his Bible, and was solemnly reading with one great finger travelling down the lines. He was smoking, and whenever some text came home to him with power he would make pretence to underline it with the end of the stem. Soon I had finished the work I desired, and, my mind being full of my pet hobby, I fell into an inquisitive mood, and began to question the solemn man opposite on the antiquities of the place. He stared stupidly at me when I asked him concerning monuments or ancient weapons. "I kenna," said he. "There's a heap o' queer things in the hills. This place should be a centre for such relics. You know that the name of the hill behind the house, as far as I can make it out, means the place of the little men. It is a good Gaelic word, though there is some doubt about its exact interpretation. But clearly the Gaelic peoples did not speak of themselves when they gave the name, they must have referred to some older and stranger population." The shepherd looked at me dully, as not understanding. "It is partly this fact, besides the fishing, of course, which interests me in this countryside," said I, gaily. Again he cast the same queer frightened glance towards the window. "If ye'll tak the advice of an older man," he said, slowly, "ye'll let well alane and no meddle wi' uncanny things." I laughed pleasantly, for at last I had found out my hard-headed host in a piece of childishness. "Why, I thought that you of all men would be free from superstition." "What do ye call superstition?" he asked. "A belief in old wives' tales," said I, "a trust in the crude supernatural and the patently impossible." He looked at me beneath his shaggy brows. "How do ye ken what is impossible? Mind ye, sir, ye re no in the town just now, but in the thick of the wild hills." "But, hang it all, man," I cried, "you don't mean to say that you believe in that sort of thing?" "I am prepared for many things up here, but not for the brownie, though, to be sure, if one could meet him in the flesh, it would be rather pleasant than otherwise, for he was a companionable sort of fellow. When a thing pits the fear o' death on a man he aye speaks well of it." It was true, the humanides and the good folk over again, and I awoke with interest to the fact that the conversation was getting into strange channels. The shepherd moved uneasily in his chair. I am a man that fears God, and has nae time for daft stories, but I haven a travelled the hills for 20 years wi' my in shut. If I say that I could tell ye stories o' faces seen in the mist, and queer things that have knocked against me in the snow, wad ye believe me? I wager ye wadna. Ye would say I had been drunk, and yet I am a God-fearing temperate man. He rose and went to a cupboard, unlocked it, and brought out something in his hand, which he held out to me. I took it with some curiosity, and found that it was a flint arrowhead. Clearly a flint arrowhead, and yet like none that I had ever seen in any collection. For one thing it was larger, and the barb less clumsily thick. More, the chipping was new, or comparatively so. This thing had not stood the wear of 1500 years among the stones of the hillside. Now there are, I regret to say, institutions which manufacture primitive relics, but it is not hard for a practiced eye to see the difference. The chipping has either a regularity and a balance which is unknown in the real thing, or the rudeness has been overdone, and the result is an implement incapable of harming a mortal creature. But this was the real thing if it ever existed, and yet, I was prepared to swear on my reputation that it was not half a century old. Where did you get this? I asked with some nervousness. I had a story about that, said the shepherd. Outside the door there ye can see a muckle flat stain aside the butts. One simmernisht I was sitting there smoking till the dark, and I wager there was nae a thing on the stain then. But that same nisht I awoke wi' a queer thocht, as if there were folk moving around the hoose, folk that didna mak muckle noise. I mind o' looking out o' the windy, and I could ha' sworn I saw something black moving among the heather and intil the butts. Now I had maybe 60 o' lambs there that nished, for I had to tack them many miles off in the early morning. Weel, when I gets up about 4 o'clock and gangs out, as I am passing the muckle stain I finds this bit arrow. That's come here in the nisht, says I, and I've unned a wee and put it in my pouch. But when I came to my fods, what did I see? 5 o' my best hogs were away, and 3 mair were lying died wi' a hole in their throat. Who in the world? I began. Dinna ask, said he. If I ain't started to spur about they maters, I wadna keep my reason. Then that was what happened on the hill this morning. Even sae, and it has happened mair than aince sin that time. It's the most uncanny slaughter, for sheep stealing I can understand, but no this pricking o' the pooey beasts' wizens. I kenna how they datey either, for it's no wi' a knife or any common tool. Have you never tried to follow the thieves? Have I no, he asked, grimly. If it had been common sheep stealers I would ha' had them by the heels, though I had followed them 100 miles. But this is no common. I've tracked them, and it's ill they are to track, but I never got beyond a place, and that was the scarts o' the Munerour that ye heard me speak o'. But who in heaven's name are the people? Tinklers or poachers or what? Said he, dryly. Even so. Tinklers and poachers who walk we stain arrows and kill sheep by a hole in their throat. Lord, I kenna what they are, unless the muckle deal himsel. The conversation had passed beyond my comprehension. In this prosaic hard-headed man I had come on the dead rock of superstition and blind fear. That is only the story of the brownie over again, and he is an exploded myth, I said, laughing. Are ye the man that exploded it? Said the shepherd, rudely. I trow no, neither you nor one either. My bonny man, if ye lived a 12-month in they hills, ye would sing safter about exploded myths, as ye call them. I tell you what I would do, said I, if I lost sheep as you lose them, I would go up the scarts of the Muneraw and never rest till I had settled the question once and for all. I spoke hotly, for I was vexed by the man's childish fear. I dare say ye would, he said, slowly. But then I am no you, and maybe I ken mair o' what is in the scarts o' the Muneraw. Maybe I ken that whilk, if ye kenned it, would send ye back to the south country wi' your hurt in your mouth. But, as I say, I am no sae brave as you. For I saw something in the first year o' my herding here which put the terror o' God on me, and makes me a fearfu' man to this day. Ye ken the story o' the good man o' Carrickfay? I nodded. Weel, I was the man that fund him. I had seen the died afore and I've seen them since. But never have I seen aught like the look in that man's in. What he saw at his death I may see the morn, so I walk before the Lord in fear. Then he rose and stretched himself. It's bedding time, for I maun be up at 3, and with a short good night he left the room. 3. The scarts of the Muneraw the next morning was fine, for the snow had been intermittent, and had soon melted except in the high corries. True, it was deceptive weather, for the wind had gone to the rainy southwest, and the masses of cloud on that horizon boded ill for the afternoon. But some days' inaction had made me keen for a chance of sport, so I rose with the shepherd and set out for the day. He asked me where I proposed to begin. I told him the tarn called the Loch o' the Threshes, which lies over the back of the Muneraw on another watershed. It is on the ground of the Hyns forest, and I had fished it of old from the forest house. I knew the merits of the trout, and I knew its virtues in a southwest wind, so I had resolved to go thus far afield. The shepherd heard the name in silence. Your best road will be our that rig, and sign on to the water o' cords. Keep abune the moss till ye come to the place they see the nick o' the Threshes. That will take ye to the very loch side, but it's a lang road and a sair. The morning was breaking over the bleak hills. Little clouds drifted athwart the corries, and wisps of haze fluttered from the peaks. A great rosy flush lay over one side of the glen, which caught the edge of the sluggish bog pools and turned them to fire. Never before had I seen the mountain land so clear, for far back into the east and west I saw mountain tops set as close as flowers in a border. Black crags seamed with silver lines which I knew for mighty waterfalls, and below at my feet the lower slopes fresh with the dewy green of spring. A name stuck in my memory from the last night's talk. Where are the scarts of the Muneral? I asked. The shepherd pointed to the great hill which bears the name, and which lies, a huge mass, above the watershed. Do ye see yon corrie at the east that runs strout up the side? It looks a bit scart, but it's sae deep that it's I dirk at the bottom a tea. Weel, at the tap o' the rig it meets an I the corrie that runs down the ither side, and that one they see the scarts. There is a sort o' burn in it that flows intil the Dule and sae intil the Alla, and, indeed, if ye were gone there it wad be from Alla Glen that your best road wad lie. But it's an ill bit, and ye'll be sair guided if ye try t. There he left me and went across the glen, while I struck upwards over the ridge. At the top I halted and looked down on the wide glen of the Cords, which there is little better than a bog, but lower down grows into a green pastoral valley. The great Muneral still dominated the landscape, and the black score on its side seemed blacker than before. The place fascinated me, for in that fresh morning air the shepherd's fears seemed monstrous. Some day, said I to myself, I will go and explore the whole of that mighty hill. Then I descended and struggled over the moss, found the nick, and in 2 hours' time was on the loch's edge. I have little in the way of good to report of the fishing. For perhaps 1 hour the trout took well, after that they sulked steadily for the day. The promise, too, of fine weather had been deceptive. By midday the rain was falling in that soft soaking fashion which gives no hope of clearing. The mist was down to the edge of the water, and I cast my flies into a blind sea of white. It was hopeless work, and yet from a sort of ill temper I stuck to it long after my better judgment had warned me of its folly. At last, about 3 in the afternoon, I struck my camp, and prepared myself for a long and toilsome retreat. And long and toilsome it was beyond anything I had ever encountered. Had I had a vestige of sense I would have followed the burn from the loch down to the forest house. The place was shut up, but the keeper would gladly have given me shelter for the night. But foolish pride was too strong in me. I had found my road in mist before, and could do it again. Before I got to the top of the hill I had repented my decision. When I got there I repented it more. For below me was a dizzy chaos of grey, there was no landmark visible, and before me I knew was the bog through which the Cords water twined. I had crossed it with some trouble in the morning, but then I had light to pick my steps. Now I could only stumble on, and in 5 minutes I might be in a bog hole, and in 5 more in a better world. But there was no help to be got from hesitation, so with a rueful courage I set off. The place was if possible worse than I had feared. Wading up to the knees with nothing before you but a blank wall of mist and the cheerful consciousness that your next step may be your last, such was my state for 1 weary mile. The stream itself was high, and rose to my armpits, and once and again I only saved myself by a violent leap backwards from a pitiless green slough. But at last it was past, and I was once more on the solid ground of the hillside. Now, in the thick weather I had crossed the glen much lower down than in the morning, and the result was that the hill on which I stood was one of the giants which, with the Muneraw for centre, guard the watershed. Had I taken the proper way, the nick o' the Threshes would have led me to the cords, and then once over the bog a little ridge was all that stood between me and the glen of Farrower. But instead I had come a wild cross-country road, and was now, though I did not know it, nearly as far from my destination as at the start. Well for me that I did not know, for I was wet and dispirited, and had I not fancied myself all but home, I should scarcely have had the energy to make this last ascent. But soon I found it was not the little ridge I had expected. I looked at my watch and saw that it was 5 o'clock. When, after the weariest climb, I lay on a piece of level ground which seemed the top, I was not surprised to find that it was now 7. The darkening must be at hand, and sure enough the mist seemed to be deepening into a greyish black. I began to grow desperate. Here was I on the summit of some infernal mountain, without any certainty where my road lay. I was lost with a vengeance, and at the thought I began to be acutely afraid. I took what seemed to me the way I had come, and began to descend steeply. Then something made me halt, and the next instant I was lying on my face trying painfully to retrace my steps. For I had found myself slipping, and before I could stop, my feet were dangling over a precipice with heaven alone knows how many yards of sheer mist between me and the bottom. Then I tried keeping the ridge, and took that to the right, which I thought would bring me nearer home. It was no good trying to think out a direction, for in the fog my brain was running round, and I seemed to stand on a pinpoint of space where the laws of the compass had ceased to hold. It was the roughest sort of walking, now stepping warily over acres of loose stones, now crawling down the face of some battered rock, and now wading in the long dripping heather. The soft rain had begun to fall again, which completed my discomfort. I was now seriously tired, and, like all men who in their day have bent too much over books, I began to feel it in my back. My spine ached, and my breath came in short broken pants. It was a pitiable state of affairs for an honest man who had never encountered much grave discomfort. To ease myself I was compelled to leave my basket behind me, trusting to return and find it, if I should ever reach safety and discover on what pathless hill I had been strayed. My rod I used as a staff, but it was of little use, for my fingers were getting too numb to hold it. Suddenly from the blankness I heard a sound as of human speech. At first I thought it mere craziness, the cry of a weasel or a hill bird distorted by my ears. But again it came, thick and faint, as through acres of mist, and yet clearly the sound of articulate speaking men. In a moment I lost my despair and cried out in answer. This was some forewandered traveller like myself, and between us we could surely find some road to safety. So I yelled back at the pitch of my voice and waited intently. But the sound ceased, and there was utter silence again. Still I waited, and then from some place much nearer came the same soft mumbling speech. I could make nothing of it. Heard in that drear place it made the nerves tense and the heart timorous. It was the strangest jumble of vowels and consonants I had ever met. A dozen solutions flashed through my brain. It was some maniac talking jabberwock to himself. It was some belated traveler whose wits had given out in fear. Perhaps it was only some shepherd who was amusing himself thus, and whiling the way with nonsense. Once again I cried out and waited. Then suddenly in the hollow trough of mist before me, where things could still be half discerned, there appeared a figure. It was little and squat and dark, naked, apparently, but so rough with hair that it wore the appearance of a skin-covered being. It crossed my line of vision, not staying for a moment, but in its face and eyes there seemed to lurk an elder world of mystery and barbarism, a troll-like life which was too horrible for words. The shepherd's fear came back on me like a thunderclap. For one awful instant my legs failed me, and I had almost fallen. The next I had turned and ran shrieking up the hill. If he who may read this narrative has never felt the force of an overmastering terror, then let him thank his Maker and pray that he never may. I am no weak child, but a strong grown man, accredited in general with sound sense and little suspected of hysterics. And yet I went up that brave face with my heart fluttering like a bird and my throat aching with fear. I screamed in short dry gasps, involuntarily, for my mind was beyond any purpose. I felt that beast-like clutch at my throat, those red eyes seemed to be staring at me from the mist. I heard ever behind and before and on all sides the patter of those inhuman feet. Before I knew I was down, slipping over a rock and falling some dozen feet into a soft marshy hollow. I was conscious of lying still for a second and whimpering like a child. But as I lay there I awoke to the silence of the place. There was no sound of pursuit, perhaps they had lost my track and given up. My courage began to return, and from this it was an easy step to hope. Perhaps after all it had been merely an illusion, for folk do not see clearly in the mist, and I was already done with weariness. But even as I lay in the green moss and began to hope, the faces of my pursuers grew up through the mist. I stumbled madly to my feet, but I was hemmed in, the rock behind and my enemies before. With a cry I rushed forward, and struck wildly with my rod at the first dark body. It was as if I had struck an animal, and the next second the thing was wrenched from my grasp. But still they came no nearer. I stood trembling there in the center of those malignant devils, my brain a mere weathercock and my heart crushed shapeless with horror. At last the end came, for with the vigor of madness I flung myself on the nearest, and we rolled on the ground. Then the monstrous thing seemed to close over me, and with a choking cry I passed into unconsciousness. For the darkness that is under the earth there is an unconsciousness that is not wholly dead, where a man feels numbly and the body lives without the brain. I was beyond speech or thought, and yet I felt the upward or downward motion as the way lay in hill or glen, and I most assuredly knew when the open air was changed for the close underground. I could feel dimly that lights were flared in my face, and that I was laid in some bed on the earth. Then with the stopping of movement the real sleep of weakness seized me, and for long I knew nothing of this mad world. Asterisk 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 morning came over the moors with bird song and the glory of fine weather. The streams were still rolling in spate, but the hill pastures were alight with dawn, and the little seams of snow were glistening like white fire. A ray from the sunrise cleft its path somehow into the abyss, and danced on the wall above my couch. It caught my eye as I wakened, and for long I lay crazily wondering what it meant. My head was splitting with pain, and in my heart was the same fluttering nameless fear. I did not wake to full consciousness, not till the twinkle of sun from the clean bright out of doors caught my senses did I realize that I lay in a great dark place with a glow of dull firelight in the middle. In time things rose and moved around me, a few ragged shapes of men, without clothing, shambling with their huge feet and looking towards me with curved beast-like glances. I tried to marshal my thoughts, and slowly, bit by bit, I built up the present. There was no question to my mind of dreaming, the past hours had scored reality upon my brain. Yet I cannot say that fear was my chief feeling. The first crazy terror had subsided, and now I felt mainly a sickened disgust with just a tinge of curiosity. I found that my knife, watch, flask, and money had gone, but they had left me a map of the countryside. It seemed strange to look at the calico, with the name of a London printer stamped on the back, and lines of railway and highroad running through every shire. Decent and comfortable civilization. And here was I a prisoner in this den of nameless folk, and in the midst of a life which history knew not. Courage is a virtue which grows with reflection and the absence of the immediate peril. I thought myself into some sort of resolution, and lo! When the folk approached me and bound my feet I was back at once in the most miserable terror. They tied me, all but my hands, with some strong cord, and carried me to the center, where the fire was glowing. Their soft touch was the acutest torture to my nerves, but I stifled my cries lest someone should lay his hand on my mouth. Had that happened, I am convinced my reason would have failed me. So there I lay in the shine of the fire, with the circle of unknown things around me. There seemed but 3 or 4, but I took no note of number. They talked huskily among themselves in a tongue which sounded all gutturals. Slowly my fear became less an emotion than a habit, and I had room for the smallest shade of curiosity. I strained my ear to catch a word, but it was a mere chaos of sound. The thing ran and thundered in my brain as I stared dumbly into the vacant air. Then I thought that unless I spoke I should certainly go crazy, for my head was beginning to swim at the strange cooing noise. I spoke a word or two in my best Gaelic, and they closed round me inquiringly. Then I was sorry I had spoken, for my words had brought them nearer, and I shrank at the thought. But as the faint echoes of my speech hummed in the rock chamber, I was struck by a curious kinship of sound. Mine was sharper, more distinct, and staccato, theirs was blurred, formless, but still with a certain root resemblance. Then from the back there came an older being, who seemed to have heard my words. He was like some foul grey badger, his red eyes sightless, and his hands trembling on a stump of bog oak. The others made way for him with such deference as they were capable of, and the thing squatted down by me and spoke. To my amazement his words were familiar. It was some manner of speech akin to the Gaelic, but broadened, lengthened, coarsened. I remembered an old book tongue, commonly supposed to be an impure dialect once used in Brittany, which I had met in the course of my researches. The words recalled it, and as far as I could remember the thing, I asked him who he was and where the place might be. He answered me in the same speech, still more broadened, lengthened, coarsened. I lay back with sheer amazement. I had found the key to this unearthly life. For a little an insatiable curiosity, the ardor of the scholar, prevailed. I forgot the horror of the place, and thought only of the fact that here before me was the greatest find that scholarship had ever made. I was precipitated into the heart of the past. Here must be the fountainhead of all legends, the chrysalis of all beliefs. I actually grew light-hearted. This strange folk around me were now no more shapeless things of terror, but objects of research and experiment. I almost came to think them not unfriendly. For an hour I enjoyed the highest of earthly pleasures. In that strange conversation I heard, in fragments and suggestions, the history of the craziest survival the world has ever seen. I heard of the struggles with invaders, preserved as it were in a sort of shapeless poetry. There were bitter words against the Gaelic oppressor, bitterer words against the Saxon stranger, and for a moment ancient hatreds flared into life. Then there came the tale of the hill refuge, the morbid hideous existence preserved for centuries amid a changing world. I heard fragments of old religions, primeval names of god and goddess, half understood by the folk, but to me the key to 100 puzzles. Tales which survive to us in broken disjointed riddles were intact here in living form. I lay on my elbow and questioned feverishly. At any moment they might become morose and refuse to speak. Clearly it was my duty to make the most of a brief good fortune. And then the tale they told me grew more hideous. I heard of the circumstances of the life itself and their daily shifts for existence. It was a murderous chronicle, a history of lust and rapine and unmentionable deeds in the darkness. One thing they had early recognized, that the race could not be maintained within itself, so that Gaulish carrying away of little girls from the lowlands began, which I had heard of but never credited. Shut up in those dismal holes, the girls soon died, and when the new race had grown up the plunder had been repeated. Then there were bestial murders in lonely cottages, done for God knows what purpose. Sometimes the occupant had seen more than was safe. Sometimes the deed was the mere exuberance of a lust of slaying. As they gabbled their tales my heart's blood froze, and I lay back in the agonies of fear. If they had used the others thus, what way of escape was open for myself? I had been brought to this place, and not murdered on the spot. Clearly there was torture before death in store for me, and I confess I quailed at the thought. but none molested me. The elders continued to jabber out their stories, while I lay tense and deaf. Then to my amazement food was brought and placed beside me, almost with respect. Clearly my murder was not a thing of the immediate future. The meal was some form of mutton, perhaps the shepherd's lost ewes, and a little smoking was all the cooking it had got. I strove to eat, but the tasteless morsels choked me. Then they set drink before me in a curious cup, which I seized on eagerly, for my mouth was dry with thirst. The vessel was of gold, rudely formed, but of the pure metal, and a coarse design in circles ran round the middle. This surprised me enough, but a greater wonder awaited me. The liquor was not water, as I had guessed, but a sort of sweet ale, a miracle of flavor. The taste was curious, but somehow familiar. It was like no wine I had ever drunk, and yet I had known that flavor all my life. I sniffed at the brim, and there rose a faint fragrance of thyme and heather honey and the sweet things of the moorland. I almost dropped it in my surprise, for here in this rude place I had stumbled upon that lost delicacy of the north, the heather ale. For a second I was entranced with my discovery, and then the wonder of the cup claimed my attention. Was it a mere relic of pillage, or had this folk some hidden mine of the precious metal? Gold had once been common in these hills. There were the traces of mines on Cairnsmore, shepherds had found it in the gravel of the Gled water, and the name of a house at the head of the Clach lands meant the home of gold. Once more I began my questions, and they answered them willingly. There and then I heard that secret for which many had died in old time, the secret of the heather ale. They told of the gold in the hills, of corries where the sand gleamed and abysses where the rocks were veined. All this they told me, freely, without a scruple. And then, like a clap, came the awful thought that this, too, spelled death. These were secrets which this race aforetime had guarded with their lives. They told them generously to me because there was no fear of betrayal. I should go no more out from this place. The thought put me into a new sweat of terror, not at death, mind you, but at the unknown horrors which might precede the final suffering. I lay silent, and after binding my hands they began to leave me and go off to other parts of the cave. I dozed in the horrible half-swoon of fear, conscious only of my shaking limbs, and the great dull glow of the fire in the center. Then I became calmer. After all, they had treated me with tolerable kindness, I had spoken their language, which few of their victims could have done for many a century. It might be that I had found favor in their eyes. For a little I comforted myself with this delusion, till I caught sight of a wooden box in a corner. It was of modern make, one such as grocers use to pack provisions in. It had some address nailed on it, and a nameless curiosity compelled me to creep thither and read it. A torn and weather-stained scrap of paper, with the nails at the corner rusty with age, but something of the address might still be made out. Amid the stains my feverish eyes read, to Mr. M. Carrickfay, by Allerfoot Station. The ruined cottage in the hollow of the waste with the single gnarled apple tree was before me in a twinkling. I remembered the shepherd's shrinking from the place and the name, and his wild eyes when he told me of the thing that had happened there. I seemed to see the old man in his moorland cottage, thinking no evil, the sudden entry of the nameless things, and then the eyes glazed in unspeakable terror. I felt my lips dry and burning. Above me was the vault of rock, in the distance I saw the fire glow and the shadows of shapes moving around it. My fright was too great for inaction, so I crept from the couch, and silently, stealthily, with tottering steps and bursting heart, I began to reconnoiter. But I was still bound, my arms tightly, my legs more loosely, but yet firm enough to hinder flight. I could not get my hands at my leg straps, still less could I undo the manacles. I rolled on the floor, seeking some sharp edge of rock, but all had been worn smooth by the use of centuries. Then suddenly an idea came upon me like an inspiration. The sounds from the fire seemed to have ceased, and I could hear them repeated from another and more distant part of the cave. The folk had left their orgy round the blaze, and at the end of the long tunnel I saw its glow fall unimpeded upon the floor. Once there, I might burn off my fetters and be free to turn my thoughts to escape. I crawled a little way with much labor. Then suddenly I came abreast an opening in the wall, through which a path went. It was a long straight rock cutting, and at the end I saw a gleam of pale light. It must be the open air, the way of escape was prepared for me, and with a prayer I made what speed I could towards the fire. I rolled on the verge, but the fuel was peat, and the warm ashes would not burn the cords. In desperation I went farther, and my clothes began to singe, while my face ached beyond endurance. But yet I got no nearer my object. The strips of hide warped and cracked, but did not burn. Then in a last effort I thrust my wrists bodily into the glow and held them there. In an instant I drew them out with a groan of pain, scarred and sore, but to my joy with the band snapped in one place. Weak as I was, it was now easy to free myself, and then came the untying of my legs. My hands trembled, my eyes were dazed with hurry, and I was longer over the job than need have been. But at length I had loosed my cramped knees and stood on my feet, a free man once more. I kicked off my boots, and fled noiselessly down the passage to the tunnel mouth. Apparently it was close on evening, for the white light had faded to a pale yellow. But it was daylight, and that was all I sought, and I ran for it as eagerly as ever runner ran to a goal. I came out on a rock shelf, beneath which a moraine of boulders fell away in a chasm to a dark loch. It was all but night, but I could see the gnarled and fortressed rocks rise in ramparts above, and below the unknown screes and cliffs which make the side of the Munaror a place only for foxes and the fowls of the air. The first taste of liberty is an intoxication, and assuredly I was mad when I leaped down among the boulders. Happily at the top of the gully the stones were large and stable, else the noise would certainly have discovered me. Down I went, slipping, praying, my charred wrists aching, and my stockinged feet wet with blood. Soon I was in the jaws of the cleft, and a pale star rose before me. I have always been timid in the face of great rocks, and now, had not an awful terror been dogging my footsteps, no power on earth could have driven me to that descent. Soon I left the boulders behind, and came to long spouts of little stones, which moved with me till the hillside seemed sinking under my feet. Sometimes I was face downwards, once and again I must have fallen for yards. Had there been a cliff at the foot, I should have gone over it without resistance, but by the providence of God the spout ended in a long curve into the heather of the bog. When I found my feet once more on soft boggy earth, my strength was renewed within me. A great hope of escape sprang up in my heart. For a second I looked back. There was a great line of shingle with the cliffs beyond, and above all the unknown blackness of the cleft. There lay my terror, and I set off running across the bog for dear life. My mind was clear enough to know my road. If I held round the loch in front I should come to a burn which fed the Farrower stream, on whose banks stood the shepherd's cottage. The loch could not be far. Once at the Farrower I would have the light of the Sheelin clear before me. Suddenly I heard behind me, as if coming from the hillside, the patter of feet. It was the sound which white hares make in the winter time on a noiseless frosty day as they patter over the snow. I have heard the same soft noise from a herd of deer when they changed their pastures. Strange that so kindly a sound should put the very fear of death in my heart. I ran madly, blindly, yet thinking shrewdly. The loch was before me. Somewhere I had read or heard, I do not know where, that the brutish aboriginal races of the north could not swim. I myself swam powerfully. Could I but cross the loch I should save 2 miles of a desperate country. There was no time to lose, for the patter was coming nearer, and I was almost at the loch's edge. I tore off my coat and rushed in. The bottom was mossy, and I had to struggle far before I found any depth. Something plashed in the water before me, and then something else a little behind. The thought that I was a mark for unknown missiles made me crazy with fright, and I struck fiercely out for the other shore. A gleam of moonlight was on the water at the burn's exit, and thither I guided myself. I found the thing difficult enough in itself, for my hands ached, and I was numb from my bonds. But my fancy raised 1,000 phantoms to vex me. Swimming in that black bog water, pursued by those nameless things, I seemed to be in a world of horror far removed from the kindly world of men. My strength seemed inexhaustible from my terror. Monsters at the bottom of the water seemed to bite at my feet, and the pain of my wrists made me believe that the loch was boiling hot, and that I was in some hellish place of torment. I came out on a spit of gravel above the burn mouth, and set off down the ravine of the burn. It was a straight place, strewn with rocks, but now and then the hill turf came in stretches, and eased my wounded feet. Soon the fall became more abrupt, and I was slipping down a hillside, with the water on my left making great cascades in the granite. And then I was out in the wider vale where the Farrower water flowed among links of moss. Far in front, a speck in the blue darkness, shone the light of the cottage. I panted forward, my breath coming in gasps and my back shot with fiery pains. Happily the land was easier for the feet as long as I kept on the skirts of the bog. My ears were sharp as a wild beast's with fear, as I listened for the noise of pursuit. Nothing came but the rustle of the gentlest hill wind and the chatter of the falling streams. Then suddenly the light began to waver and move athwart the window. I knew what it meant. In a minute or two the household at the cottage would retire to rest, and the lamp would be put out. True, I might find the place in the dark, for there was a moon of sorts and the road was not desperate. But somehow in that hour the lamplight gave a promise of safety which I clung to despairingly. And then the last straw was added to my misery. Behind me came the pad of feet, the pat-patter, soft, eerie, incredibly swift. I choked with fear, and flung myself forward in a last effort. I give my word it was sheer mechanical shrinking that drove me on. God knows I would have lain down to die in the heather, had the things behind me been a common terror of life. I ran as man never ran before, leaping hags, scrambling through green well heads, straining towards the fast-dying light. A quarter of a mile and the patter sounded nearer. Soon I was not 200 yards off, and the noise seemed almost at my elbow. The light went out, and the black mass of the cottage loomed in the dark. Then, before I knew, I was at the door, battering it wearily and yelling for help. I heard steps within and a hand on the bolt. Then something shot past me with lightning force and buried itself in the wood. The dreadful hands were almost at my throat, when the door was opened and I stumbled in, hearing with a gulp of joy the key turn and the bar fall behind me. The troubles of a conscience. My body and senses slept, for I was utterly tired, but my brain all the night was on fire with horrid fancies. Again I was in that accursed cave, I was torturing my hands in the fire, I was slipping barefoot among jagged boulders, and then with bursting heart I was toiling the last mile with the cottage light, now grown to a great fire in the heavens, blazing before me. It was broad daylight when I awoke, and I thanked God for the comfortable rays of the sun. I had been laid in a box bed off the inner room, and my first sight was the shepherd sitting with folded arms in a chair regarding me solemnly. I rose and began to dress, feeling my legs and arms still tremble with weariness. The shepherd's sister bound up my scarred wrists and put an ointment on my burns, and, limping like an old man, I went into the kitchen. I could eat little breakfast, for my throat seemed dry and narrow, but they gave me some brandy and milk, which put strength into my body. All the time the brother and sister sat in silence, regarding me with covert glances. "Ye have been delivered from the jaws o' the pit," said the man at length. "See that," and he held out to me a thin shaft of flint. "I found that in the door this morning." I took it, let it drop, and stared vacantly at the window. My nerves had been too much tried to be roused by any new terror. Out of doors it was fair weather, flying gleams of April sunlight and the soft colors of spring. I felt dazed, isolated, cut off from my easy past and pleasing future, a companion of horrors and the sport of nameless things. Then suddenly my eye fell on my books heaped on a table, and the old distant civilization seemed for the moment inexpressibly dear. I must go, at once. And you must come too. You cannot stay here. I tell you it is death. If you knew what I know you would be crying out with fear. How far is it to Alamui? 15 miles, and then 10 down Glen Alla to Allerfoot, and then the railway. We must go together while it is daylight, and perhaps we may be untouched. But quick, there is not a moment to lose. And I was on my shaky feet, and bustling among my possessions. I'll gang wi' ye to the station, said the shepherd, for ye're clearly no fit to look after yourself. My sister will bide and keep the house. If nae thing has touched us this 10 year, nae thing will touch us the day. But you cannot stay. You are mad, I began, but he cut me short with the words, I trust in God. In any case let your sister come with us. I dare not think of a woman alone in this place. I'll bide, said she. I'm no feared as lang as I'm indoors and there's steeks on the windies. So I packed my few belongings as best I could, tumbled my books into a haversack, and, gripping the shepherd's arm nervously, crossed the threshold. The glen was full of sunlight. There lay the long shining links of the Farrower burn, the rough hills tumbled beyond, and far over all the scarred and distant forehead of the Muneral. I had always looked on moorland country as the freshest on earth, clean, wholesome, and homely. But now the fresh uplands seemed like a horrible pit. When I looked to the hills my breath choked in my throat, and the feel of soft heather below my feet set my heart trembling. It was a slow journey to the inn at Alamui. For one thing, no power on earth would draw me within sight of the Sheelin of Carrickfay, so we had to cross a shoulder of hill and make our way down a difficult glen, and then over a treacherous moss. The locks were now gleaming like fretted silver, but to me, in my dreadful knowledge, they seemed more eerie than on that grey day when I came. At last my eyes were cheered by the sight of a meadow and a fence, then we were on a little by-road, and soon the firwoods and cornlands of Allercleach were plain before us. The shepherd came no farther, but with brief goodbye turned his solemn face hillwards. I hired a trap and a man to drive, and down the 10 miles of Glen Alla I struggled to keep my thoughts from the past. I thought of the kindly south country, of Oxford, of anything comfortable and civilized. My driver pointed out the objects of interest as in duty bound, but his words fell on unheeding ears. At last he said something which roused me indeed to interest, the interest of the man who hears the word he fears most in the world. On the left side of the river there suddenly sprang into view a long gloomy cleft in the hills, with a vista of dark mountains behind, down which a stream of considerable size poured its waters. That is the water O'Dewell, said the man in a reverent voice. A grand water to fish, but dangerous to life, for it's a lins. Awa at the height they say there's a terrible wild place called the Scarts o' Muneral, that's a shouther o' the muckle hill itself that ye see, but I've never been there, and I never kent one man that had either. At the station, which is a mile from the village of Allerfoot, I found I had some hours to wait on my train for the south. I dared not trust myself for one moment alone, so I hung about the goods shed, talked vacantly to the porters, and when one went to the village for tea I accompanied him, and to his wonder entertained him at the inn. When I returned I found on the platform a stray bagman who was that evening going to London. If there is one class of men in the world which I heartily detest it is this, but such was my state that I hailed him as a brother, and besought his company. I paid the difference for a first-class fare, and had him in the carriage with me. He must have thought me an amiable maniac, for I talked in fits and starts, and when he fell asleep I would wake him up and beseech him to speak to me. At wayside stations I would pull down the blinds in case of recognition, for to my unquiet mind the world seemed full of spies sent by that terrible folk of the hills. When the train crossed a stretch of moor I would lie down on the seat in case of shafts fired from the heather. And then at last with utter weariness I fell asleep, and woke screaming about midnight to find myself well down in the cheerful English Midlands, and red blast furnaces blinking by the railway side. In the morning I breakfasted in my rooms at St. Chad's with a dawning sense of safety. I was in a different and calmer world. The lawn-like quadrangles, the great trees, the cawing of rooks, and the homely twitter of sparrows, all seemed decent and settled and pleasing. Indoors the oak-panelled walls, the shelves of books, the pictures, the faint fragrance of tobacco, were very different from the gimcrack adornments and the accursed smell of peat and heather in that deplorable cottage. It was still vacation time, so most of my friends were down, but I spent the day hunting out the few cheerful pedants to whom term and vacation were the same. It delighted me to hear again their precise talk, to hear them make a boast of their work, and narrate the childish little accidents of their life. I yearned for the childish once more, I craved for women's drawing rooms, and women's chatter, and everything which makes life an elegant game. God knows I had had enough of the other thing for a lifetime. That night I shut myself in my rooms, barred my windows, drew my curtains, and made a great destruction. All books or pictures which recalled to me the moorlands were ruthlessly doomed. Novels, poems, treatises I flung into an old box, for sale to the second-hand bookseller. Some prints and watercolor sketches I tore to pieces with my own hands. I ransacked my fishing book, and condemned all tackle for moorland waters to the flames. I wrote a letter to my solicitors, bidding them go no further in the purchase of a place in lawn I had long been thinking of. Then, and not till then, did I feel the bondage of the past a little loosed from my shoulders. I made myself a nightcap of rum punch instead of my usual whiskey toddy, that all associations with that dismal land might be forgotten, and to complete the renunciation I returned to cigars and flung my pipe into a drawer. But when I woke in the morning I found that it is hard to get rid of memories. My feet were still sore and wounded, and when I felt my arms cramped and reflected on the causes, there was that black memory always near to vex me, In a little term began, and my duties, as Deputy Professor of Northern Antiquities, were once more clamorous. I can well believe that my hearers found my lectures strange, for instead of dealing with my favorite subjects and matters, which I might modestly say I had made my own, I confined myself to recondite and distant themes, treating even these cursorily and dully. For the truth is, my heart was no more in my subject. I hated, or I thought that I hated, all things northern with the virulence of utter fear. My reading was confined to science of the most recent kind, to abstruse philosophy, and to foreign classics. Anything which savored of romance or mystery was abhorrent. I pined for sharp outlines and the tangibility of a high civilization. All the term I threw myself into the most frivolous life of the place. My Harrow school days seemed to have come back to me. I had once been a fair cricketer, so I played again for my college, and made decent scores. I coached an indifferent crew on the river. I fell into the slang of the place, which I had hitherto detested. My former friends looked on me askance, as if some freakish changeling had possessed me. Formerly I had been ready for pedantic discussion, I had been absorbed in my work, men had spoken of me as a rising scholar. Now I fled the very mention of things I had once delighted in. The Professor of Northern Antiquities, a scholar of European reputation, meeting me once in the parks, embarked on an account of certain novel rings recently found in Scotland, and to his horror found that, when he had got well under way, I had slipped off unnoticed. I heard afterwards that the good old man was found by a friend walking disconsolately with bowed head in the middle of the high street. Being rescued from among the horses' feet, he could only murmur, "I am thinking of Graves, poor man. And a year ago he was as sane as I am." Asterisk 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 asterisk. But a man may not long deceive himself. I kept up the illusion valiantly for the term, but I felt instinctively that the fresh schoolboy life, which seemed to me the extreme opposite to the ghoulish north, and as such the most desirable of things, was eternally cut off from me. No cunning affectation could ever dispel my real nature or efface the memory of a week. I realized miserably that sooner or later I must fight it out with my conscience. I began to call myself a coward. The chief thoughts of my mind began to center themselves more and more round that unknown life waiting to be explored among the wilds. One day I met a friend, an official in the British Museum, who was full of some new theory about primitive habitations. To me it seemed inconceivably absurd, but he was strong in his confidence, and without flaw in his evidence. The man irritated me, and I burned to prove him wrong, but I could think of no argument which was final against his. Then it flashed upon me that my own experience held the disproof, and without more words I left him, hot, angry with myself, and tantalized by the unattainable. I might relate my bona fide experience, but would men believe me? I must bring proofs. I must complete my researches, so as to make them incapable of disbelief. And there in those deserts was waiting the key. there lay the greatest discovery of the century, nay, of the millennium. There, too, lay the road to wealth such as I had never dreamed of. Could I succeed, I should be famous forever. I would revolutionize history and anthropology, I would systematize folklore, I would show the world of men the pit whence they were digged and the rock whence they were hewn. And then began a game of battledore between myself and my conscience. You are a coward, said my conscience. I am sufficiently brave, I would answer. I have seen things and yet lived. The terror is more than mortal, and I cannot face it. You are a coward, said my conscience. I am not bound to go there again. It would be purely for my own aggrandizement if I went, and not for any matter of duty. Nevertheless, you are a coward, said my conscience. In any case, the matter can wait. You are a coward. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Then came one awful midsummer night, when I lay sleepless and fought the thing out with myself. I knew that the strife was hopeless, that I should have no peace in this world again unless I made the attempt. The dawn was breaking when I came to the final resolution, and when I rose and looked at my face in a mirror, lo! It was white and lined and drawn like a man of 60. 6. Summer on the moors. The next morning I packed a bag with some changes of clothing and a collection of notebooks, and went up to town. The first thing I did was to pay a visit to my solicitors. I am about to travel, said I, and I wish to have all things settled in case any accident should happen to me. So I arranged for the disposal of my property in case of death, and added a codicil which puzzled the lawyers. If I did not return within 6 months, communications were to be entered into with the shepherd at the Sheelin of Farrower, post town Allerfoot. If he could produce any papers, they were to be put into the hands of certain friends, published, and the cost charged to my estate. From my solicitors I went to a gunmaker's in Regent Street and bought an ordinary 6-chambered revolver, feeling much as a man must feel who proposed to cross the Atlantic in a skiff, and purchased a small life belt as a precaution. I took the night express to the north, and, for a marvel, I slept. When I awoke about 4 we were on the verge of Westmoreland, and stony hills blocked the horizon. At first I hailed the mountain land gladly. Sleep for the moment had caused forgetfulness of my terrors. But soon a turn of the line brought me in full view of a heathery moor, running far to a confusion of distant peaks. I remembered my mission and my fate, and if ever condemned criminal felt a more bitter regret, I pity his case. Why should I alone among the millions of this happy isle be singled out as the repository of a ghastly secret, and be cursed by a conscience which would not let it rest? I came to Allerfoot early in the forenoon, and got a trap to drive me up the valley. It was a lowering grey day, hot and yet sunless. A sort of heat haze cloaked the hills, and every now and then a smear of rain would meet us on the road, and in a minute be over. I felt wretchedly dispirited, and when at last the whitewashed kirk of Allamuy came into sight and the broken-backed bridge of Alla, man's eyes seemed to have looked on no drearier scene since time began. I ate what meal I could get, for, fears or no, I was voraciously hungry. Then I asked the landlord to find me some man who would show me the road to Farawa. I demanded company, not for protection, for what could two men do against such brutish strength, but to keep my mind from its own thoughts. The man looked at me anxiously. "Are ye acquaint with the folks, then?" he asked. I said I was, that I had often stayed in the cottage. "Ye ken that they've a name for being queer. The man never comes here for by once or twice a year, and he has few dealings wi' other herds. He's got an ill name, too, for losing sheep. I dinna like the country ava. Up by yon Muneral, know that I've ever been there, but I've seen it afar off, is enough to put a man daft for the rest o' his days. What's taking ye there aways? It's no the time for the fishing." I told him that I was a botanist going to explore certain hill crevices for rare ferns. He shook his head, and then after some delay found me an ostler who would accompany me to the cottage. The man was a shock-headed, long-limbed fellow, with fierce red hair and a humorous eye. He talked sociably about his life, answered my hasty questions with deftness, and beguiled me for the moment out of myself. I passed the melancholy locks, and came in sight of the great stony hills without the trepidation I had expected. Here at my side was one who found some humor even in those uplands. But one thing I noted which brought back the old uneasiness. He took the road which led us farthest from Carrickfay, and when to try him I proposed the other, he vetoed it with emphasis. After this his good spirit departed, and he grew distrustful. "What makes ye a friend o' the herd at Farawa?" he demanded a dozen times. Finally, I asked him if he knew the man, and had seen him lately. I dinna ken him, and I hadna seen him for years till a fortnight syne, when a Alamooie saw him. He came down one afternoon to the public house, and begood to drink. He had I been kenned for a terrible godly kind o' a man, so ye may believe folk wondered at this. But when he had stuck to the drink for 2 days, and filled himsel blind fu half a dozen o' times, he took a fit o' repentance, and raved and blethered about siccan a life as he led in the muirs. There was some said he was speaking serious, but maist thought it was juist daftness. "And what did he speak about?" I asked sharply. "I canna vera weel tell ye. It was about some kind o' bogle that lived in the Muneral, that's the shouthers at ye see yonder, and it seems that the bogle killed his sheep and fritted himsel. He was I bletherin', too, about something or somebody cad grave, but oh, the man wasna wise." And my companion shook a contemptuous head. And then below us in the valley we saw the Sheelin, with a thin shaft of smoke rising into the rainy grey weather. The man left me, sturdily refusing any fee. I wanted my legs stretched as weel as you. A walk in the hills is neither here nor there to a stout man. "When will ye be back, sir?" The question was well timed. "Tomorrow fortnight," I said, "and I want somebody from Alamooie to come out here in the morning and carry some baggage. Will you see to that?" he said and went off, while I scrambled down the hill to the cottage. Nervousness possessed me, and though it was broad daylight and the whole place lay plain before me, I ran pell-mell, and did not stop till I reached the door. The place was utterly empty. Unmade beds, unwashed dishes, a hearth strewn with the ashes of peat, and dust thick on everything, proclaimed the absence of inmates. I began to be horribly frightened. Had the shepherd and his sister, also, disappeared? Was I left alone in this bleak place, with a dozen lonely miles between me and human dwellings? I could not return alone. Better this horrible place than the unknown perils of the out-of-doors. Hastily I barricaded the door, and to the best of my power shuttered the windows, and then with dreary forebodings I sat down to wait on fortune. In a little I heard a long swinging step outside and the sound of dogs. Joyfully I opened the latch, and there was the shepherd's grim face waiting stolidly on what might appear. At the sight of me he stepped back. "What in the Lord's name are ye doing here?" he asked. "Didna ye get enough affer?" "Come in," I said, sharply. "I want to talk." In he came with those blessed dogs. What a comfort it was to look on their great honest faces. He sat down on the untidy bed and waited. I came because I could not stay away. I saw too much to give me any peace elsewhere. I must go back, even though I risk my life for it. The cause of scholarship demands it as well as the cause of humanity. "Is that the news ye ha?" he said. "Weel, I've mair to tell ye. 3 weeks syne my sister Margaret was lost, and I've never seen her mair." My jaw fell, and I could only stare at him. "I cam hame from the hill at nightfall and she was gone. I lookit for her uphill and down, but I couldna find her. Syne I think I went daft. I went to the scarts and hunted them up and down, but no sign could I see. The folk can bide quiet enough when they want. Syne I went to Alamui and drank Missel blind, me, that's a God-fearing man and a saved soul, but the Lord help me, I didna ken what I was at. That's my news, and day and night I wander they hills, seeking for what I canna find." "But, man, are you mad?" I cried. "Surely there are neighbors to help you. There is a law in the land, and you had only to find the nearest police office and compel them to assist you." "What good can man do?" he asked. "An army o' sodgers couldna find that hidey hole. Forby, when I went into Alamui wi' my story the folk thought me daft. It was that set me drinking, for, the Lord forgive me, I wasna my ain measter. I threepit till I was hoarse, but the body's just lorched ye." And he lay back on the bed like a man mortally tired. Grim though the tidings were, I can only say that my chief feeling was of comfort. Pity for the new tragedy had swallowed up my fear. I had now a purpose, and a purpose, too, not of curiosity but of mercy. "I go tomorrow morning to the funeral. But first I want to give you something to do." And I drew roughly a chart of the place on the back of a letter. "Go into Alamui tomorrow, and give this paper to the landlord at the inn. The letter will tell him what to do. He is to raise at once all the men he can get, and come to the place on the chart marked with a cross. Tell him life depends on his hurry. The shepherd nodded. Do ye ken the folk are watching for you? They let me pass without trouble, for they've nae use for me, but I see fine they are seeking you. Ye'll no gang half a mile the morn afore they grip ye. So much the better, I said. That will take me quicker to the place I want to be at. And I'm to gang to Alamui the morn, he repeated, with the air of a child conning a lesson. But what if they'll no believe me? They'll believe the letter. Maybe, he said, and relapsed into a doze. I set myself to put that house in order, to rouse the fire, and prepare some food. It was dismal work, and meantime outside the night darkened, and a great wind rose, which howled round the walls and lashed the rain on the windows. 7. In tuas manus, Domin. I had not gone 20 yards from the cottage door ere I knew I was watched. I had left the shepherd still dozing, in the half-conscious state of a dazed and broken man. All night the wind had wakened me at intervals, and now in the half-light of morn the weather seemed more vicious than ever. The wind cut my ears. The whole firmament was full of the rendings and thunders of the storm. Rain fell in blinding sheets. The heath was a marsh, and it was the most I could do to struggle against the hurricane which stopped my breath. And all the while I knew I was not alone in the desert. All men know, in imagination or in experience, the sensation of being spied on. The nerves tingle, the skin grows hot and prickly, and there is a queer sinking of the heart. Intensify this common feeling 100-fold, and you get a 10th part of what I suffered. I am telling a plain tale, and record bare physical facts. My lips stood out from my teeth as I heard, or felt, a rustle in the heather, a scraping among stones. Some subtle magnetic link seemed established between my body and the mysterious world around. I became sick, acutely sick, with the ceaseless apprehension. My fright became so complete that when I turned a corner of rock, or stepped in deep heather, I seemed to feel a body rub against mine. This continued all the way up the Farrower water, and then up its feeder to the little lonely loch. It kept me from looking forward, but it likewise kept me in such a sweat of fright that I was ready to faint. Then the motion came upon me to test this fancy of mine. If I was tracked thus closely, clearly the trackers would bar my way if I turned back. So I wheeled round and walked a dozen paces down the glen. Nothing stopped me. I was about to turn again, when something made me take 6 more paces. At the 4th something rustled in the heather, and my neck was gripped as in a vice. I had already made up my mind on what I would do. I would be perfectly still, I would conquer my fear, and let them do as they pleased with me so long as they took me to their dwelling. But at the touch of the hands my resolutions fled. I struggled and screamed. Then something was clapped on my mouth, speech and strength went from me, and once more I was back in the maudlin childhood of terror. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In the cave it was always a dusky twilight. I seemed to be lying in the same place, with the same dull glare of firelight far off, and the same close stupefying smell. One of the creatures was standing silently at my side, and I asked him some trivial question. He turned and shambled down the passage, leaving me alone. Then he returned with another, and they talked their guttural talk to me. I scarcely listened till I remembered that in a sense I was here of my own accord, and on a definite mission. The purport of their speech seemed to be that, now I had returned, I must beware of a second flight. Once I had been spared, a second time I should be killed without mercy. I assented gladly. The folk, then, had some use for me. I felt my errand prospering. Then the old creature which I had seen before crept out of some corner and squatted beside me. He put a claw on my shoulder, a horrible, corrugated, skeleton thing, hairy to the fingertips and nailless. He grinned, too, with toothless gums, and his hideous old voice was like a file on sandstone. I asked questions, but he would only grin and jabber, looking now and then furtively over his shoulder towards the fire. I coaxed and humored him, till he launched into a narrative of which I could make nothing. It seemed a mere string of names, with certain words repeated at fixed intervals. Then it flashed on me that this might be a religious incantation. I had discovered remnants of a ritual and a mythology among them. It was possible that these were sacred days, and that I had stumbled upon some rude celebration. I caught a word or two and repeated them. He looked at me curiously. Then I asked him some leading question, and he replied with clearness. My guess was right. The midsummer week was the holy season of the year, when sacrifices were offered to the gods. The notion of sacrifices disquieted me, and I would fain have asked further. But the creature would speak no more. He hobbled off, and left me alone in the rock chamber to listen to a strange sound which hung ceaselessly about me. It must be the storm without, like a park of artillery rattling among the crags. A storm of storms surely, for the place echoed and hummed, and to my unquiet eye the very rock of the roof seemed to shake. Apparently my existence was forgotten, for I lay long before anyone returned. Then it was merely one who brought food, the same strange meal as before, and left hastily. When I had eaten I rose and stretched myself. My hands and knees still quivered nervously, but I was strong and perfectly well in body. The empty, desolate, tomb-like place was eerie enough to scare anyone, but its emptiness was comfort when I thought of its inmates. Then I wandered down the passage towards the fire which was burning in loneliness. Where had the folk gone? I puzzled over their disappearance. Suddenly sounds began to break on my ear, coming from some inner chamber at the end of that in which the fire burned. I could scarcely see for the smoke, but I began to make my way towards the noise, feeling along the sides of rock. Then a second gleam of light seemed to rise before me, and I came to an aperture in the wall which gave entrance to another room. This in turn was full of smoke and glow, a murky orange glow, as if from some strange flame of roots. There were the squat moving figures, running in wild antics round the fire. I crouched in the entrance, terrified and yet curious, till I saw something beyond the blaze which held me dumb. Apart from the others and tied to some stake in the wall was a woman's figure, and the face was the face of the shepherd's sister. My first impulse was flight. I must get away and think, plan, achieve some desperate way of escape. I sped back to the silent chamber as if the gang were at my heels. It was still empty, and I stood helplessly in the center, looking at the impassable walls of rock as a wearied beast may look at the walls of its cage. I bethought me of the way I had escaped before and rushed thither, only to find it blocked by a huge contrivance of stone. Yards and yards of solid rock were between me and the upper air, and yet through it all came the crash and whistle of the storm. If I were at my wits' end in this inner darkness, there was also high commotion among the powers of the air in that upper world. As I stood I heard the soft steps of my tormentors. They seemed to think I was meditating escape, for they flung themselves on me and bore me to the ground. I did not struggle, and when they saw me quiet, they squatted round and began to speak. They told me of the holy season and its sacrifices. At first I could not follow them, then when I caught familiar words I found some clue, and they became intelligible. They spoke of a woman, and I asked, what woman? With all frankness they told me of the custom which prevailed, how every 20th summer a woman was sacrificed to some devilish god, and by the hand of one of the stranger race. I said nothing, but my whitening face must have told them a tale, though I strove hard to keep my composure. I asked if they had found the victims. She is in this place, they said, and as for the man, thou art he. And with this they left me. I had still some hours, so much I gathered from their talk, for the sacrifice was at sunset. Escape was cut off forever. I have always been something of a fatalist, and at the prospect of the irrevocable end my cheerfulness returned. I had my pistol, for they had taken nothing from me. I took out the little weapon and fingered it lovingly. Hope of the lost, refuge of the vanquished, ease to the coward, blessed be he who first conceived it. The time dragged on, the minutes grew to hours, and still I was left solitary. Only the mad violence of the storm broke the quiet. It had increased in fury, for the stones at the mouth of the exit by which I had formerly escaped seemed to rock with some external pressure, and cutting shafts of wind slipped past and cleft the heat of the passage. What a sight the ravine outside must be, I thought, set in the forehead of a great hill, and swept clean by every breeze. Then came a crashing, and the long hollow echo of a fall. The rocks are splitting, said I, the road down the corrie will be impassable now and forevermore. I began to grow weak with the nervousness of the waiting, and by I lay down and fell into a sort of doze. When I next knew consciousness I was being roused by two of the folk, and bidden get ready. I stumbled to my feet, felt for the pistol in the hollow of my sleeve, and prepared to follow. When we came out into the wider chamber, the noise of the storm was deafening. The roof rang like a shield which has been struck. I noticed, perturbed as I was, that my guards cast anxious eyes around them, alarmed, like myself, at the murderous din. Nor was the world quieter when we entered the last chamber, where the fire burned and the remnant of the folk waited. Wind had found an entrance from somewhere or other, and the flames blew here and there, and the smoke gyrated in odd circles. At the back, and apart from the rest, I saw the dazed eyes and the white old drawn face of the woman. They led me up beside her to a place where there was a rude flat stone, hollowed in the center, and on it a rusty iron knife, which seemed once to have formed part of a scythe blade. Then I saw the ceremonial which was marked out for me. It was the very rite which I had dimly figured as current among a rude people, and even in that moment of horror I had something of the scholar's satisfaction. The oldest of the folk, who seemed to be a sort of priest, came to my side and mumbled a form of words. His fetid breath sickened me. His dull eyes, glassy like a brute's with age, brought my knees together. He put the knife in my hands, dragged the terror-stricken woman forward to the altar, and bade me begin. I began by sawing her bonds through. When she felt herself free she would have fled back, but stopped when I bade her. At that moment there came a noise of rending and crashing as if the hills were falling, and for 1 second the eyes of the folk were averted from the frustrated sacrifice. Only for a moment. The next they saw what I had done, and with one impulse rushed towards me. Then began the last scene in the play. I sent a bullet through the right eye of the first thing that came on. The second shot went wide, but the third shattered the hand of an elderly ruffian with a club. Never for an instant did they stop, and now they were clutching at me. I pushed the woman behind, and fired 3 rapid shots in blind panic, and then, clutching the scythe, I struck right and left like a madman. Suddenly I saw the foreground sink before my eyes. The roof sloped down, and with a sickening hiss a mountain of rock and earth seemed to precipitate itself on the foremost of my assailants. One, nipped in the middle by a rock, caught my eye by his hideous writhings. 2 only remained in what was now a little suffocating chamber, with embers from the fire still smoking on the floor. The woman caught me by the hand and drew me with her, while the 2 seemed mute with fear. "There's a road at the back," she screamed. "I ken it. I found it out." And she pulled me up a narrow hole in the rock. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How long we climbed I do not know. We were both fighting for air, with the tightness of throat and chest, and the craziness of limb which means suffocation. I cannot tell when we first came to the surface, but I remember the woman, who seemed to have the strength of extreme terror, pulling me from the edge of a crevasse and laying me on a flat rock. It seemed to be the depth of winter, with sheer falling rain and a wind that shook the hills. Then I was once more myself and could look about me. From my feet yawned a sheer abyss, where once had been a hill shoulder. Some great mass of rock on the brow of the mountain had been loosened by the storm, and in its fall had caught the lips of the ravine and blocked the upper outlet from the nest of dwellings. For a moment, I feared that all had been destroyed. My feeling, heaven help me, was not thankfulness for God's mercy and my escape, but a bitter mad regret. I rushed frantically to the edge, and when I saw only the blackness of darkness I wept weak tears. All the time the storm was tearing at my body, and I had to grip hard by hand and foot to keep my place. Suddenly on the brink of the ravine I saw a third figure. We too were not the only fugitives. One of the folk had escaped. I ran to it, and to my surprise the thing as soon as it saw me rushed to meet me. At first I thought it was with some instinct of self-preservation, but when I saw its eyes I knew the purpose of fight. Clearly one or other should go no more from the place. We were some 10 yards from the brink when I grappled with it. Dimly I heard the woman scream with fright, and saw her scramble across the hillside. Then we were tugging in a death throe, the hideous smell of the thing in my face, its red eyes burning into mine, and its hoarse voice muttering. Its strength seemed incredible, but I, too, am no weakling. We tugged and strained, its nails biting into my flesh, while I choked its throat unsparingly. Every second I dreaded lest we should plunge together over the ledge, for it was thither my adversary tried to draw me. I caught my heel in a nick of rock, and pulled madly against it. And then, while I was beginning to glory with the pride of conquest, my hope was dashed in pieces. The thing seemed to break from my arms, and, as if in despair, cast itself headlong into the impenetrable darkness. I stumbled blindly after it, saved myself on the brink, and fell back, sick and ill, into a merciful swoon. Asterisk 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 8. Note in conclusion by the editor: at this point the narrative of my unfortunate friend, Mr. Graves of St. Chad's, breaks off abruptly. He wrote it shortly before his death, and was prevented from completing it by the attack of heart failure which carried him off. In accordance with the instructions in his will, I have prepared it for publication, and now in much fear and hesitation, give it to the world. First, however, I must supplement it by such facts as fall within my knowledge. The shepherd seems to have gone to Alamui and by the help of the letter convinced the inhabitants. A body of men was collected under the landlord, and during the afternoon set out for the hills. But unfortunately the great midsummer storm, the most terrible of recent climatic disturbances, had filled the mosses and streams, and they found themselves unable to proceed by any direct road. Ultimately late in the evening they arrived at the cottage of Pharaoh, only to find there a raving woman, the shepherd's sister, who seemed crazy with brain fever. She told some rambling story about her escape, but her narrative said nothing of Mr. Graves. So they treated her with what skill they possessed, and sheltered for the night in and around the cottage. The next morning the storm had abated a little, and the woman had recovered something of her wits. From her they learned that Mr. Graves was lying in a ravine on the side of the Munaror in imminent danger of his life. A body set out to find him, but so immense was the landslip, and so dangerous the whole mountain, that it was nearly evening when they recovered him from the ledge of rock. He was alive, but unconscious, and on bringing him back to the cottage it was clear that he was, indeed, very ill. There he lay for 3 months, while the best skill that could be got was procured for him. By dint of an uncommon toughness of constitution he survived, but it was an old and feeble man who returned to Oxford in the early winter. The shepherd and his sister immediately left the countryside, and were never more heard of, unless they are the pair of unfortunates who are at present in a Scottish pauper asylum, incapable of remembering even their names. The people who last spoke with them declared that their minds seemed weakened by a great shock, and that it was hopeless to try to get any connected or rational statement. The career of my poor friend from that hour was little short of a tragedy. He awoke from his illness to find the world incredulous. Even the countryfolk of Alamui set down the story to the shepherd's craziness and my friend's credulity. In Oxford, his argument was received with polite scorn. An account of his experiences which he drew up for the Times was refused by the editor, and an article on primitive peoples of the North embodying what he believed to be the result of his discoveries, was unanimously rejected by every responsible journal in Europe. At first, he bore the treatment bravely. Reflection convinced him that the colony had not been destroyed. Proofs were still awaiting his hand, and with courage and caution he might yet triumph over his enemies. But unfortunately, though the ardor of the scholar burned more fiercely than ever and all fear seemed to have been purged from his soul, the last adventure had grievously sapped his bodily strength. In the spring following his accident he made an effort to reach the spot, alone, for no one could be persuaded to follow him in what was regarded as a childish madness. He slept at the now deserted cottage of Farrower, but in the morning found himself unable to continue, and with difficulty struggled back to the shepherd's cottage at Allercleuch, where he was confined to bed for a fortnight. Then it became necessary for him to seek health abroad, and it was not till the following autumn that he attempted the journey again. He fell sick a second time at the inn of Alamui, and during his convalescence had himself carried to a knoll in the inn garden, whence a glimpse can be obtained of the shoulder of the Muneral. There he would sit for hours with his eyes fixed on the horizon, and at times he would be found weeping with weakness and vexation. The last attempt was made but 2 months before his last illness. On this occasion he got no farther than Carlisle, where he was taken ill with what proved to be a premonition of death. After that he shut his lips tightly, as though recognizing the futility of his hopes. Whether he had been soured by the treatment he received, or whether his brain had already been weakened, he had become a morose silent man, and for the 2 years before his death had few friends and no society. From the obituary notice in the Times I take the following paragraph, which shows in what light the world had come to look upon him. At the outset of his career he was regarded as a rising scholar in one department of archaeology, and his Taffert lectures were a real contribution to an obscure subject. But in afterlife he was led into fantastic speculations, and when he found himself unable to convince his colleagues, he gradually retired into himself, and lived practically a hermit's life till his death. His career, thus broken short, is a sad instance of the fascination which the recondite and the quack can exercise even over men of approved ability. And now his own narrative is published, and the world can judge as it pleases about the amazing romance. The view which will doubtless find general acceptance is that the whole is a figment of the brain, begotten of some harmless moorland adventure and the company of such religious maniacs as the shepherd and his sister. But some who knew the former sobriety and calmness of my friend's mind may be disposed timorously and with deep hesitation to another verdict. They may accept the narrative, and believe that somewhere in those moorlands he met with a horrible primitive survival, passed through the strangest adventure, and had his fingers on an epoch-making discovery. In this case they will be inclined to sympathize with the loneliness and misunderstanding of his latter days. It is not for me to decide the question. Though a fellow historian, the Picts are outside my period, and I dare not advance an opinion on a matter with which I am not fully familiar. But I would point out that the means of settling the question are still extant, and I would call upon some young archaeologist, with a reputation to seize upon the chance of the century. Most of the expresses for the north stop at Allerfoot. A 10 miles drive will bring him to Alamui, and then with a 15 miles walk he is at Farawa and on the threshold of discovery. Let him follow the burn and cross the ridge and ascend the scarts of the Muneraw, and, if he return at all, it may be with a more charitable judgment of my unfortunate friend. Footnotes 1. The narrative of Mr. Graves was written in the year 1898. 2. In the light of subsequent events I have jotted down the materials to which I refer. The last authentic record of the Brownie is in the narrative of the Shepherd of Clatchlands, taken down towards the close of last century by the Reverend Mr. Gillespie, minister of Alarcock, and included by him in his Songs and Legends of Glen Alla. The authorities on the strange carrying away of children are to be found in a series of articles in a local paper, the Allerfoot Advertiser, September and October 1878, and a curious book published anonymously at Edinburgh in 1848, entitled The Weathergore. The records of the unexplained murders in the same neighborhood are all contained in Mr. Fordown's Theory of Expert Evidence and an attack on the book in the Law Review for June 1881. The Carrick Fay case has a pamphlet to itself, now extremely rare, a copy of which was recently obtained in a bookseller's shop in Dumfries by a well-known antiquary, and presented to the Library of the Supreme Court in Edinburgh. To the Far Islands, Lady Alice, Lady Louise, between the wash of the tumbling seas, I when Bran the Blessed, as the story goes, followed the White Bird on the last questing, knowing that return was not for him, he gave gifts to his followers. To Heliodorus he gave the gift of winning speech, and straightway the man went south to the Italian seas, and, becoming a scholar, left many descendants who sat in the high places of the church. To Raymond he gave his steel battle axe, and bade him go out to the warrior's path and hew his way to a throne, which the man forthwith accomplished, and became an ancestor in the 4th degree of the first King of Scots. But to Colin, the youngest and the dearest, he gave no gift, whispering only a word in his ear and laying a finger on his eyelids. Yet Colin was satisfied, and he alone of the three, after their master's going, remained on that coast of rock and heather. In the 3rd generation from Colin, as our elders counted years, came one Colin the Red, who built his keep on the cliffs of Acara and was a mighty sea rover in his day. 5 times he sailed to the rich parts of France, and a good score of times he carried his flag of 3 stars against the easterly Vikings. A mere name in story, but a sounding piece of nomenclature well garnished with tales. A mastermind by all accounts, but cursed with a habit of fantasy, for hearing in his old age of a land to the westward, he forthwith sailed into the sunset, and 3 days later was washed up, a twisted body, on one of the outer isles. So far it is but legend, but with his grandson, Colin the Red, we fall into the safer hands of the chroniclers. To him God gave the unnumbered sorrows of storytelling, for he was a bard, cursed with a bard's fervours, and none the less a mighty warrior among his own folk. He it was who wrote the lament called The White Waters of Usna and the exquisite chain of romances, Gleed Red Gold and Grey Silver. His tales were told by many fires, down to our grandfather's time, and you will find them still pounded at by the folklorists. But his airs, they are eternal. On harp and pipe they have lived through the centuries, twisted and tortured, they survive in many songbooks, and I declare that the other day I heard the most beautiful of them all murdered by a band at a German watering place. This Colin led the wanderer's life, for he disappeared at middle age, no one knew whither, and his return was long looked for by his people. Some thought that he became a Christian monk, the holy man living in the sea-girt Isle of Cuna, who was found dead in extreme old age, kneeling on the beach, with his arms, contrary to the fashion of the church, stretched to the westward. As history narrowed into bonds and forms, the descendants of Colin took Raden for their surname, and settled more firmly on their lands in the long peninsula of crag and inlets which runs west to the Atlantic. Under Donald of the Isles they harried the kings of Scots, or, on their own authority, made war on Macleans and Macranalds, till their flag of the 3 stars, their badge of the grey goose feather, and their on-cry of Cuna were feared from Lochalsh to Cantyre. Later they made a truce with the king, and entered into the royal councils. For years they warded the western coast, and as king's lieutenants smoked out the inferior pirates of Egg and Tyrensay. A Raden was made a lord of Sleat, another was given lands in the Low Country and the name Baron of Strathy, but their honours were transitory and short as their lives. Rarely one of the house saw middle age. A bold, handsome, and stirring race, it was their fate to be cut off in the rude warfare of the times, or, if peace had them in its clutches, to man vessel and set off once more on those mad western voyages which were the weird of the family. 3 of the name were found drowned on the far shore of Cuna, more than one sailed straight out of the ken of mortals. One rode with the good Lord James on the pilgrimage of the heart of Bruce, and died by his leader's side in the Saracen battle. Long afterwards Aradan led the western men against the Cheshire archers at Flodden, and was slain himself in the steel circle around the king. But the years brought peace and a greater wealth, and soon the cold stone tower was left solitary on the headland, and the new house of Kinlochune arose by the green links of the stream. The family changed its faith, and an episcopal chaplain took the place of the old mass priest in the tutoring of the sons. Radans were in the 15 and the 45. They rose with Bute to power, and they long disputed the pride of Dundas in the northern capital. They intermarried with great English houses till the sons of the family were Scots only in name, living much abroad or in London, many of them English landowners by virtue of a mother's blood. Soon the race was of the common over-civilized type, graceful, well-mannered, with abundant good looks, but only once in a generation reverting to the rugged northern strength. Eton and Oxford had in turn displaced the family chaplain, and the house by the windy headland grew emptier and emptier save when grouse and deer brought home its fickle masters. Too, a childish illness brought Colin to Kinlochune when he had reached the mature age of 5, and delicate health kept him there for the greater part of the next 6 years. During the winter he lived in London, but from the late northern spring, through all the long bright summers, he lived in the great tenantless place without company, for he was an only child. A French nurse had the charge of his doings, and when he had passed through the formality of lessons there were the long pine woods at his disposal, the rough moor, the wonderful black holes with the rich black mud in them, and best of all the Bay of Acara, below the headland, with Cuna lying in the waves a mile to the west. At such times his father was busy elsewhere. His mother was dead, the family had few near relatives, so he passed a solitary childhood in the company of seagulls and the birds of the moor. His time for the beach was the afternoon. On the left as you go down through the woods from the house there runs out the great headland of Acara, red and grey with mosses, and with a nimbus always of screaming sea-fowl. To the right runs a low beach of sand, passing into rough limestone boulders and then into the heather of the wood. This in turn is bounded by a reef of low rocks falling by gentle breaks to the water's edge. It is crowned with a tangle of heath and fern, bright at most seasons with flowers, and dwarf pine trees straggle on its crest till one sees the meaning of its Gaelic name, the Ragged Cock's Comb. This place was Colin's playground in fine weather. When it blew rain or snow from the north he dwelt indoors among dogs and books, puzzling his way through great volumes from his father's shelves. But when the mild west wind weather fell on the sea, then he would lie on the hot sand, Amelie the nurse reading a novel on the nearest rock, and kick his small heels as he followed his fancy. He built great sand castles to the shape of Acara old tower, and peopled them with preposterous knights and ladies. He drew great moats and rivers for the tide to fill. He fought battles innumerable with crackling seaweed, till Amelie, with her sharp cry of Colin, Colin would carry him houseward for tea. 2 fancies remained in his mind through those boyish years. One was about the mysterious shining sea before him. In certain weathers it seemed to him a solid pathway. Cuna, the little ragged isle, ceased to block the horizon, and his own white road ran away down into the west, till suddenly it stopped and he saw no farther. He knew he ought to see more, but always at one place, just when his thoughts were pacing the white road most gallantly, there came a baffling mist to his sight, and he found himself looking at a commonplace sea with Cunha lying very real and palpable in the offing. It was a vexatious limitation, for all his dreams were about this pathway. One day in June, when the waters slept in a deep heat, he came down the sands barefoot, and lo! there was his pathway. For one moment things seemed clear, the mist had not gathered on the road, and with a cry he ran down to the tide's edge and waded in. The touch of water dispelled the illusion, and almost in tears he saw the cruel back of Cunha blotting out his own magic way. The other fancy was about the low ridge of rocks which bounded the bay on the right. His walks had never extended beyond it, either on the sands or inland, for that way lay a steep hillside and a perilous bog. But often on the sands he had come to its foot and wondered what country lay beyond. He made many efforts to explore it, difficult efforts, for the vigilant Amelie had first to be avoided. Once he was almost at the top when some seaweed to which he clung gave way, and he rolled back again to the soft warm sand. By and by he found that he knew what was beyond. A clear picture had built itself up in his brain of a mile of reefs, with sand in bars between them, and beyond all a seaward of alders slipping from the hill's skirts to the water's edge. This was not what he wanted in his explorations, so he stopped, till one day it struck him that the westward view might reveal something beyond the hog-backed Cunha. One day, pioneering alone, he scaled the steepest heights of the seaweed and pulled his chin over the crest of the ridge. There, sure enough, was his picture, a mile of reefs and the tattered seaward. He turned eagerly seawards. Cunha still lay humped on the waters, but beyond it he seemed to see his shining pathway running far to a speck which might be an island. Crazy with pleasure he stared at the vision, till slowly it melted into the waves, and Cunha the inexorable once more blocked the skyline. He climbed down, his heart in a doubt between despondency and hope. It was the last day of such fancies, for on the morrow he had to face the new world of school. Asterisk 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 at Cecil's Colin found a new life and 1,000 new interests. His early delicacy had been driven away by the sea winds of Acara, and he was rapidly growing up a tall, strong child, straight of limb like all his house, but sinewy and alert beyond his years. He learned new games with astonishing facility, became a fast bowler with a genius for twists, and a rugby 3/4 full of pluck and cunning. He soon attained to the modified popularity of a private school, and, being essentially clean, strong, and healthy, found himself a mark for his juniors' worship and a favorite with masters. The homage did not spoil him, for no boy was ever less self-possessed. On the cricket ground and the football field he was a leader, but in private he had the nervous, sensitive manners of the would-be recluse. No one ever accused him of side, his polite, halting address was the same to junior and senior, and the result was that wild affection which simplicity in the great is wont to inspire. He spoke with a pure accent, in which lurked no northern trace. In a little he had forgotten all about his birthplace and his origin. His name had at first acquired for him the sobriquet of Scotty, but the title was soon dropped from its manifest ineptness. In his second year at Cecil's he caught a prevalent fever, and for days lay very near the brink of death. At his worst he was wildly delirious, crying ceaselessly for a cara and the beach at Kinlochuna. But as he grew convalescent the absorption remained, and for the moment he seemed to have forgotten his southern life. He found himself playing on the sands, always with the boundary ridge before him, and the hump of Cuna rising in the sea. When dragged back to his environment by the inquiries of Bellew, his special friend, who came to sit with him, he was so abstracted and forgetful that the good Bellew was seriously grieved. "The chap's a bit cracked, you know," he announced in hall. "Didn't know me. Asked me what footer meant when I told him about the Baswick match, and talked about nothing but a lot of heathen Scotch names." One dream haunted Colin throughout the days of his recovery. He was tormented with a furious thirst, poorly assuaged at long intervals by watered milk. So when he crossed the borders of dreamland his first search was always for a well. He tried the brushwood inland from the beach, but it was dry as stone. Then he climbed with difficulty the boundary ridge, and found little pools of salt water, while far on the other side gleamed the dark black bog holes. Here was not what he sought, and he was in deep despair, till suddenly over the sea he caught a glimpse of his old path running beyond Cuna to a bank of mist. He rushed down to the tide's edge, and to his amazement found solid ground. Now was the chance for which he had long looked, and he ran happily westwards, till of a sudden the solid earth seemed to sink with him, and he was in the waters struggling. But two curious things he noted. One was that the far bank of mist seemed to open for a pinpoint of time, and he had a gleam of land. He saw nothing distinctly, only a line which was not mist and was not water. The second was that the water was fresh, and as he was drinking from this curious new fresh sea he awoke. The dream was repeated 3 times before he left the sick room. Always he wakened at the same place, always he quenched his thirst in the fresh sea, but never again did the mist open for him and show him the strange country. Asterisk 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 asterisk. From Cecil's he went to the famous school which was the tradition in his family. The head spoke to his housemaster of his coming. "We are to have another Raiden here," he said, "and I am glad of it, if the young one turns out to be anything like the others. There's a good deal of dry rot among the boys just now. They are all too old for their years and too wise in the wrong way. They haven't anything like the enthusiasm in games they had 20 years ago when I first came here. I hope this young Raiden will stir them up." The housemaster agreed, and when he first caught sight of Colin's slim, well-knit figure, looked into the handsome kindly eyes, and heard his curiously diffident speech, his doubts vanished. We have got the right stuff now, he told himself, and the senior for whom the new boy fact made the same comment. From the anomalous insignificance of factum, Colin climbed up the school, leaving everywhere a record of honest good nature. He was allowed to forget his cricket and football, but in return he was initiated into the mysteries of the river. Water had always been his delight, so he went through the dreary preliminaries of being coached in a tub pair till he learned to swing steadily and get his arms quickly forward. Then came the stages of scratch 4s and scratch 8s, till after a long apprenticeship he was promoted to the dignity of a thwart in the 8 itself. In his last year he was captain of boats, a position which joins the responsibility of a cabinet minister to the rapturous popular applause of a successful warrior. Nor was he the least distinguished of a great band. With Colin at 7 the school won the ladies after the closest race on record. The head's prophecy fell true, for Colin was a born leader. For all his good humour and diffidence of speech, he had a trick of shutting his teeth which all respected. As captain he was the idol of the school, and he ruled it well and justly. For the rest, he was a curious boy with none of the ordinary young enthusiasms, reserved for all his kindliness. At house shouters his was not the voice which led the stirring strains of "Stroke out all you know," though his position demanded it. He cared little about work, and the schoolhouse scholar, who fancied him from his manner a devotee of things intellectual, found in Colin but an affected interest. He read a certain amount of modern poetry with considerable boredom. Fiction he never opened. The truth was that he had a romance in his own brain which, willy-nilly, would play itself out, and which left him small relish for the pale second-hand inanities of art. Often, when with others he would lie in the deep meadows by the river on some hot summer's day, his fancies would take a curious colour. He adored the soft English landscape, the lush grasses, the slow streams, the ancient secular trees. But as he looked into the hazy green distance a colder air would blow on his cheek, a pungent smell of salt and pines would be for a moment in his nostrils, and he would be gazing at a line of waves on a beach, a ridge of low rocks, and a shining sea path running out to, that he could not tell. The envious Cunha would suddenly block all the vistas. He had constantly the vision before his eyes, and he strove to strain into the distance before Cunha should intervene. Once or twice he seemed almost to achieve it. He found that by keeping on the top of the low rock ridge he could cheat Cunha by a second or two, and get a glimpse of a misty something out in the west. The vision took odd times for recurring, once or twice in lecture, once on the cricket ground, many times in the fields of a Sunday, and once while he paddled down to the start in a trials race. It gave him a keen pleasure. It was his private domain, where at any moment he might make some enchanting discovery. At this time he began to spend his vacations at Kinlochuna. His father, an elderly ex-diplomat, had permanently taken up his abode there, and was rapidly settling into the easy life of the Scots laird. Colin returned to his native place without enthusiasm. His childhood there had been full of lonely hours, and he had come to like the warm south country. He found the house full of people, for his father entertained hugely, and the talk was of sport and sport alone. As a rule, your very great athlete is bored by Scots shooting. Long hours of tramping and crouching among heather cramp without fully exercising the body, and unless he has the love of the thing ingrained in him, the odds are that he will wish himself home. The father, in his new-found admiration for his lot, was content to face all weathers. The son found it an effort to keep pace with such vigor. He thought upon the sunlit fields and reedy watercourses with regret, and saw little in the hills but a rough waste scarred with rock and sour with mosses. He read widely throughout these days, for his father had a taste for modern letters, and new books lay littered about the rooms. He read queer Celtic tales which he thought sickening rot and mild Celtic poetry which he failed to understand. Among the guests was a noted manufacturer of fiction, whom the elder Raden had met somewhere and bidden to Kinlochuna. He had heard the tale of Colin's ancestors and the sea headland of Acara, and one day he asked the boy to show him the place, as he wished to make a story of it. Colin assented unwillingly, for he had been slow to visit this place of memories, and he did not care to make his first experiment in such company. But the gentleman would not be gainsaid, so the two scrambled through the seawood and climbed the low ridge which looked over the bay. The weather was mist and drizzle. Cuna had wholly hidden herself, and the bluff Acara loomed hazy and far. Colin was oddly disappointed. This reality was a poor place compared with his fancies. His companion stroked his peaked beard, talked nonsense about Colin the Red and rhetoric about the spirit of the misty grey weather having entered into the old tale. Think, he cried, to those old warriors beyond that bank of mist was the whole desire of life, the golden city, the far islands, whatever you care to call it. Colin shivered, as if his holy places had been profaned, set down the man in his mind most unjustly as an awful little cad and hurried him back to the house. Oxford received the boy with open arms, for his reputation had long preceded him. To the majority of men he was the one freshman of his year, and gossip was busy with his prospects. Nor was gossip disappointed. In his first year he rowed 7 in the 8. The next year he was captain of his college boats, and a year later the OUBC made him its president. For 3 years he rowed in the winning 8, and old coaches agreed that in him the perfect 7 had been found. It was he who in the famous race of 18, caught up in the last 300 yards the quickened stroke which gave Oxford victory. As he grew to his full strength he became a splendid figure of a man, tall, supple, deep-chested for all his elegance. His quick dark eyes and his kindly hesitating manners made people think his face extraordinarily handsome, when really it was in no way above the common. But his whole figure, as he stood in his shorts and sweater on the raft at Putney, was so full of youth and strength that people involuntarily smiled when they saw him, a smile of pleasure in so proper a piece of manhood. Colin enjoyed life hugely at Oxford, for to one so frank and well-equipped the place gave of its best. He was the most distinguished personage of his day there, but, save to school friends and the men he met officially on the river, he was little known. His diffidence and his very real exclusiveness kept him from being the center of a host of friends. His own countrymen in the place were utterly nonplussed by him. They claimed him eagerly as a fellow, but he had none of the ordinary characteristics of the race. There were Scots of every description around him, pale-faced Scots who worked incessantly, metaphysical Scots who talked in the Union, robustious Scots who played football. They were all men of hearty manners and many enthusiasms, who quoted Burns and dined to the immortal bard's honour every 25th of January, who told interminable Scotch stories, and fell into fervours over national sports, dishes, drinks, and religions. To the poor Colin it was all inexplicable. At the remote house of Kinlochuna he had never heard of a free kirk or a haggis. He had never read a line of Burns. Scott bored him exceedingly, and in all honesty he thought Scott's games inferior to Southern sports. He had no great love for the bleak country, he cared nothing for the traditions of his house, so he was promptly set down by his compatriots as denationalized and degenerate. He was idle, too, during these years as far as his schools were concerned, but he was always very intent upon his own private business. Whenever he sat down to read, when he sprawled on the grass at river picnics, in chapel, in lecture, in short, at any moment when his body was at rest and his mind at leisure, his fancies were off on the same old path. Things had changed, however, in that country. The boyish device of a hard road running over the waters had gone, and now it was invariably a boat which he saw beached on the shingle. It differed in shape. At first it was an ugly salmon coble, such as the fishermen used for the nets at Kinlochuna. Then it passed, by rapid transitions, through a canvas skiff which it took good watermanship to sit, a whiff, an ordinary dinghy, till at last it settled itself into a long rough boat, pointed at both ends, with oar holes in the sides instead of rowlocks. It was the devil's own business to launch it, and launch it anew he was compelled to for every journey, for though he left it bound in a little rock hollow below the ridge after landing, yet when he returned, lo! there was the clumsy thing high and dry upon the beach. The odd point about the new venture was that Cunha had ceased to trouble him. As soon as he had pulled his first stroke the island disappeared, and nothing lay before him but the sea fog. Yet, try as he might, he could come little nearer. The shores behind him might sink and lessen, but the impenetrable mist was still miles to the westward. Sometimes he rowed so far that the shore was a thin line upon the horizon, but when he turned the boat it seemed to ground in a second on the beach. The long-labored journey out and the instantaneous return puzzled him at first, but soon he became used to them. His one grief was the mist, which seemed to grow denser as he neared it. The sudden glimpse of land which he had got from the ridge of rock in the old boyish days was now denied him, and with the denial came a keener exultation in the quest. Somewhere in the west, he knew, must be land, and in this land a well of sweet water, for so he had interpreted his feverish dream. Sometimes, when the wind blew against him, he caught scents from it, generally the scent of pines, as on the little ridge on the shore behind him. One day on his college barge, while he was waiting for a picnic party to start, he seemed to get nearer than before. Out on that western sea, as he saw it, it was fresh, blowing weather, with a clear hot sky above. It was hard work rowing, for the wind was against him, and the sun scorched his forehead. The air seemed full of scents, and sounds, too, sounds of faraway surf and wind in trees. He rested for a moment on his oars and turned his head. His heart beat quickly, for there was a rift in the mist, and far through a line of sand ringed with snow-white foam. Somebody shook him roughly. "Come on, Colin, old man. They're all waiting for you. Do you know you've been half asleep?" Colin rose and followed silently, with drowsy eyes. His mind was curiously excited. He had looked inside the veil of mist. Now he knew what was the land he sought. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He made the voyage often, now that the spell was broken. It was short work to launch the boat, and, whereas it had been a long pull formerly, now it needed only a few strokes to bring him to the rim of the mist. There was no chance of getting farther, and he scarcely tried. He was content to rest there, in a world of curious scents and sounds, till the mist drew down and he was driven back to shore. The change in his environment troubled him little. For a man who has been an idol at the university to fall suddenly into the comparative insignificance of town is often a bitter experience, but Colin, whose thoughts were not ambitious, scarcely noticed it. He found that he was less his own master than before, but he humbled himself to his new duties without complaint. Many of his old friends were about him, he had plenty of acquaintances, and, being sufficient unto himself, he was unaccustomed to ennui. Invitations showered upon him thick and fast. Matchmaking mothers, knowing his birth and his father's income, and reflecting that he was the only child of his house, desired him as a son-in-law. He was bidden welcome everywhere, and the young girls, for whose sake he was thus courted, found in him an attractive mystery. The tall good-looking athlete, with the kind eyes and the preposterously nervous manner, wakened their maidenly sympathies. As they danced with him or sat next to him at dinner, they talked fervently of Oxford, of the North, of the army, of his friends. "Stupid, but nice, my dear," was Lady Flint's comment, and Miss Clara Etheridge, the beauty of the year, declared to her friends that he was a dear boy, but so awkward. He was always forgetful, and ever apologetic, and when he forgot the Shanwick's theatre party, the Herapath's dance, and at least a dozen minor matters, he began to acquire the reputation of a cynic and a recluse. "You're a queer chap," Lieutenant Bellew said in expostulation. Colin shrugged his shoulders, he was used to the description. "Do you know that Clara Etheridge was trying all she knew to please you this afternoon, and you looked as if you weren't listening. Most men would have given their ears to be in your place. I'm awfully sorry, but I thought I was very polite to her. And why weren't you at the Marshams show? Oh, I went to polo with Collinson and another man. And, I say, old chap, I'm not coming to the Logans tomorrow. I've got a fence on with a dare at the school. Little Bellew, who was a tremendous mirror of fashion and Chevalier in general, looked up curiously at his tall friend. Why don't you like the women, Col, when they're so fond of you? They aren't, said Colin hotly, and I don't dislike 'em. But, Lord, they bore me. I might be doing 20 things when I talk nonsense to one of them for an hour. I come back as stupid as an owl, and besides there's heaps of things better sport. The truth was that, while among men he was a leader and at his ease, among women his psychic balance was so oddly upset that he grew nervous and returned unhappy. The boat on the beach, ready in general to appear at the slightest call, would delay long after such experiences, and its place would be taken by some woman's face for which he cared not a straw. For the boat, on the other hand, he cared a very great deal. In all his frank wholesome existence there was this enchanting background, this pleasure garden which he cherished more than anything in life. He had come of late to look at it with somewhat different eyes. The eager desire to search behind the mist was ever with him, but now he had also some curiosity about the details of the picture. As he pulled out to the rim of the mist, sounds seemed to shape themselves on his lips, which by and by grew into actual words in his memory. He wrote them down in scraps, and after some sorting they seemed to him a kind of Latin. He remembered a college friend of his, one Medway, now reading for the bar, who had been the foremost scholar of his acquaintance, so with the scrap of paper in his pocket he climbed one evening to Medway's rooms in the Temple. The man read the words curiously, and puzzled for a bit. "What's made you take to Latin comps so late in life, Colin? It's baddish, you know, even for you. I thought they'd have licked more into you at Eton." Colin grinned with amusement. "I'll tell you about it later," he said. "Can you make out what it means?" "It seems to be a kind of dog Latin or monkish Latin or something of the sort," said Medway. "It reads like this: Sols oxidaria solent, that's cribbed from Catullus, and besides it's the regular monkish pun, qua, then blandula something. Then there's a lot of Choctaw, and then illi insuli dialectsa in quas festinant somnia animuli gadia. That's pretty fair rot. Hullo, by George. Here's something better: insula pomorum insula vitae. That's Geoffrey of Monmouth. He made a dive to a bookcase and pulled out a battered little calf-bound duodecimo. Here's all about your Isle of Apple trees. Listen. Situate far out in the Western Ocean, beyond the utmost islands, beyond even the little Isle of Sheep where the cairns of dead men are, lies the island of apple trees where the heroes and princes of the nations live their second life. He closed the book and put it back. It's the old ancient story, the Greek Hesperides, the British Avilion, and this apple tree island is the northern equivalent. Colin sat entranced, his memory busy with a problem. Could he distinguish the scents of apple trees among the perfumes of the rim of the mist? For the moment he thought he could. He was roused by Medway's voice asking the story of the writing. "Oh, it's just some nonsense that was running in my head, so I wrote it down to see what it was." "But you must have been reading." "A new exercise for you, Colin." "No, I wasn't reading. Look here. You know the sort of pictures you make for yourself of places you like?" "Rather. Mine is a Yorkshire moor with a little red shooting box in the heart of it." "Well, mine is different. Mine is a sort of beach with a sea and a lot of islands somewhere far out. It is a jolly place, fresh, you know, and blowing, and smells good. 'Pon my word, now I think of it, there's always been a scent of apples. Sort of cider press. Well, I must be off. You'd better come round to the club and see the telegrams about the war. You should be keen about it." One evening, a week later, Medway met a friend called Tillotson at the club, and, being lonely, they dined together. Tillotson was a man of some note in science, a dabbler in psychology, an amateur historian, a ripe genealogist. They talked of politics and the war, of a new book, of Mrs. Runnymede, and finally of their hobbies. "I am writing an article," said Tillotson. "Craik's asked me to do it for the monthly. It's on a nice point in psychics. I call it the transmission of fallacies, but I do not mean the logical kind. The question is, can a particular form of hallucination run in a family for generations? The proof must, of course, come from my genealogical studies. I maintain it can. I instance the Douglasonauts, not one of whom can see straight with the left eye. That is one side. In another class of examples I take the Drapiers, who hate salt water and never go on board ship if they can help it. Then you remember the Druids. Old Lady Balcranie used to tell me that no one of the lot could ever stand the sight of a green frock. There's a chance for the romancer. The Manor waters have the same madness, only their color is red." A vague remembrance haunted Medway's brain. "I know a man who might give you points from his own case. Did you ever meet a chap Raiden, Colin Raiden?" Tillotson nodded. "Long chap, in the Guards. Varsity and used to be a crack bowler." "No, I don't know him. I know him well by sight, and I should like to meet him tremendously, as a genealogist, of course." "Why?" asked Medway. "Why? Because the man's family is unique. You never hear much about them nowadays, but away up in that northwest corner of Scotland they have ruled since the days of Noah. Why, man, they were aristocrats when our Howards and Nevilles were greengrocers. I wish you would get this Raiden to meet me some night." "I am afraid there's no chance of it just at present," said Medway, taking up an evening paper. "I see that his regiment has gone to the front. But remind me when he comes back, and I'll be delighted. 3. And now there began for Colin a curious divided life, without a constant shifting of scene, days of heat and bustle and toil, within a slow, tantalizing, yet exquisite adventure. The rim of the mist was now no more the goal of his journeys, but the starting point. Lying there, amid cool, fragrant sea winds, his fanciful ear was subtly alert for the sounds of the dim land before him. Sleeping and waking the quest haunted him. As he flung himself on his bed, the kerosene-filled air would change to an ocean freshness. The old boat would rock beneath him, and with clear eye and a boyish hope he would be waiting and watching. And then suddenly he would be back on shore, Cuna and the Acara headland shining grey in the morning light, and with gritty mouth and sand-filled eyes he would awaken to the heat of the desert camp. He was kept busy, for his good humor and energy made him a willing slave, and he was ready enough for volunteer work when others were weak with heat and despair. A 30-mile ride left him untired. More, he followed the campaign with a sharp intelligence and found a new enthusiasm for his profession. Discomforts there might be, but the days were happy, and then, the cool land, the bright land, which was his for the thinking of it. Soon they gave him reconnoitering work to do, and his wits were put to the trial. He came well out of the thing, and earned golden praise from the silent colonel in command. He enjoyed it as he had enjoyed a hard race on the river or a good cricket match, and when his worried companions marveled at his zeal he stammered and grew uncomfortable. "How the deuce do you keep it up, Colin?" the major asked him. "I'm an old hand at the job, and yet I've got a temper like deviled bones. You seem as chirpy as if you were going out to fish a chalk stream on a June morning." "Well, the fact is," and Colin pulled himself up short, knowing that he could never explain. He felt miserably that he had an unfair advantage of the others. Poor Bellew, who groaned and swore in the heat at his side, knew nothing of the rim of the mist. It was really rough luck on the poor beggars, and who but himself was the fortunate man? As the days passed, a curious thing happened. He found fragments of the other world straying into his common life. The barriers of the two domains were falling, and more than once he caught himself looking at a steel blue sea when his eyes should have found a mustard-colored desert. One day, on a reconnoitering expedition, they stopped for a little on a hillock above a jungle of scrub, and, being hot and tired, scanned listlessly the endless yellow distances. "I suppose yon hill is about 10 miles off," said Bellew with dry lips. Colin looked vaguely. "I should say 5. "And what's that below it, the black patch? Stones or scrub?" Colin was in a daydream. "Why do you call it black?" "It's blue, quite blue." "Rot," said the other. "It's grey-black." "No, it's water with the sun shining on it." "It's blue, but just at the edges it's very near sea green." Bellew rose excitedly. "Hello, Cole, you're seeing the mirage. And you the fittest of the lot of us. You've got the sun in your head, old man." "Mirage!" Colin cried in contempt. He was awake now, but the thought of confusing his own bright western sea with a mirage gave him a curious pain. For a moment he felt the gulf of separation between his two worlds, but only for a moment. As the party remounted he gave his fancies the rein, and ere he reached camp he had felt the oars in his hand and sniffed the apple tree blossom from the distant beeches. The Major came to him after supper. "Bellew told me you were a bit odd today, Colin," he said. "I expect your eyes are getting baddish. Better get your sun spectacles out." Colin laughed. "Thanks. It's awfully good of you to bother, but I think Bellew took me up wrong. I never was fitter in my life." Asterisk 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 asterisk. By and by the turn came for Pride to be humbled. A low desert fever took him, and though he went through the day as usual, it was with dreary lassitude, and at night, with hot hands clasped above his damp hair, he found sleep a hard goddess to conquer. It was the normal condition of the others, so he had small cause to complain, but it worked havoc with his fancies. He had never been ill since his childish days, and this little fever meant much to one whose nature was poised on a needle point. He found himself confronted with a hard bare world, with the gilt rubbed from its corners. The rim of the mist seemed a place of vague horrors. When he reached it his soul was consumed with terror. He struggled impotently to advance. Behind him Cuna and the Acara coast seemed a place of evil dreams. Again, as in his old fever, he was tormented with a devouring thirst, but the sea beside him was not fresh, but brackish as a rock pool. He yearned for the apple tree beaches in front. There, he knew, were cold springs of water. The fresh smell of it was blown towards him in his nightmare. But as the days passed and the misery for all grew more intense, an odd hope began to rise in his mind. It could not last. Coolness and health were waiting near, and his reason for the hope came from the odd events at the rim of mist. The haze was clearing from the foreground. The surf-lined coast seemed nearer, and though all was obscure save the milk-white sand and the foam, yet here was earnest enough for him. Once more he became cheerful. Weak and light-headed he rode out again, and the Major, who was recovering from sunstroke, found envy take the place of pity in his soul. The hope was near fulfillment. One evening when the heat was changing into the cooler twilight, Colin and Bellew were sent with a small picked body to scour the foothills above the river in case of a flank attack during the night march. It was work they had done regularly for weeks, and it is possible that precautions were relaxed. At any rate, as they turned a corner of hill, in a sandy pass where barren rocks looked down on more barren thorn thickets, a couple of rifle shots rang out from the scarp, and above them appeared a line of dark faces and white steel. A mere handful, taken at a disadvantage, they could not hope to disperse numbers, so Colin gave the word to wheel about and return. Again shots rang out, and little Bellew had only time to catch at his friend's arm to save him from falling from the saddle. The word of command had scarcely left Colin's mouth when a sharp pain went through his chest, and his breath seemed to catch and stop. He felt as in a condensed moment of time the heat, the desert smell, the dust in his eyes and throat, while he leaned helplessly forward on his horse's mane. Then the world vanished for him. The boat was rocking under him, the oars in his hand. He pulled and it moved, straight, arrow-like towards the forbidden shore. As if under a great wind the mist furled up and fled. Scents of pines, of apple trees, of great fields of thyme and heather, hung about him, the sound of wind in a forest, of cool waters falling in showers, of old moorland music, came thin and faint with an exquisite clearness. A second and the boat was among the surf, its gunwale ringed with white foam, as it leaped to the still waters beyond. Clear and deep and still the water lay, and then the white beaches shelved downward, and the boat grated on the sand. He turned, every limb alert with a strange new life, crying out words which had shaped themselves on his lips and which an echo seemed to catch and answer. There was the green forest before him, the hills of peace, the cold white waters. With a passionate joy he leaped on the beach, his arms outstretched to this new earth, this light of the world, this old desire of the heart, youth, rapture, immortality. Asterisk 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 Bellew brought the body back to camp, himself half dead with fatigue and whimpering like a child. He almost fell from his horse, and when others took his burden from him and laid it reverently in his tent, he stood beside it, rubbing sand and sweat from his poor purblind eyes, his teeth chattering with fever. He was given something to drink, but he swallowed barely a mouthful. It was some damned sharpshooter, he said. Right through the breast, and he never spoke to me again. My poor old Cole. He was the best chap God ever created, and I don't care a dash what becomes of me now. I was at school with him, you know, you men. Was he killed outright? Asked the Major hoarsely. No. He lived for about 5 minutes. But I think the sun had got into his head or he was mad with pain, for he didn't know where he was. He kept crying out about the smell of pine trees and heather and a lot of pure nonsense about water. It dulcis reminiscita argus, somebody quoted mournfully, as they went out to the desert evening. 3. The Watcher by the Threshold. The House of More. 1. I have told this story to many audiences with diverse results, and once again I take my reputation in my hands and brave the perils. To the common circle of my friends it was a romance for a winter's fire, and I, the most prosaic of men, was credited with a fancy. Once I repeated it to an acquaintance, who, scenting mystery, transcribed it in a notebook, and, with feigned names, it figured in the publications of a learned society. One man only heard me with true appreciation, but he was a wandering spirit with an ear open to marvels, and I hesitate to advance his security. He received it simply, saying that God was great, and I cannot improve upon his comment. A chill evening in the early October of the year 189 found me driving in a dog-cart through the belts of antique woodland which form the lowland limits of the hilly parish of More. The Highland Express, which brought me from the north, took me no farther than Perth. Thence it had been a slow journey in a disjointed local train, till I emerged on the platform at Moorfoot, with a bleak prospect of pit stalks, coal heaps, certain sour corn lands, and far to the west a line of moor where the sun was setting. A neat groom and a respectable trap took the edge off my discomfort, and soon I had forgotten my sacrifice and found eyes for the darkening landscape. We were driving through a land of thick woods, cut at rare intervals by old long-frequented highways. The moor, which at Moorfoot is an open sewer, became a sullen woodland stream, where the brown leaves of the season drifted. At times we would pass an ancient lodge, and through a gap in the trees would come a glimpse of a chipped crow-step gable. The names of such houses, as told me by my companion, were all famous. This one had been the home of a drunken Jacobite laird, and a kind of north country Mead Mengham. Unholy revels had waked the old halls, and the devil had been toasted at many a hellfire dinner. The next was the property of a great Scots law family, and there the old Lord of Session who built the place, in his frosy wig and carpet slippers, had laid down the canons of taste for his day and society. The whole country had the air of faded and bygone gentility. The mossy roadside walls had stood for 200 years, the few wayside houses were toll bars or defunct hostelries. The names, too, were great, Scots baronial with a smack of France, Chatelray and Reeveslaw, Blackholme and Champertown. The place had a cunning charm, mystery dwelt in every cranny, and yet it did not please me. The earth smelled heavy and raw, the roads were red underfoot, all was old, sorrowful, and uncanny. Compared with the fresh highland glen I had left, where wind and sun and flying showers were never absent, all was chilly and dull and dead. Even when the sun sent a shiver of crimson over the crests of certain firs, I felt no delight in the prospect. I admitted shamefacedly to myself that I was in a very bad temper. I had been staying at Glenaicill with the Clanroydens, and for a week had found the proper pleasure in life. You know the house with its old rooms and gardens, and the miles of heather which defend it from the world. The shooting had been extraordinary for a wild place far on in the season, for there are few partridges and the woodcock are notoriously late. I had done respectably in my stalking, more than respectably on the river, and creditably on the moors. Moreover, there were pleasant people in the house, and there were the Clanroydens. I had had a hard year's work, sustained to the last moment of term, and a fortnight in Norway had been disastrous. It was therefore with real comfort that I had settled myself down for another 10 days in Glenaicill, when all my plans were shattered by Sybil's letter. Sybil is my cousin and my very good friend, and in old days when I was briefless I had fallen in love with her many times. But she very sensibly chose otherwise, and married a man Laidlaw, Robert John Laidlaw, who had been at school with me. He was a cheery, good-humoured fellow, a great sportsman, a justice of the peace and deputy lieutenant for his county, and something of an antiquary in a mild way. He had a box in Leicestershire to which he went in the hunting season, but from February till October he lived in his moorland home. The place was called the House of Moor, and I had shot there once or twice in recent years. I remembered its loneliness and its comfort, the charming diffident Sybil and Laidlaw's genial welcome. And my recollections set me puzzling again over the letter which that morning had broken into my comfort. "You promised us a visit this autumn," Sybil had written, "and I wish you would come as soon as you can." So far common politeness. But she had gone on to reveal the fact that Laidlaw was ill. She did not know how exactly, but something, she thought, about his heart. Then she had signed herself "My affectionate cousin," and then had come a short violent postscript, in which, as it were, the fences of convention had been laid low. "For heaven's sake come and see us," she scrawled below. "Bob is terribly ill, and I am crazy. Come at once." And then she finished with an afterthought, "Don't bother about bringing doctors. It is not their business." She had assumed that I would come, and dutifully I set out. I could not regret my decision, but I took leave to upbraid my luck. The thought of Glenaicill with the woodcock beginning to arrive, and the Clanroydens imploring me to stay, saddened my journey in the morning, and the murky, coaly Midland country of the afternoon completed my depression. The drive through the woodlands of Moor failed to raise my spirits. I was anxious about Sybil and Laidlaw, and the accursed country had always given me a certain eeriness on my first approaching it. You may call it silly, but I have no nerves, and am little susceptible to vague sentiment. It was sheer physical dislike of the rich deep soil, the woody and antique smells, the melancholy roads and trees, and the flavor of old mystery. I am aggressively healthy and wholly Philistine. I love clear outlines and strong colors, and Moor, with its half-tints and hazy distances, depressed me miserably. Even when the road crept uphill and the trees ended, I found nothing to hearten me in the moorland which succeeded. It was genuine moorland, close on 800 feet above the sea, and through it ran this old grass-grown coach road. Low hills rose to the left, and to the right after some miles of peat flared the chimneys of pits and oil works. Straight in front the moor ran out into the horizon, and there in the center was the last dying spark of the sun. The place was as still as the grave save for the crunch of our wheels on the grassy road, but the flaring lights to the north seemed to endow it with life. I have rarely felt so keenly the feeling of movement in the inanimate world. It was an unquiet place, and I shivered nervously. Little gleams of loch came from the hollows. The burns were brown with peat, and every now and then there rose in the moor jags of sickening red stone. I remembered that Laidlaw had talked about the place as the Old Mannon, the holy land of the ancient races. I had paid little attention at the time, but now it struck me that the old peoples had been wise in their choice. There was something uncanny in this soil and air. Framed in dank mysterious woods, and a country of coal and ironstone, no great distance, too, from the capital city, it was a sullen relic of a lost barbarism. Over the low hills lay a green pastoral country with bright streams and valleys, but here in this peaty desert there were few sheep and little cultivation. The house of Moore was the only dwelling, and, save for the ragged village, the wilderness was given over to the wild things of the hills. The shooting was good, but the best shooting on earth would not persuade me to make my abode in such a place. Laidlaw was ill. Well, I did not wonder. You can have uplands without air, moors that are not health-giving, and a country life which is more arduous than a townsman's. I shivered again, for I seemed to have passed in a few hours from the open noon to a kind of dank twilight. We passed the village and entered the lodge gates. Here there were trees again, little innocent new-planted firs, which flourished badly. Some large plane trees grew near the house, and there were thickets upon thickets of the ugly elder. Even in the half-darkness I could see that the lawns were trim and the flower-beds respectable for the season. Doubtless Sybil looked after the gardeners. The oblong whitewashed house, more like a barrack than ever, opened suddenly on my sight, and I experienced my first sense of comfort since I left Gleneisle. Here I should find warmth and company, and, sure enough, the hall door was wide open, and in the great flood of light which poured from it Sybil stood to welcome me. She ran down the steps as I dismounted, and, with a word to the groom, caught my arm and drew me into the shadow. "Oh, Henry, it was so good of you to come. You mustn't let Bob think that you know he is ill. We don't talk about it. I'll tell you afterwards. I want you to cheer him up. Now we must go in, for he is in the hall expecting you." While I stood blinking in the light, Laidlaw came forward with outstretched hand and his usual cheery greeting. I looked at him and saw nothing unnatural in his appearance, a little drawn at the lips, perhaps, and heavy below the eyes, but still fresh-colored and healthy. It was Sybil who showed change. She was very pale, her pretty eyes were deplorably mournful, and in place of her delightful shyness there was the self-confidence and composure of pain. I was honestly shocked, and as I dressed my heart was full of hard thoughts about Laidlaw. What could his illness mean? He seemed well and cheerful, while Sybil was pale, and yet it was Sybil who had written the postscript. As I warmed myself by the fire, I resolved that this particular family difficulty was my proper business. The Laidlaws were waiting for me in the drawing-room. I noticed something new and strange in Sybil's demeanour. She looked to her husband with a motherly protective air, while Laidlaw, who had been the extreme of masculine independence, seemed to cling to his wife with a curious appealing fidelity. In conversation he did little more than echo her words. Till dinner was announced he spoke of the weather, the shooting, and Mabel Clanroyden. Then he did a queer thing, for, when I was about to offer my arm to Sybil, he forestalled me, and, clutching her right arm with his left hand, led the way to the dining-room, leaving me to follow in some bewilderment. I have rarely taken part in a more dismal meal. The house of Moore has a pretty Georgian panelling through most of the rooms, but in the dining room the walls are level, and painted a dull stone color. Abraham offered up Isaac in a ghastly picture in front of me. Some photographs of the Quorn hung over the mantelpiece, and 5 or 6 drab ancestors filled up the remaining space. But one thing was new and startling. A great marble bust, a genuine antique, frowned on me from a pedestal. The head was in the late Roman style, clearly of some emperor, and in its commonplace environment the great brows, the massive neck, and the mysterious, solemn lips had a surprising effect. I nodded towards the thing, and asked what it represented. Laidlaw grunted something which I took for Justinian, but he never raised his eyes from his plate. By accident I caught Sybil's glance. She looked towards the bust, and laid a finger on her lips. The meal grew more doleful as it advanced. Sybil scarcely touched a dish, but her husband ate ravenously of everything. He was a strong, thick-set man, with a square, kindly face, burned brown by the sun. Now he seemed to have suddenly coarsened. He gobbled with undignified haste, and his eye was extraordinarily vacant. A question made him start, and he would turn on me a face so strange and inert that I repented the interruption. I asked him about the autumn's sport, and he collected his wits with difficulty. He thought it had been good on the whole, but he had shot badly. He had not been quite so fit as usual. No, he had had nobody staying with him. Sybil had wanted to be alone. He was afraid the moor might have been undershot, but he would make a big day with keepers and farmers before the winter. Bob has done pretty well, Sybil said. He hasn't been out often, for the weather has been very bad here. You can have no idea, Henry, how horrible this moorland place of ours can be when it tries. It is one great sponge sometimes, with ugly red burns, and mud to the ankles. I don't think it's healthy, said I. Laidlaw lifted his face. Nor do I think it's intolerable, but I am so busy, I can't get away. Once again I caught Sybil's warning eye as I was about to question him on his business. Clearly the man's brain had received a shock, and he was beginning to suffer from hallucinations. This could be the only explanation, for he had always led a temperate life. The distrait wandering manner was the only sign of his malady, for otherwise he seemed normal and mediocre as ever. My heart grieved for Sybil, alone with him in this wilderness. Then he broke the silence. He lifted his head and looked nervously around till his eye fell on the Roman bust. Do you know that this countryside is the old Manon? He said. It was an odd turn to the conversation, but I was glad of a sign of intelligence. I answered that I had heard so. It's a queer name, he said oracularly, but the thing it stood for was queerer. Manon, man, he repeated, rolling the words on his tongue. As he spoke, he glanced sharply, and, as it seemed to me, fearfully, at his left side. The movement of his body made his napkin slip from his left knee and fall on the floor. It leaned against his leg, and he started from its touch as if he had been stung by a snake. I have never seen a more sheer and transparent terror on a man's face. He got to his feet, his strong frame shaking like a rush. Sybil ran round to his side, picked up the napkin, and flung it on a sideboard. Then she stroked his hair as one would stroke a frightened horse. She called him by his old boy's name of Robin, and at her touch and voice he became quiet. But the particular course then in progress was removed untasted. In a few minutes he seemed to have forgotten his behavior, for he took up the former conversation. For a time he spoke well and briskly. "You lawyers," he said, "understand only the dry framework of the past. You cannot conceive the rapture, which only the antiquary can feel, of constructing in every detail an old culture. Take this Manon. If I could explore the secret of these moors, I would write the world's greatest book. I would write of that prehistoric life when man was knit close to nature. I would describe the people who were brothers of the red earth and the red rock and the red streams of the hills. Oh, it would be horrible, but superb, tremendous. It would be more than a piece of history, it would be a new gospel, a new theory of life. It would kill materialism once and for all. Why, man, all the poets who have deified and personified nature would not do an eighth part of my work. I would show you the unknown, the hideous, shrieking mystery at the back of this simple nature. Men would see the profundity of the old crude faiths which they affect to despise. I would make a picture of our shaggy, somber-eyed forefather, who heard strange things in the hill silences. I would show him brutal and terror-stricken, but wise, wise, God alone knows how wise. The Romans knew it, and they learned what they could from him, but he did not tell them much. But we have some of his blood in us, and we may go deeper. Manon. A queer land nowadays. I sometimes love it and sometimes hate it, but I always fear it. It is like that statue, inscrutable. I would have told him that he was talking mystical nonsense, but I had looked towards the bust, and my rudeness was checked on my lips. The moor might be a common piece of ugly waste land, but the statue was inscrutable, of that there was no doubt. I hate your cruel, heavy-mouthed Roman busts. To me they have none of the beauty of life, and little of the interest of art. But my eyes were fastened on this as they had never before looked on marble. The oppression of the heavy woodlands, the mystery of the silent moor seemed to be caught and held in this face. It was the intangible mystery of culture on the verge of savagery, a cruel, lustful wisdom, and yet a kind of bitter austerity which laughed at the game of life and stood aloof. There was no weakness in the heavy-veined brow and slumberous eyelids. It was the face of one who had conquered the world and found it dust and ashes, one who had eaten of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil and scorned human wisdom. And at the same time it was the face of one who knew uncanny things, a man who was the intimate of the half-world and the dim background of life. Why on earth I should connect the Roman grandee, 3, with the moorland parish of Moor, I cannot say, but the fact remains, that there was that in the face which I knew had haunted me through the woodlands and bogs of the place, a sleepless, dismal, incoherent melancholy. I bought that at Colenso's Laidlaw said, because it took my fancy. It matches well with this place. I thought it matched very ill with his drab walls and quorn photographs, but I held my peace. "Do you know who it is?" he asked. "It is the head of the greatest man the world has ever seen. You are a lawyer and know your Justinian. The pandects are scarcely part of the daily work of a common law barrister. I had not looked into them since I left college. I know that he married an actress," I said, "and was a sort of all-round genius. He made law and fought battles and had rows with the church. A curious man. And wasn't there some story about his selling his soul to the devil and getting law in exchange? Rather a poor bargain." I chattered away sillily enough, to dispel the gloom of that dinner table. The result of my words was unhappy. Laidlaw gasped, and caught at his left side as if in pain. Sybil, with tragic eyes, had been making signs to me to hold my peace. Now she ran round to her husband's side and comforted him like a child. As she passed me she managed to whisper in my ear to talk to her only and let her husband alone. For the rest of dinner I obeyed my orders to the letter. Laidlaw ate his food in gloomy silence, while I spoke to Sybil of our relatives and friends, of London, Glenice, and any random subject. The poor girl was dismally forgetful, and her eye would wander to her husband with wifely anxiety. I remember being suddenly overcome by the comic aspect of it all. Here were we three fools alone in this dank upland, one of us sick and nervous, talking out-of-the-way nonsense about Manon and Justinian, gobbling his food and getting scared at his napkin, another gravely anxious, and myself at my wits' end for a solution. It was a mad tea party with a vengeance, Sybil the melancholy little dormouse, and Laidlaw the incomprehensible hatter. I laughed aloud, but checked myself when I caught my cousin's eye. It was really no case for finding humour. Laidlaw was very ill, and Sybil's face was getting deplorably thin. I welcomed the end of that meal with unmannerly joy, for I wanted to speak seriously with my host. Sybil told the butler to have the lamps lit in the library. Then she leaned over to me and spoke low and rapidly, "I want you to talk with Bob. I'm sure you can do him good. You'll have to be very patient with him and very gentle. Oh, please try and find out what is wrong with him. He won't tell me, and I can only guess." The butler returned with word that the library was ready to receive us, and Sybil rose to go. Laidlaw half rose, protesting, making the most curious, feeble clutches at his side. His wife quieted him. "Henry will look after you, dear," she said. "You are going into the library to smoke." Then she slipped from the room, and we were left alone. He caught my arm fiercely with his left hand, and his grip nearly made me cry out. As we walked down the hall I could feel his arm twitching from the elbow to the shoulder. Clearly he was in pain, and I set it down to some form of cardiac affection, which might possibly issue in paralysis. I settled him in the biggest armchair, and took one of his cigars. The library is the pleasantest room in the house, and at night, when a peat fire burned on the old hearth and the great red curtains were drawn, it used to be the place for comfort and good talk. Now I noticed changes. Laidlaw's bookshelves had been filled with the proceedings of antiquarian societies and many light-hearted works in belles lettres. But now the badminton library had been cleared out of a shelf where it stood most convenient to the hand, and its place taken by an old leaden reprint of Justinian. There were books on Byzantine subjects of which I never dreamed he had heard the names. There were volumes of history and speculation, all of a slightly bizarre kind, and to crown everything, there were several bulky medical works with gaudily colored plates. The old atmosphere of sport and travel had gone from the room, with the medley of rods, whips, and gun cases which used to cumber the tables. Now the place was moderately tidy and slightly learned, and I did not like it. Laidlaw refused to smoke, and sat for a little while in silence. Then of his own accord he broke the tension. "It was devilish good of you to come, Harry. This is a lonely place for a man who is a bit seedy." "I thought you might be alone," I said, "so I looked you up on my way down from Glenice Hill." "I'm sorry to find you looking ill." "Do you notice it?" he asked sharply. "It's tolerably patent," I said. "Have you seen a doctor?" He said something uncomplimentary about doctors, and kept looking at me with his curious dull eyes. I remarked the strange posture in which he sat, his head screwed round to his right shoulder, and his whole body a protest against something at his left hand. "It looks like your heart," I said. "You seem to have pains in your left side." Again a spasm of fear. I went over to him and stood at the back of his chair. "Now, for goodness sake, my dear fellow, tell me what is wrong. You're scaring Sybil to death. It's lonely work for the poor girl, and I wish you would let me help you." He was lying back in his chair now, with his eyes half shut, and shivering like a frightened colt. The extraordinary change in one who had been the strongest of the strong kept me from realizing its gravity. I put a hand on his shoulder, but he flung it off. "For God's sake, sit down," he said hoarsely. "I'm going to tell you, but I'll never make you understand." I sat down promptly opposite him. "It's the devil," he said very solemnly. I am afraid that I was rude enough to laugh. He took no notice, but sat with the same tense, miserable air, staring over my head. "Right," said I, "then it is the devil. It's a new complaint, so it's as well I did not bring a doctor. How does it affect you?" He made the old impotent clutch at the air with his left hand. I had the sense to become grave at once. Clearly this was some mental affection, some hallucination born of physical pain. Then he began to talk in a low voice, very rapidly, with his head bent forward like a hunted animal's. I am not going to set down what he told me in his own words, for they were incoherent often, and there was much repetition. But I am going to write the gist of the odd story which took my sleep away on that autumn night, with such explanations and additions as I think needful. The fire died down, the wind arose, the hour grew late, and still he went on in his mumbling recitative. I forgot to smoke, forgot my comfort, everything but the odd figure of my friend and his inconceivable romance. And the night before I had been in cheerful Glenice Ill. Asterisk 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 He had returned to the house of Moore, he said, in the latter part of May, and shortly after he fell ill. It was a trifling sickness, influenza or something, but he had never quite recovered. The rainy weather of June depressed him, and the extreme heat of July made him listless and weary. A kind of insistent sleepiness hung over him, and he suffered much from nightmare. Towards the end of July his former health returned, but he was haunted with a curious oppression. He seemed to himself to have lost the art of being alone. There was a perpetual sound in his left ear, a kind of moving and rustling at his left side, which never left him by night or day. In addition, he had become the prey of nerves and an insensate dread of the unknown. Laidlaw, as I have explained, was a commonplace man, with fair talents, a mediocre culture, honest instincts, and the beliefs and incredulities of his class. On abstract grounds I should have declared him an unlikely man to be the victim of a hallucination. He had a kind of dull, bourgeois rationalism, which used to find reasons for all things in heaven and earth. At first he controlled his dread with proverbs. He told himself it was the sequel of his illness, or the light-headedness of summer heat on the moors. But it soon outgrew his comfort. It became a living second presence, an alter ego which dogged his footsteps. He became acutely afraid of it. He dared not be alone for a moment, and clung to Sybil's company despairingly. She went off for a week's visit in the beginning of August, and endured for 7 days the tortures of the lost. His malady advanced upon him with swift steps. The presence became more real daily. In the early dawning, in the twilight, and in the first hours of the morning it seemed at times to take a visible bodily form. A kind of amorphous featureless shadow would run from his side into the darkness, and he would sit palsied with terror. Sometimes in lonely places his footsteps sounded double, and something would brush elbows with him. Human society alone exorcised it. With Sybil at his side he was happy, but as soon as she left him the thing came slinking back from the unknown to watch by him. Company might have saved him, but joined to his affliction was a crazy dread of his fellows. He would not leave his moorland home, but must bear his burden alone among the wild streams and mosses of that dismal place. The 12th came, and he shot wretchedly, for his nerve had gone to pieces. He stood exhaustion badly, and became a dweller about the doors. But with this bodily inertness came an extraordinary intellectual revival. He read widely in a blundering way, and he speculated unceasingly. It was characteristic of the man that, as soon as he left the paths of the prosaic, he should seek his supernatural in a very concrete form. He assumed that he was haunted by the devil, the visible, personal devil in whom our fathers believed. He waited hourly for the shape at his side to speak, but no words came. The accuser of the brethren in all but tangible form was his ever-present companion. He felt, he declared, the spirit of old evil entering subtly into his blood. He sold his soul many times over, and yet there was no possibility of resistance. It was a visitation more undeserved than Job's, and 1,000-fold more awful. For a week or more he was tortured with a kind of religious mania. When a man of a healthy, secular mind finds himself adrift on the terrible ocean of religious troubles, he is peculiarly helpless, for he has not the most rudimentary knowledge of the winds and tides. It was useless to call up his old carelessness. He had suddenly dropped into a new world where old proverbs did not apply. And all the while, mind you, there was the shrieking terror of it, an intellect all alive to the torture and the most unceasing physical fear. For a little he was on the near edge of idiocy. Then by accident it took a new form. While sitting with Sybil one day in the library, he began listlessly to turn over the leaves of an old book. He read a few pages, and found the hint of a story like his own. It was some French life of Justinian, one of the unscholarly productions of last century, made up of stories from Procopius and tags of Roman law. Here was his own case written down in black and white, and the man had been a king of kings. This was a new comfort, and for a little, strange though it may seem, he took a sort of pride in his affliction. He worshipped the great emperor and read every scrap he could find on him, not excepting the Pandects and the Digest. He sent for the bust in the dining room, paying a fabulous price. Then he settled himself to study his imperial prototype, and the study became an idolatry. As I have said, Laidlaw was a man of ordinary talents and certainly of meagre imaginative power. And yet from the lies of the secret history and the crudities of German legalists he had constructed a marvelous portrait of a man. Sitting there in the half-lit room, he drew the picture, the quiet, cold king with his inheritance of dash and mysticism, holding the great world in fee, giving it law and religion, fighting its wars, building its churches, and yet all the while intent upon his own private work of making his peace with his soul. The churchman and warrior whom all the world worshipped, and yet one going through life with his lip quivering, the watcher by the threshold ever at his left side. Sometimes at night in the great brazen palace, warders heard the emperor walking in the dark corridors, alone and yet not alone, for once, when a servant entered with a lamp, he saw his master with a face as of another world, and something beside him which had no face or shape, but which he knew to be that hoary evil which is older than the stars. Crazy nonsense. I had to rub my eyes to assure myself that I was not sleeping. No. There was my friend with his suffering face, and it was the library of More. And then he spoke of Theodora, actress, harlot, devote, empress. For him the lady was but another part of the uttermost horror, a form of the shapeless thing at his side. I felt myself falling under the fascination. I have no nerves and little imagination, but in a flash I seemed to realize something of that awful featureless face, crouching ever at a man's hand, till darkness and loneliness comes and it rises to its mastery. I shivered as I looked at the man in the chair before me. Those dull eyes of his were looking upon things I could not see, and I saw their terror. I realized that it was grim earnest for him. Nonsense or no, some devilish fancy had usurped the place of sanity, and he was being slowly broken upon the wheel. And then, when his left hand twitched, I almost cried out. I had thought it comic before, now it seemed the last proof of tragedy. He stopped, and I got up with loose knees and went to the window. Better the black night than the intangible horror within. I flung up the sash and looked out across the moor. There was no light, nothing but an inky darkness and the uncanny rustle of elder bushes. The sound chilled me, and I closed the window. The land is the old man and Laidlaw was saying. We are beyond the pale here. Do you hear the wind? I forced myself back into sanity and looked at my watch. It was nearly 1 o'clock. What ghastly idiots we are, I said. I am off to bed. Laidlaw looked at me helplessly. For God's sake, don't leave me alone, he moaned. Get Sybil. We went together back to the hall, while he kept the same feverish grip on my arm. Someone was sleeping in a chair by the hall fire, and to my distress I recognized my hostess. The poor child must have been sadly wearied. She came forward with her anxious face. I'm afraid Bob has kept you very late, Henry, she said. I hope you will sleep well. Breakfast at 9, you know. And then I left them. Over my bed there was a little picture, a reproduction of some Italian work of Christ and the demoniac. Some impulse made me hold my candle up to it. The madman's face was torn with passion and suffering, and his eye had the pained furtive look which I had come to know. And by his left side there was a dim shape crouching. I got into bed hastily, but not to sleep. I felt that my reason must be going. I had been pitchforked from our clear and cheerful modern life into the mists of old superstition. Old tragic stories of my Calvinist upbringing returned to haunt me. The man dwelt in by a devil was no new fancy, but I believed that science had docketed and analyzed and explained the devil out of the world. I remembered my dabblings in the occult before I settled down to law, the story of Dionysius, the monk of Padua, the unholy legend of the face of Proserpina, the tales of succubi and incubi, the Leonine Sith and the hidden presence. But here was something stranger still. I had stumbled upon that very possession which 1500 years ago had made the monks of New Rome tremble and cross themselves. Some devilish occult force, lingering through the ages, had come to life after a long sleep. God knows what earthly connection there was between the splendid emperor of the world and my prosaic friend, or between the glittering shores of the Bosphorus and this moorland parish. But the land was the old Manon. The spirit may have lingered in the earth and air, a deadly legacy from Pict and Roman. I had felt the uncanniness of the place, I had augured ill of it from the first. And then in sheer disgust I rose and splashed my face with cold water. I lay down again, laughing miserably at my credulity. That I, the sober and rational, should believe in this crazy fable, was too palpably absurd. I would steel my mind resolutely against such harebrained theories. It was a mere bodily ailment, liver out of order, weak heart, bad circulation, or something of that sort. At the worst it might be some affection of the brain to be treated by a specialist. I vowed to myself that next morning the best doctor in Edinburgh should be brought to Moor. The worst of it was that my duty compelled me to stand my ground. I foresaw the few remaining weeks of my holiday blighted. I should be tied to this moorland prison, a sort of keeper and nurse in one, tormented by silly fancies. It was a charming prospect, and the thought of Glenaicill and the woodcock made me bitter against Laidlaw. But there was no way out of it. I might do Laidlaw good, and I could not have Sybil worn to death by his vagaries. My ill nature comforted me, and I forgot the horror of the thing in its vexation. After that, I think I fell asleep and dozed uneasily till morning. When I awoke I was in a better frame of mind. The early sun had worked wonders with the moorland. The low hills stood out fresh-coloured and clear against the pale October sky, the elders sparkled with frost, the raw film of morn was rising from the little loch in tiny clouds. It was a cold rousing day, and I dressed in good spirits and went down to breakfast. I found Laidlaw looking ruddy and well, very different from the broken man I remembered of the night before. We were alone, for Sybil was breakfasting in bed. I remarked on his ravenous appetite, and he smiled cheerily. He made 2 jokes during the meal, he laughed often, and I began to forget the events of the previous day. It seemed to me that I might still flee from Moor with a clear conscience. He had forgotten about his illness. When I touched distantly upon the matter he showed a blank face. It might be that the affection had passed, on the other hand, it might return to him at the darkening, I had no means to decide. His manner was still a trifle distrait and peculiar, and I did not like the dullness in his eye. At any rate, I should spend the day in his company, and the evening would decide the question. I proposed shooting, which he promptly vetoed. He was no good at walking, he said, and the birds were wild. This seriously limited the possible occupations. Fishing there was none, and hill climbing was out of the question. He proposed a game at billiards, and I pointed to the glory of the morning. It would have been sacrilege to waste such sunshine in knocking balls about. Finally we agreed to drive somewhere and have lunch, and he ordered the dog-cart. In spite of all forebodings I enjoyed the day. We drove in the opposite direction from the woodland parts, right away across the moor to the coal country beyond. We lunched at the little mining town of Boromui, in a small and noisy public house. The roads made bad going, the country was far from pretty, and yet the drive did not bore me. Laidlaw talked incessantly, talked as I had never heard man talk before. There was something indescribable in all he said, a different point of view, a lost groove of thought, a kind of innocence and archaic shrewdness in one. I can only give you a hint of it by saying that it was like the mind of an early ancestor placed suddenly among modern surroundings. It was wise with a remote wisdom, and silly, now and then, with a quite antique and distant silliness. I will give you instances of both. He provided me with a theory of certain early fortifications, which must be true, which commends itself to the mind with overwhelming conviction, and yet which is so out of the way of common speculation that no man could have guessed it. I do not propose to set down the details, for I am working at it on my own account. Again, he told me the story of an old marriage custom, which till recently survived in this district, told it with full circumstantial detail and constant allusions to other customs which he could not possibly have known of. Now for the other side. He explained why well water is in winter warmer than a running stream, and this was his explanation. At the antipodes our winter is summer, consequently the water of a well which comes through from the other side of the earth must be warm in winter and cold in summer, since in our summer it is winter there. You perceive what this is. It is no mere silliness, but a genuine effort of an early mind which had just grasped the fact of the antipodes, to use it in explanation. Gradually I was forced to the belief that it was not Laidlaw who was talking to me, but something speaking through him, something at once wiser and simpler. My old fear of the devil began to depart. This spirit, this exhalation, whatever it was ingenious in its way, at least in its daylight aspect. For a moment I had an idea that it was a real reflex of Byzantine thought, and that by cross-examining I might make marvelous discoveries. The ardor of the scholar began to rise in me, and I asked a question about that much debated point, the legal status of the Apocrypha. To my vexation he gave no response. Clearly the intelligence of this familiar had its limits. It was about 3 in the afternoon, and we had gone half of our homeward journey, when signs of the old terror began to appear. I was driving, and Laidlaw sat on my left. I noticed him growing nervous and silent, shivering at the flick of the whip, and turning halfway round towards me. Then he asked me to change places, and I had the unpleasant work of driving from the wrong side. After that I do not think he spoke once till we arrived at Moor, but sat huddled together with the driving rug almost up to his chin, an eccentric figure of a man. I foresaw another such night as the last, and I confess my heart sank. I had no stomach for more mysteries, and somehow with the approach of twilight the confidence of the day departed. The thing appeared in darker colors, and I could have found it in my mind to turn coward. Sybil alone deterred me. I could not bear to think of her alone with this demented being. I remembered her shy timidity, her innocence. It was monstrous that the poor thing should be called on thus to fight alone with phantoms. So I braced myself for another evening. When we came to the house it was almost sunset. Laidlaw got out very carefully on the right side, and for a second stood by the horse. The sun was making our shadows long, and as I stood beyond him, it seemed for a moment that his shadow was double. It may have been mere fancy, for I had not time to look twice. He was standing, as I have said, with his left side next the horse. Suddenly the harmless elderly cob fell into a very panic of fright, reared upright, and all but succeeded in killing its master. I was in time to pluck Laidlaw from under its feet, but the beast had become perfectly unmanageable, and we left a groom struggling to quiet it. In the hall the butler gave me a telegram. It was from my clerk, summoning me back at once to an important consultation. 2. The minister intervenes. Here was a prompt removal of my scruples. There could be no question of my remaining, for the case was one of the first importance, which I had feared might break up my holiday. The consultation fell in vacation time to meet the convenience of certain people who were going abroad, and there was the most instant demand for my presence. I must go and at once, and, as I hunted in the timetable, I found that in 5 hours' time a night train for the south would pass Boromui, which might be stopped by special wire. This would give me time for dinner and a comfortable departure. But I had no pleasure in my freedom, for I was in despair about Sybil. I must return to Moor, that was clear, and I must find someone to look after Laidlaw. I found my cousin in the drawing-room alone and told her my plans. She was very pale and fragile, and she seemed to shiver as the prospect of solitude returned to her. I spoke with all the carelessness I could muster. "I am coming back," I said. "Don't think you have got rid of me so easily. It is most unpleasant to have to travel 800 miles in 36 hours, but there is no help for it. I ought to be back again by Friday morning. And you know Bob is much better. He was quite like his old self driving today." My words comforted the poor child, and I went away with the novel feeling of a good conscience. Frankly, I hate the sordid and unpleasant. I am honestly a sun-worshipper. I have small taste for arduous duty, and the quixotic is my abhorrence. My professional success is an accident, for Lord knows I had no impulse to contend and little ambition. But somewhere or other I have the rudiments of an austere conscience. It gives me no peace, and as I love a quiet life, I do its bidding with a grumble. Now I grumbled fiercely in spirit, but outwardly I was a model of virtuous cheerfulness. But to find somebody to keep Laidlaw company, there was the rub. I racked my brains to think of a substitute. It must be a man of some education and not a mere servant, and it must be somebody in the parish of Moor. The conjunction seemed for the moment impossible. Then a brilliant idea struck me. There was the minister of Marie-Brigg, the ugly village by the roadside. I remembered him on previous visits. He was a burly young man, with a high complexion and a drooping blonde moustache, who smoked cheap cigarettes incessantly, and spat. He had been what they call a brilliant student, and he was reported to be something of an orator, eagerly sought after by city congregations, but at present hiding his light under the bushel of Marie-Brigg to allow him time to prepare some great theological work. Laidlaw had liked him in a half-amused and tolerant way, and he used to come sometimes to dine. His name was Bruce Elephant, and he inhabited a dark manse at the outskirts of the village. I had an hour before dinner, and I set out for Mr. Elephant's dwelling. I remember the curious dull village street, without color or life, drab women looking out of dingy doorways, and a solitary child playing in the red mud. The manse stood at the back of the usual elder thicket, a little place with small windows and a weather-stained front door. A gaunt old servant ushered me into Mr. Elephant's study, where I found that young man smoking and reading a weekly paper. It was a room well stocked with books in the popular religious vein, and the poets in gilt editions adorned his shelves. Mr. Elephant greeted me with the nervous ease of one who would fain cultivate a good manner. The first sight of him sent my hopes down. He had a large calf-like face, mildly arrogant eyes, and a chin which fell sharply away beneath the eaves of his moustache. This was not one to do Laidlaw much good. Indeed, I questioned if I could ever make him understand, for the man before me had an impenetrable air of omniscience. "I have come to ask you a great favor on behalf of the Laidlaws," said I. "You are the only other gentleman in the parish of Moor, and it is your duty to help your neighbors." He bowed, with pleased eyes. "Anything," he said. "I'll be very glad. I am staying there just now, you know, and as it happens I must go back to town by the night train. I'll only be gone a day, but you know that Laidlaw is a melancholy beggar and gets low-spirited. Now I want you to go up and stay at the house for a couple of nights while I am away." It was an odd request, and he stared at me. "Why, what's wrong with Mr. Laidlaw?" he asked. I should never have called him melancholy. Now, his lady is different. She always looks a little pale. Did she send you to ask me? Mr. Elephant was a stickler for the usages of polite society. I sat down in a chair and took one of his cigarettes. "Now, look here, Elephant," I said. "You are a man of education and common sense, and I am going to do you the honor to tell you a story which I would not tell to a stupid man. A stupid man would laugh at me. I hope you will see the gravity of the thing." I told him briefly the points in Laidlaw's case. His eyes grew very round as I went on, and when I finished he laughed nervously. He was clearly impressed, but he was too ignorant and unimaginative to understand fully, and he had his credit as a representative of modern thought to support. "Oh, come now. You don't mean all that, I never heard the like of it. You can't expect me as a Christian man to believe in a pagan spirit. I might as well believe in ghosts at once. What has the familiar of a heathen emperor to do with this parish?" "Justinian was a Christian," I said. He looked puzzled. "It's all preposterous. Meaning no disrespect to you, I must decline to believe it. My profession compels me to discourage such nonsense." "So does mine," I said wearily. "Good Lord, man, do you think I came here to tell you a fairy tale? It's the most terrible earnest. Now I want you to give me an answer, for I have very little time." He was still incredulous and inclined to argue. Do you know if Mr. Laidlaw has been a strictly temperate man? He asked. With this my patience departed. I got up to go, with rude thoughts on the stupidity of the clergy. But Mr. Oliphant was far from a refusal. He had no objection to exchange the barren comfort of the manse for the comparative luxury of the house, and he had no distrust of his power to enliven. As he accompanied me to the door he explained his position. You see, if they really want me I will come. Tell Mrs. Laidlaw that I shall be delighted. Mrs. Laidlaw is a lady for whom I have a great respect. So have I said crossly. Very well. A trap shall be sent for you after dinner. Good evening, Mr. Oliphant. It is a pleasure to have met you. When I reached the house, I told Sybil of my arrangement. For the first time since my arrival she smiled. It's very kind of him, but I am afraid he won't do much good. Bob will frighten him away. I fancy he won't. The man is strong in his self-confidence and remarkably dense. He'll probably exasperate Bob into sanity. In any case I'll be back by Friday morning. As I drove away the trap arrived at the door, bringing Mr. Oliphant and his portmanteau. ************* The events of the next 24 hours, during which I was travelling in the Scotch Express or transacting dreary business in my chambers, are known only from the narrative of the minister. He wrote it out some weeks after at my request, for I wished to have all the links in the tale. I propose to give the gist of it, as he wrote it, stripped of certain reflections on human life and an inscrutable providence, with which he had garnished it. Narrative of the Reverend Mr. Oliphant. I arrived at the House of Moore at 8:15 on the Wednesday evening. The family had dined early, as Mr. Gray was leaving for London, and when I arrived I was taken to the library, where I found Mr. Laidlaw. I had not seen him for some time, and thought him looking pale and a little haggard. He seemed glad to see me, and made me sit down in a chair on his left and draw it up close to him. I wondered at his manner, for though we had always been on good terms he had never admitted me to any close intimacy. But now he was more than amiable. He made me ring for toddy, and though he refused to taste it himself, he pressed the beverage on me. Then he gave me a large cigar, at which I trembled, and finally he said that we should play at piquet. I declined resolutely, for it is part of my conscience to refuse to join in any card games, but he made no trouble, and indeed in a moment seemed to have forgotten his proposition. The next thing he did startled my composure. For he asked abruptly, "Do you believe in a living personal devil, Oliphant?" I was taken aback, but answered that to the best of my light I did not. "And why not?" he asked sharply. I explained that it was an old, false, anthropomorphic fiction, and that the modern belief was infinitely more impressive. I quoted the words of Dr. Rintoul, one of our church leaders. I am sorry to say that Mr. Laidlaw's words were, "Dr. Rintoul B.D. "Who the deuce are you to change the belief of centuries?" he cried. "Our forefathers believed in him. They saw him at evening slinking about the folds and peat stacks, or wrapped up in a black gown standing in the pulpits of the kirk. Are we wiser men than they?" I answered that culture had undoubtedly advanced in our day. Mr. Laidlaw replied with blasphemous words on modern culture. I had imagined him to be a gentleman of considerable refinement, and I knew he had taken a good degree at college. Consequently, I was disagreeably surprised at his new manner. "You are nothing better than an ignorant parson," these were his words, "and you haven't even the merits of your stupid profession." The old Scots ministers were Calvinists to the backbone, and they were strong men, do you hear, and they left their mark upon the nation. But your new tea-meeting kind of parson, who has nothing but a smattering of bad German to commend him, is a nuisance to God and man. And they don't believe in the devil. Well, he'll get them safe enough some day. I implored him to remember my cloth, and curb his bad language. "I say the devil will get you all safe enough some day," he repeated. I rose to retire in as dignified a manner as possible, but he was before me and closed the door. I began to be genuinely frightened. "For God's sake, don't go," he cried. "Don't leave me alone. Do sit down, Elephant, like a good chap, and I promise to hold my tongue. You don't know how horrible it is to be left alone." I sat down again, though my composure was shaken. I remembered Mr. Gray's words about the strange sickness. Then Mr. Laidlaw fell into an extraordinary moodiness. He sat huddled up in his chair, his face turned away from me, and for some time neither of us spoke a word. I thought that I had seriously offended him, and prepared to apologize, so I touched his left shoulder to attract his attention. Instantly he jumped to his feet, screaming, and turned on me a face of utter terror. I could do nothing but stare at him, and in a second he quieted down and returned to his seat. Then he became partially sane, and murmured a sort of excuse. I thought that I would discover what truth lay in Mr. Gray's singular hypothesis. I did not ask him bluntly, as an ordinary man would have done, what was his malady, but tactfully, as I thought then, I led the conversation to demoniacal possession in the olden time, and quoted Pellinger's theory on the scriptural cases. He answered with extraordinary vehemence, showing a childish credulity I little expected from an educated man. "I see that you hold to the old interpretation," I said pleasantly. "Nowadays, we tend to find the solution in natural causes." "Heavens, man," he cried. "What do you mean by natural? You haven't the most rudimentary knowledge of nature. Listen to me, and I will tell you something." And with this he began a long rambling account of something which I could not understand. He talked much about a name which sounded like Canaan, and then he wandered to another subject and talked about Proserpina, whom I remembered from Mr. Matthew Arnold's poem. I would have thought him trying to ridicule me, if I had not seen his face, which was white and drawn with pain, and, again, I would have thought him drunk, but for his well-known temperate habits. By and by even my nerves, which are very strong, began to suffer. I understood fragments of his talk, and the understanding did not reassure me. It was poisonous nonsense, but it had a terrible air of realism. He had a queer habit of catching at his heart like a man with the heart disease, and his eyes were like a mad dog's I once saw, the pupil drawn to a pinpoint with fear. I could not bear it, so I tried to break the spell. I offered, against my conscience, to play a card game, but his face showed that he did not understand me. I began to feel a sort of languor of terror. I could hardly rise from my chair, and when at last I got up the whole room seemed haunted. I rushed to the bell and rang it violently, and then tried to open the door. But he was before me again, and gripped my arm so fiercely that I cried out between the pain and my dread of him. "Come back," he cried hoarsely. "Don't leave me alone. For God's sake, elephant." Just then the manservant opened the door, and found the two of us standing like lunatics. I had the sense to save the situation, and I asked him to bring more coals for the fire. Then as soon as he turned to go, I stepped out of the open door before Mr. Laidlaw could prevent me. The hall seemed empty, but to my surprise I found Mrs. Laidlaw sleeping in a chair by the fire. I did not like to waken her, but I was at my wits' end with fright. If I had known the way to the kitchen, I should have sought the servants' company. I ran down a passage, but it seemed to end in a blind wall, and in a great fear I turned and ran upstairs. But the upper lobbies seemed to be unlit, and I was turning back when I heard Laidlaw's voice behind me. It was muffled and queer, and the sound drove me into the darkness. When I turned a corner, to my relief I saw a lamp burning on a table and recognized my bedroom door. Here was sanctuary at last, and I ran in and shut it behind me. My nerves were so shaken by the evening's performances that I found it impossible to get to sleep. I sat up the better part of the night by the fire, and smoked several cigarettes, which in ordinary circumstances I should never have dared to do in a strange bedroom. About 4 o'clock, I think, I dozed off in my chair, and awoke about 9, very stiff and cold, to find Laidlaw laughing at me in the doorway. I was at first so confused that I did not remember what had scared me the night before. Then, as it came back to me, I was amazed at my host's appearance. He looked fresh and well, and in excellent spirits. He laughed immoderately when he found I had not gone to bed. "You do look cheap," he said. "Breakfast's in half an hour. You will feel better when you have had a tub." I bathed reluctantly, feeling ill and bitterly cold, but I was comforted by a good breakfast. Then I had an opportunity of talking to Mrs. Laidlaw. As I remembered her, she had been full of gaiety, and even, I thought, a little frivolous, but now she was so pale and silent that I pitied her sincerely. I began to feel an intense dislike of her husband, partly for the fright he had given me the night before, and partly for the effect his silliness seemed to be having on his wife. The day was a fine one, but after breakfast he showed no intention of going out. I expected to be asked to shoot, a sport which I sometimes try, but he never spoke of it, and insisted on my coming to the billiard room. As we were leaving the table, Mrs. Laidlaw touched my arm, and asked me in a low tone if I would promise to stay all day with her husband. "I want to go down to Morfoot," she said, "and you know he cannot be left alone." I promised willingly, for in the daylight Mr. Laidlaw had no terrors for me. I thought that Mrs. Laidlaw looked relieved. Poor thing! She badly needed a respite. We hung aimlessly about the place till lunch, playing a few games of billiards, and in the intervals looking at stables and harness rooms and the now barren gardens. At lunch Mrs. Laidlaw appeared, but immediately after I heard wheels on the gravel and knew that she had gone to Morfoot. Then I began to feel nervous again. I was the only responsible person left in the place, and Mr. Laidlaw might at any moment relapse into craziness. I watched his moods anxiously, and talked all the nonsense I knew to keep him in good humor. I told him stories, I talked wildly of sport, I made ridiculous jokes at which I felt myself blushing. At first he seemed amused, but soon I felt that my words were falling on deaf ears. He himself began to talk, violently, incessantly, and, I may say, brilliantly. If my memory had been better and my balance less upset, I might have made my reputation, though it would have been a reputation, perhaps, that a minister of the gospel might well look askance at. I could have written a terrible romance from that man's babbling. Nay, I could have done more. I could have composed a new philosophy which would have cast Nietzsche in the shade forever. I do not wish to exaggerate, but I have never been so impressed with a sense of a crazy intellectual acumen. This Mr. Laidlaw, whom I had known as a good landlord and a respectable country gentleman, now appeared as a kind of horrible genius, a brilliant and malignant satyr. I was shocked and confounded, and at the same time filled with admiration. I remember that we passed through the dining room, where there was a great marble bust of a Roman emperor, an old discolored thing, but wonderful in its way. Mr. Laidlaw stopped before it and pointed out its merits. The thing seemed simple enough, and yet after the description I fled from it as if it had been a devil. He followed me, still talking, and we found ourselves in the library. I remember that I suggested tea, but he scarcely heeded me. The darkness was falling, Mrs. Laidlaw had not returned, and I felt horribly uncomfortable. I tried to draw him away from the room which I feared, but he made no sign of understanding. I perceived that the malady of the last night was returning. I hated that library, with its low fire, its ghastly white books, and its dreary outlook. I picked up one volume, and it was lettered on the back Sanctia Delbati Certamina. I dropped it, only to feel Mr. Laidlaw clutching my right arm and dragging me to one of those horrible armchairs. "The night is coming on," the old Noxatra that the monks dreaded. "Promise me that you won't go away." I promised feebly, and prayed for Mrs. Laidlaw's return. I suggested that the lamps should be lit. He rose and tried to light the hanging central one, and I noticed how his hands trembled. His awkwardness upset the thing, and it fell with a crash on the floor. He jumped back with a curious scream like an animal. I was so miserably scared that I had not the heart to do the work for him, so we sat on in the darkness. Any sound from the out of doors would have comforted me, but the whole world was as silent as death. I felt that a little more would drive me mad, and the thought roused me to make a final effort after safety. In spite of all my promises, I must get away. A man's first duty was to himself, and the hour had come for me. I thought with longing of my little bare manse and my solemn housekeeper. And yet how was I to escape, for this man was the stronger, and he would never let me go. I begged him to come into the hall, but he refused. Then I became very cunning. I suggested that we should go to the door and receive Mrs. Laidlaw. He did not know that she had gone, and the news made him so nervous that he accepted my proposal. He caught my arm as before, and, leaning heavily upon me, went into the hall. There was no one about, and the fire had died down, but at the far end there was a pale glimmer from the glass door. We opened it and stood on the top step, looking over the dark lawns. Now was the time for an effort for freedom. If I could only get rid of his hand, I might escape across the fields. I believed him to be too weak on his legs to follow me, and in any case I was a respectable runner. Out of doors he seemed less formidable. It was only in that haunted room that I shuddered. I took the only way of escape which presented itself. There was a flowering shrub in a pot on the top of the parapet. I caught this with my elbow and knocked it over, so that it broke with a clatter on the stone. As I expected, he screamed and jumped aside, letting go my arm for one instant. The next I was down the steps and running hard across the lawns to the park beyond. For a little I heard him stumbling after me, breathing heavily and with little short cries. I ran with the speed of fear, for till I was within my own doors I could feel no security. Once I turned and there he was, a field behind me, running with his head down like a blind dog. I skirted the village, broke through the little fir plantation, and came out on the highway. I saw the light from Jean's little window, and it was like a beacon of hope. In a few minutes I was at the door, and my servant stared as I rushed in, without hat or overcoat, and wet with perspiration. I insisted on barring the doors, and bolting and shuttering every window. Then I had the unusual luxury of a fire in my bedroom, and there I supped, and sat till I fell asleep. End of Mr. Oliphant's Statement 3. Events on the uplands. I returned from town by the night express, which landed me at Boromui about 7 on the Friday morning. To my surprise there was no dog cart to meet me, as had been arranged, and I was compelled to hire from the inn. The omission filled me with forebodings. Things must have gone badly at Moor in my absence, or the careful Sybil would never have forgotten. I grudged the time occupied in that weary drive. The horse seemed intolerably slow, the roads unaccountably steep. It was a sharp morning, with haze on the fields and promise of bright sunshine at midday, but, tired as I was with my 2 days' journey, I was in the humor to see little good in my case. I was thankful when we drew up at the house door, and, cold and stiff, I hobbled up the steps. The door was open, and I entered. The hall was empty, there was no sign of any servant, and all the doors were wide to the wall. I tried one room after another without success. Then I made my voice heard in that place. I shouted for Laidlaw, and then I shouted for Sybil. There came no answer, and in despair I rushed to the kitchen wing. There I found a cluster of frightened maids, and by dint of much questioning learned the truth. Laidlaw, it seemed, had disappeared from the house about 6:15 on the previous night. The minister had decamped and found sanctuary in the manse, but there was no trace of the other. Sybil had gone to Morfoot in the afternoon, and, returning about 6:30, found her husband gone. She had been distracted with anxiety, had gone to the manse, where she found Mr. Oliphant in a state of nervous collapse and quite unable to make any coherent statement, and had then roused some of the neighboring shepherds and organized a search party. They had searched all night, but so far no word had come of the result. Meanwhile, Sybil, utterly wearied and a little hysterical, was in bed, sleeping, for her anxiety of the past week had culminated in a sort of deep languor, which in the circumstances was the best thing that could have happened. There was no question of wakening her, but, as I snatched a hurried breakfast, it seemed to me that I must at once follow the search. They were to meet in the morning at a farm called Mossrigging, beneath a hill of the same name, and if I went there I might get word of them. In the meantime I must interview Mr. Oliphant. I found him in bed, unshaven, and very hollow about the eyes. He told me a lame story, and indeed his fright was so palpable that I had not the heart to blame him. But I insisted that he should get up and come with me, for every man would be needed to search those mossy uplands. I was dog-tired, sleepy, and irritable, and yet I must go. Why should not this man, who had had his night's rest? He made some feeble objection, but he had a conscience of his own and rose obediently. We set out to the nearest part of the moor, he in his clergyman's garb, and I in a dark suit and a bowler, and I remember thinking how oddly unsuited was our dress for this stalking game. I was wretchedly anxious, for I liked Laidlaw, and God alone knew where he might have got to in the night. There were deep bogs and ugly old pit shafts on the moor, and there were ravines with sheer red sides. At any moment we might find tragedy, and I dreaded the report of the searchers at Mossrigging. When we left the road, we followed an old cart track up a shallow glen, where stood some curious old stone chimneys, which had been built by a speculator who hoped to make a fortune from peat. The sun was beginning to break through the haze, and miles of low moorland were disclosed to left and right. But the hills in front were still cloudy, and we were close on the cottage before we knew its whereabouts. It stood high in a crinkle of hill, with a wide prospect north and east to the sea, and as I turned I saw Marie Brigg smoking clear in the autumn light, and the chimneys of the house above the fir trees. Out on the waters 3 ships were sailing like toy boats, a reminder of the bustling modern life beyond this antique place of horrors. The house was full of men, devouring their morning porridge. They were shepherds of the neighborhood, and 2 boys from the village, as well as John Kerr, the head keeper from Moore. One man, Robert Todd by name, answered my unspoken question. "We haven't gotten him, but we've gotten his whereabouts. We got a glisk o' him about 6 this morning on the backside o' the low moss. I kent him fine by the way he ran. Lord, but he was supple. Nane o' us could come within 100 yards o' him. We'll ha' to whisk him gently, sir, and some o' us'll ha' to tak a lang cast round the hill." I had no ambition to tack a lang cast round the hill, but these men had been abroad all night, and I and the minister must undertake the duty. Todd agreed to come with us, and the shaggy silent men of the party expounded the plan of campaign. The low moss was impassable on one side, on another bounded by a steep hill shoulder, and on the others by 2 narrow glens. They would watch the glens, we 3 should make a circuit and come back over the hill, driving the fugitive before us. Once enclosed between the moss and our 3 parties, he should be an easy capture. I implored them to go to work gently, for I feared that he might be driven into the bog. They shook their heads and laughed. It was all a kind of crazy sport to them, and their one idea was to carry out their orders. I confess I was desperately tired before we had forded the upper waters of the moor, crossed the Red Scorehead, and looked over the green pasture lands to the south. It was a most curious sight, for whereas one side of the range was rough and mossy and hideous with red scores, the other was a gentle slope with sweet hill grass and bright shallow waters. It was a new country where the old curse could not reign, and an idea took possession of me that if once Laidlaw came into the place he would be healed of his malady. The air seemed clearer, the sky softer, the whole world simple and clean. We fetched a circuit down one of the little streams till we came to the back of the hill which on its face is called Moss Rigging. I was abominably tired, but in better spirits. As for the minister, he groaned occasionally, but never spoke a word. At the foot we separated to the distance of half a mile, and began the ascent. So far there was no sign of our man. Todd was on the far east, I was in the center, and Mr. Oliphant took the west. I cannot profess to remember exactly all the incidents of that climb. I was too stupid with sleep and exertion, and the little distant figures of my companions danced in a kind of haze. The ascent was simple, short grass, varied by short heather, with at wide intervals a patch of shingle. The shepherd walked with an easy swing. The minister stumbled and groaned, while I, in sheer bravado and irritation at my weakness, kept up a kind of despairing trot. The devil and Laidlaw combined might confront me, but I was too tired to care. Indeed, in a little I had forgotten all about the purpose of our quest. Then, quite suddenly, almost at the summit, in a little hollow of the ridge, I saw our man. He was sitting on the ground, directly in the minister's line, and his head was sunk on his breast. I remember being taken with a horrid thought that he was dead, and quickened my trot to a run. Meanwhile the minister was approaching very near, but apparently quite unconscious of his presence. His eyes were in the ends of the earth, and he ambled along with no purpose in the world. What happened rests mainly on my authority, but Robert Todd, shepherd in Nether Moss Rigging, is ready to swear to the essentials. Mr. Oliphant stumbled on into the hollow till he was within 10 yards of the sitting figure. Laidlaw never moved, but the subtle influence which tells of human presence came suddenly upon the minister's senses, for he lifted his eyes and started. The man was still scared to death, and he naturally turned to run away, when something happened which I cannot well explain. Laidlaw was still sitting with his head on his breast, and yet it was clear to my mind that Laidlaw had somehow risen and was struggling with the minister. I could see the man's wrists strained and twisted as if in a death grapple, and his white face reddening with exertion. He seemed to be held round the middle, for his feet tottered several times, and once he lurched to the left side, so that I thought he was thrown. And yet he was only battling with the air, for there was Laidlaw sitting quietly some yards from him. And then suddenly the contest seemed to cease. Mr. Oliphant ran straight past the sitting man and over the brow of the hill. Surprise had held Todd and myself motionless. Now the spell was broken, and from our several places we ran towards Laidlaw. I heard the shepherd's loud voice crying, "Look at Oliphant! Oliphant's no wise," and I thought I heard a note of sardonic mirth. In any case, it was the minister he was after, for a moment later he disappeared down the further slope. Mr. Oliphant might go where he pleased, but my business was with my friend. I caught Laidlaw by the shoulder and shook him fiercely. Then I pulled him to his feet, let him go, and he rolled over. The sight was so comic that I went into a fit of nervous laughter, but the shock seemed to have restored his wits, for he opened sleepy eyes and regarded me solemnly. I do not propose to analyze my reasons, but I was conscious that it was the old Laidlaw who was looking at me. I knew he was healed of his malady, but how I knew it I do not know. He stuck both fists into his eyes like a sleepy child. Then he yawned, and looked down ruefully at soaked, soiled, and ragged clothing. Then he looked reproachfully at me. "What's up?" he asked. "Stop that hideous row and tell me what has happened. Have I had an accident?" Then I spoke cunningly. "Nothing much. A little bit of a fall, but you'll be all right soon. Why, you look better already." And again I went into a fit of laughter. He grew wholesomely cross. "Oh, don't be a confounded jackass," he cried. "I feel as if I hadn't slept for a week, and I'm hungry and thirsty." He swallowed the contents of my flask, and wolfed my sandwiches in a disgusting way. Then he proposed that we should go home. "I'm tired, and I'm sick of shooting for the day. By the by, where's my gun?" "Broken," I said, "broken in the fall." The keeper is going to look after it. And with the aid of my arm he began with feeble steps his homeward journey. Asterisk 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 The minister, this is the tale of Robert Todd and his colleagues, ran down the precipitous part of moss rigging like a thing inspired. Todd, laboring heavily in his wake, declared that he went down the hillside like a loose stone, slipping, stumbling, yet never altogether losing his feet, and clearing dangers solely by the grace of God. As he went, said the men, he made clutches at the air, and his face was the face of one distraught. They ran together from their different places to intercept him on the edge of the bog, for at first they thought he was Laidlaw. When they saw their mistake they did not stop, for Todd was making frantic signals for pursuit. John Kerr, the moor-keeper, was nearest, and he declared afterwards that he never approached a business so unwillingly. I wad ha gripit a wild stot or a daft stag son or yon man, he said. But the business was too public for sheer cowardice. John assaulted him on the left flank while the other attacked in front, and John was bowled over like a ninepin. It was not the minister, he said, but something else, something with an arm 2 yards long, which flew out like a steam hammer. But the others were more fortunate. One caught Mr. Oliphant's right arm, another hung on to the flaps of his coat, while a third tripped him up gallantly, till the whole body of them rolled on the ground. Then ensued an indescribable fray. Todd got a black eye from some unknown source, and one of the boys lost several front teeth. Howls of rage filled the moorland air, and all the while, they declared, the minister was praying with an unction which was never heard in the kirk. Lord, give me peace, he cried. Lord, take the thing away, and then again, get thee behind me, Satan. The end came very suddenly, for the company rolled into the bog. The minister, being lowest, saved the others, but he floundered in the green slime up to his middle. The accident seemed to inspire sobriety. He ceased his prayers, his face lost its horror, and took on a common human fear. Then Todd and his friends labored heroically to rescue him, and all the while, they declared, something was pummeling them and bruising them, and they showed 4 long black marks on their bodies. Slowly they raised Mr. Oliphant from the slough, and on a bridge of coats he crept back to solid land. And then something happened which was the crowning marvel of the business. It was a still sharp day, but suddenly there came a wind, hot and harsh, and like nothing they had ever known. It stung them like nettles, played for a moment in their midst, and then in a kind of visible cloud passed away from them over the bog in the direction of the Red Lock. And with the wind went the thing which had so long played havoc in the place, and the men were left with an unkempt figure, coated with slime and shivering with fright, but once more the sane and prosaic Mr. Oliphant, the minister of the parish of Moor. Asterisk 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 We got Laidlaw and the minister back to the house with much trouble, for both were weak on their legs, and one was still in a pitiable fright. The two kept eyeing each other, one with a sort of disgusted amusement, the other with a wondering fear. The shepherds were mystified, but they were matter-of-fact beings, who, having fulfilled their orders, gave no more thought to the business. The wounded nursed their bruises and swore cheerfully, and the boy with the broken teeth whistled his complaints. A good dinner restored them to humor, and the last I saw was Kerr and Todd going over the odyssey of their adventures to a circle of critical spectators. When Laidlaw and the minister had washed and fed, and sat smoking in the library, I went to talk to Sybil. I have often wondered how much she understood. At any rate, she took my word that the trouble had passed, and in a fit of tears thanked me for my labors. Then she said she would go to her husband, and I led her to the library, where the two heroes were smoking the pipe of peace. Laidlaw greeted her cheerily as if nothing had happened. "I feel a bit shaken," he said, "but I'll be all right after a night's rest." "You needn't be nervous, Syb. By the by, Harry, where's that gun?" Then he wandered round the room, casting an unfriendly eye on his new acquisitions. "Look here. Somebody has been playing the fool in this place. I can't see a single badminton, and where did this stuff come from?" And he tapped a row of books in old vellum. "I never remember the things before. Saint Adelbert. Who on earth was he?" "Why, anyone who came in suddenly and did not know me might think I was a minor poet. I wish you'd tell Harrison to clear all this truck away." The minister sat by the fire and said nothing. The marvelous had intruded upon his easy life and spoiled the balance. I was sorry for the man as I thanked him in a low tone and asked how he felt. The words came from between chattering teeth. "I am getting better," he said, "but I have had a terrible shock. I am a Christian man and I have been tempted. I thought we lived in a progressive age, but now I know that we don't. And I am going to write to Dr. Rintoul. Footnote 3. I have identified the bust, which, when seen under other circumstances, had little power to affect me. It was a copy of the head of Justinian in the Tesch Museum at Venice, and several duplicates exist, dating apparently from the 7th century, and showing traces of Byzantine decadence in the scrollwork on the hair. It is engraved in M. de la Croix's Byzantium and, I think, in Winsheed's Pandectonlia Buch. For the outgoing of the tide, for, between the hours of 12 and 1, even at the turning of the tide, men come from distant parts to admire the tides of Solway, which race in at flood and retreat at ebb with a greater speed than a horse can follow. But nowhere are there queerer waters than in our own parish of Cords at the place called the Scabbay, where between two horns of land a shallow estuary receives the stream of the Scaw. I never daunder by its shores, and see the waters hurrying like messengers from the great deep, without solemn thoughts and a memory of scripture words on the terror of the sea. The vast Atlantic may be fearful in its wrath, but with us it is no clean open rage, but the deceit of the creature, the unholy ways of quicksands when the waters are gone, and their stealthy return like a thief in the night watches. But in the times of which I write there were more awful fears than any from the violence of nature. It was before the day of my ministry in Cords, for then I was a bit callant in short clothes in my native parish of Elsmahagau, but the worthy Dr. Crystal, who had charge of spiritual things, has told me often of the power of Satan and his emissaries in that lonely place. It was the day of warlocks and apparitions, now happily driven out by the zeal of the General Assembly. Witches pursued their one chancy calling, bairns were spirited away, young lasses sold their souls to the evil one, and the accuser of the brethren in the shape of a black tyke was seen about cottage doors in the gloaming. Many and earnest were the prayers of good Dr. Crystal, but the evil thing, in spite of his wrestling, grew and flourished in his midst. The parish stank of idolatry, abominable rites were practiced in secret, and in all the bounds there was no one had a more evil name for this black traffic than one Alison Sempill, who bode at the Skirburn foot. The cottage stood nigh the burn in a little garden with lilacs and groseart bushes lining the pathway. The Sker ran by in a linn among hollins, and the noise of its waters was ever about the place. The high road on the other side was frequented by few, for a nearer hand way to the west had been made through the low moss. Sometimes a herd from the hills would pass by with sheep, sometimes a tinkler or a wandering merchant, and once in a long while the Laird of Heriotside on his grey horse riding to Gledsmooy. And they who passed would see Alison hirpling in her garden, speaking to herself like the ill wife she was, or sitting on a cutty stool by the door-side with her eyes on other than mortal sights. Where she came from no man could tell. There were some said she was no woman, but a ghost haunting some mortal tenement. Others would threep she was gentrice, come of a persecuting family in the West, that had been ruined in the Revolution wars. She never seemed to want for siller, the house was as bright as a new preen, the yard better delved than the manse garden, and there was routh of fowls and dews about the small steading, for by a ween sheep and milk kye in the fields. No man ever saw Alison at any market in the countryside, and yet the Skirburn foot was plenished yearly in all proper order. One man only worked on the place, a doit lad who had long been a charge to the parish, and who had not the sense to fear danger or the wit to understand it. Upon all other the sight of Alison, were it but for a moment, cast a cold grue, not to be remembered without terror. It seems she was not ordinarily ill-faured, as men use the word. She was maybe 60 years in age, small and trig, with her grey hair folded neatly under her mutch. But the sight of her eyes was not a thing to forget. John Dodds said they were the innovadear with the devil ahint them, and indeed they would so appall an onlooker that a sudden unreasoning terror came into his heart, while his feet would impel him to flight. Once John, being overtaken in drink on the roadside by the cottage, and dreaming that he was burning in hell, woke, and saw the old wife hobbling towards him. Thereupon he fled soberly to the hills, and from that day became a quiet living humble-minded Christian. She moved about the country like a wraith, gathering herbs in dark loanings, lingering in kirkyards, and casting a blight on innocent bairns. Once Robert Smillie found her in a ruinous kirk on the Langmuir where of old the idolatrous rites of Rome were practiced. It was a hot day, and in the quiet place the flies buzzed in crowds, and he noted that she sat clothed in them as with a garment, yet suffering no discomfort. Then he, having mind of Beelzebub, the god of flies, fled without a halt homewards, but, falling in the Cou's loan, broke 2 ribs and a collarbone, the whilk misfortune was much blessed to his soul. And there were darker tales in the countryside, of weans stolen, of lasses misguided, of innocent beasts cruelly tortured, and in one and all there came in the name of the wife of the Skirbenfoot. It was noted by them that kenned best that her cantrips were at their worst when the tides in the Skabay ebbed between the hours of 12 and 1. At this season of the night the tides of mortality run lowest, and when the outgoing of these unco waters fell in with the setting of the current of life, then indeed was the hour for unholy revels. While honest men slept in their beds, the old Rudascarlins took their pleasure. That there is a delight in sin no man denies, but to most it is but a broken glint in the pauses of their conscience. But what must be the hellish joy of those lost beings who have forsworn God and tryst with the Prince of Darkness, it is not for a Christian to say. Certain it is that it must be great, though their master waits at the end of the road to claim the wizened things they call their souls. Serious men, notably Gideon Scott in the back of the hill and Simon Warch in the shieling of Chasehope, have seen Alison wandering on the wet sands, dancing to no earthly music, while the heavens, they said, were full of lights and sounds which betokened the presence of the Prince of the powers of the air. It was a season of heart-searching for God's saints in chords, and the dispensation was blessed to not a few. It will seem strange that in all this time the presbytery was idle, and no effort was made to rid the place of so fell an influence. But there was a reason, and the reason, as in most like cases, was a lassie. For by Alison there lived at the Skirbenfoot a young maid, Ailey Sempill, who by all accounts was as good and bonny as the other was evil. She passed for a daughter of Alison's, whether born in wedlock or not I cannot tell, but there were some said she was no kin to the old witch wife, but some bairn spirited away from honest parents. She was young and blithe, with a face like an April morning and a voice in her that put the lavericks to shame. When she sang in the kirk folk have told me that they had a foretaste of the music of the New Jerusalem, and when she came in by the village of Cords old men stottered to their doors to look at her. Moreover from her earliest days the bairn had some glimmerings of grace. Though no minister would visit the Skirbenfoot, or if he went, departed quicker than he came, the girl Ailey attended regular at the catechizing at the Mains of Sker. It may be that Alison thought she would be a better offering for the devil if she were given the chance of forswearing God, or it may be that she was so occupied in her own dark business that she had no care of the bairn. Meanwhile the lass grew up in the nurture and admonition of the Lord. I have heard Dr. Crystal say that he never had a communicant more full of the things of the Spirit. From the day when she first declared her wish to come forward to the hour when she broke bread at the table, she walked like one in a dream. The lads of the parish might cast admiring eyes on her bright cheeks and yellow hair as she sat in her white gown in the kirk, but well they knew she was not for them. To be the bride of Christ was the thought that filled her heart, and when at the fencing of the tables Dr. Crystal preached from Matthew 9 and 15, "Can the children of the bride chamber mourn, as long as the bridegroom is with them?" it was remarked by sundry that Ailie's face was liker the countenance of an angel than of a mortal lass. It is with the day of her first communion that this narrative of mine begins. As she walked home after the morning table she communed in secret and her heart sank within her. She had mind of God's mercies in the past, how he had kept her feet from the snares of evildoers which had been spread around her youth. She had been told unholy charms like the 7 South Streams and the 9 Rowan berries, and it was noted when she went first to the catechizing that she prayed Our Father which wert in heaven, the prayer which the ill wife Alison had taught her, meaning by it Lucifer who had been in heaven and had been cast out therefrom. But when she had come to years of discretion she had freely chosen the better part, and evil had ever been repelled from her soul like gled water from the stones of gled brig. Now she was in a rapture of holy content. The druckin bell, for the ungodly fashion lingered in chords, was ringing in her ears as she left the village, but to her it was but a kirk bell and a goodly sound. As she went through the woods where the primroses and the whitethorn were blossoming, the place seemed as the land of Elam, wherein there were 12 wells and 70 palm trees. And then, as it might be, another thought came into her head, for it is ordained that frail mortality cannot long continue in holy joy. In the kirk she had been only the bride of Christ, but as she came through the wood, with the birds lilting and the winds of the world blowing, she had mind of another lover. For this lass, though so cold to men, had not escaped the common fate. It seemed that the young Heriotside, riding by one day, stopped to spur something or other, and got a glisk of Ailie's face, which caught his fancy. He passed the road again many times, and then he would meet her in the gloaming or of a morning in the field as she went to fetch the kye. Blue are the hills that are far away is an o'ercome in the countryside, and while at first on his side it may have been but a young man's fancy, to her he was like the god Apollo descending from the skies. He was good to look on, brawly dressed, and with a tongue in his head that would have whyled the bird from the tree. Moreover, he was of gentle kin, and she was a poor lass biding in a cot house with an ill-reputed mother. It seems that in time the young man, who had begun the affair with no good intentions, fell honestly in love, while she went singing about the doors as innocent as a bairn, thinking of him when her thoughts were not on higher things. So it came about that long ere Ailie reached home it was on young Harriet's side that her mind dwelt, and it was the love of him that made her eyes glow and her cheeks redden. Now it chanced that at that very hour her master had been with Alison, and the pair of them were preparing a deadly pit. Let no man say that the devil is not a cruel tyrant. He may give his folk some scrapings of unhallowed pleasure, but he will exact tithes, yea of anise and cummin, in return, and there is aye the reckoning to pay at the hinder end. It seems that now he was driving Alison hard. She had been remiss of late, fewer souls sent to hell, less zeal in quenching the spirit, and above all the crowning offence that her bairn had communicated in Christ's kirk. She had waited over long, and now it was like that Ailey would escape her toils. I have no skill of fancy to tell of that dark colg, but the upshot was that Alison swore by her lost soul and the pride of sin to bring the lass into thrall to her master. The fiend had bare departed when Ailey came over the threshold to find the old carline glunching by the fire. It was plain she was in the worst of tempers. She flighted on the lass till the poor thing's cheek paled. "There you gang," she cried, troking with a weary foo Pharisees o' cords, "wha dauna darken your mither's door." "A bonny dutiful child," quotha. "Woman, ha ye nae pride, no even the ments o' a tinkler lass?" And then she changed her voice, and would be as soft as honey. "My pooey wee Ailey, was I thrawn till ye? Never mind, my bonny. You and me are a' that's left, and we mauna be ill to ither." And then the two had their dinner, and all the while the old wife was crooning over the lass. "We maun gree weel," she says, "for we're like to be our leelane for the rest o' our days. They tell me Harrietside is seeking Joan o' the Croft, and they are soon to be cried in Gledsmooy Kirk." It was the first the lass had heard of it, and you may fancy she was struck dumb. And so with one thing and other the old witch raised the fiends of jealousy in that innocent heart. She would cry out that Harrietside was an ill-doing wastrel, and had no business to come and flatter honest lasses. And then she would speak of his gentle birth and his leddy mother, and say it was indeed presumption to hope that so great a gentleman could mean all that he said. Before long Ailey was silent and white, while her mother rhymed on about men and their ways. And then she could thole it no longer, but must go out and walk by the burn to cool her hot brow and calm her thoughts, while the witch indoors laughed to herself at her devices. 4 days Ailey had an absent eye and a sad face, and it so fell out that in all that time young Harrietside, who had scarce missed a day, was laid up with a broken arm and never came near her. So in a week's time she was beginning to hearken to her mother when she spoke of incantations and charms for restoring love. She kenned it was sin, but though not 7 days syne she had sat at the Lord's table, so strong is love in a young heart that she was on the very brink of it. But the grace of God was stronger than her weak will. She would have none of her mother's runes and philters, though her soul cried out for them. Always when she was most disposed to listen some merciful power stayed her consent. Alison grew thrawner as the hours passed. She kenned of Harrietside's broken arm, and she feared that any day he might recover and put her stratagems to shame. And then it seems that she collogued with her master and heard word of a subtler device. For it was approaching that uncanny time of year, the festival of Beltane, when the old pagans were wont to sacrifice to their god Baal. In this season warlocks and carlins have a special dispensation to do evil, and Alison waited on its coming with graceless joy. As it happened, the tides in the Skabay ebbed at this time between the hours of 12 and 1, and, as I have said, this was the hour above all others when the powers of darkness were most potent. Would the lass but consent to go abroad in the unhallowed place at this awful season and hour of the night, she was as firmly hand-fasted to the devil as if she had signed a bond with her own blood. for there, it seemed, the forces of good fled far away. The world for 1 hour was given over to its ancient prince, and the man or woman who willingly sought the spot was his bond-servant forever. There are deadly sins from which God's people may recover. A man may even communicate unworthily, and yet, so be it he sin not against the Holy Ghost, he may find forgiveness. But it seems that for this Beltane sin there could be no pardon, and I can testify from my own knowledge that they who once committed it became lost souls from that day. James Deocar, once a promising professor, fell thus out of sinful bravery and died blaspheming, and of Kate Mallison, who went the same road, no man can tell. Here, indeed, was the witch-wife's chance, and she was the more keen, for her master had warned her that this was her last chance. Either Ailey's soul would be his, or her old wrinkled body and black heart would be flung from this pleasant world to their apportioned place. Some days later it happened that young Harriet Side was stepping home over the Langmuir about 10 at night, it being his first jaunt from home since his arm had mended. He had been to the supper of the Forest Club at the Cross Keys in Gledsmooy, a clam-jam fry of wild young blades who passed the wine and played at cards once a fortnight. It seems he had drunk well, so that the world ran round about and he was in the best of tempers. The moon came down and bowed to him, and he took off his hat to it. For every step he travelled miles, so that in a little he was beyond Scotland altogether and pacing the Arabian desert. He thought he was the Pope of Rome, so he held out his foot to be kissed, and rolled 20 yards to the bottom of a small brae. Sign he was the King of France, and fought hard with a wimbush till he had banged it to pieces. After that nothing would content him but he must be a bogle, for he found his head dunting on the stars and his legs were knocking the hills together. He thought of the mischief he was doing to the old earth, and sat down and cried at his wickedness. Then he went on, and maybe the steep road to the Mossrig helped him, for he began to get sober and ken his whereabouts. On a sudden he was aware of a man linking along at his side. He cried a fine night and the man replied. Sign, being merry from his cups, he tried to slap him on the back. The next he kenned he was rolling on the grass, for his hand had gone clean through the body and found nothing but air. His head was so thick with wine that he found nothing droll in this. Faith, friend, he says, that was a nasty fall for a fellow that has supped weel. Where might your road be gone to? To the world's end, said the man, but I stop at the Skirburn foot. Bide the night at Harriet Side, says he. It's a thought out of your way, but it's a comfortable bit. There's mere comfort at the Skirburn foot, said the dark man. Now the mention of the Skirburn foot brought back to him only the thought of Ailey and not of the witch-wife, her mother. So he jealoused no ill, for at the best he was slow in the uptake. The two of them went on together for a while, Harriet Side's full head filled with the thought of the lass. Then the dark man broke silence. Ye rethinking o' the maid Ailey Sempill, says he. How ken ye that? Asked Harriet Side. It is my business to read the hurts o' men, said the other. And who may ye be, said Harrietside, growing eerie. Just an old packman, said he, nay name ye wad ken, but kin to mony gentle houses. And what about Ailey, you that ken sae muckle? Asked the young man. Nay a thing, was the answer, nay a thing that concerns you, for ye'll never get the lass. By God, and I will, says Harrietside, for he was a profane swearer. That's the wrong name to seek her in, anyway, said the man. At this the young laird struck a great blow at him with his stick, but found nothing to resist him but the hill wind. When they had gone on a bit, the dark man spoke again. The lassie is thirled to holy things, says he. She has nae care for flesh and blood, only for devout contemplation. She loves me, says Harrietside. Not you, says the other, but a shadow in your stead. At this the young man's heart began to tremble, for it seemed that there was truth in what his companion said, and he was ower drunk to think gravely. I kenna what na man ye are, he says, but ye have the skill of lasses' hearts. Tell me truly, is there no way to win her to common love? One way there is, said the man, and for our friendship's sake I will tell it you. If ye can ever tryst wi her on Beltane's eve on the Sker sands, at the green link o' the burn where the sands begin, on the ebb o' the tide when the midnight is by but afore cockcrow, she'll be yours, body and soul, for this world and for ever. And then it appeared to the young man that he was walking his lone up the grass walk of Harrietside with the house close by him. He thought no more of the stranger he had met, but the word stuck in his heart. It seems that about this very time Alison was telling the same tale to poor Ailey. She cast up to her every idle gossip she could think of. It's Joan o' the Croft was I her o'er come, and she would threep that they were to be cried in kirk on the first Sabbath of May. And then she would rhyme on about the black cruelty of it, and cry down curses on the lover, so that her daughter's heart grew cawed with fear. It is terrible to think of the power of the world even in a redeemed soul. Here was a maid who had drunk of the well of grace and tasted of God's mercies, and yet there were moments when she was ready to renounce her hope. At those awful seasons God seemed far off and the world very nigh, and to sell her soul for love looked a fair bargain. At other times she would resist the devil and comfort herself with prayer. But when she woke there was the sore heart, and when she went to sleep there were the weary eyes. There was no comfort in the goodliness of spring or the bright sunshine weather, and she who had been wont to go about the doors light-foot and blithe was now as dowy as a widow woman. And then one afternoon in the hinder end of April came young Harrietside riding to the Skirburn foot. His arm was healed, he had got him a fine new suit of green, and his horse was a metal beast that well set off his figure. Ailey was standing by the doorstep as he came down the road, and her heart stood still with joy. But a second thought gave her anguish. This man, so gallant and braw, would never be for her. Doubtless the fine suit and the capering horse were for Joan o' the Croft's pleasure. And he in turn, when he remarked her wan cheek and dowy eyes, had mind of what the dark man said on the muir, and saw in her a maid sworn to no mortal love. Yet the passion for her had grown fiercer than ever, and he swore to himself that he would win her back from her fantasies. She, one may believe, was ready enough to listen. As she walked with him by the Skawater, his words were like music to her ears, and Alison within doors laughed to herself and saw her devices prosper. He spoke to her of love and his own heart, and the girl hearkened gladly. He rebuked her coldness and cast scorn upon her piety, and so far was she beguiled that she had no answer. Then from one thing and another he spoke of some true token of their love. He said he was jealous, and craved something to ease his care. "It's but a small thing I ask," says he, "but it will make me a happy man, and nothing ever shall come atween us. Tryst we me for Beltane's eve on the Sker sands, at the green link o' the burn where the sands begin, on the ebb o' the tide when midnight is by but afore cock-crow." For, said he, that was our forebears' tryst for true lovers, and wherefore no for you and me. The lassie had grace given her to refuse, but with a woeful heart, and Harriet Side rode off in black discontent, leaving poor Ailie to sigh her lone. He came back the next day and the next, but he got the same answer. A season of great doubt fell upon her soul. She had no clearness in her hope, nor any sense of God's promises. The scriptures were an idle tale to her, prayer brought her no refreshment, and she was convicted in her conscience of the unpardonable sin. Had she been less full of pride she would have taken her troubles to good Dr. Crystal and got comfort, but her grief made her silent and timorous, and she found no help anywhere. Her mother was ever at her side, seeking with coaxings and evil advice to drive her to the irrevocable step. And all the while there was her love for the man riving in her bosom and giving her no ease by night or day. She believed she had driven him away and repented her denial. Only her pride held her back from going to Harriet's side and seeking him herself. She watched the road hourly for a sight of his face, and when the darkness came she would sit in a corner brooding over her sorrows. At last he came, spurring the old question. He sought the same tryst, but now he had a further tale. It seemed he was eager to get her away from the Skirburn side and old Alison. His aunt, the Lady Balcrinny, would receive her gladly at his request till the day of their marriage. Let her but tryst with him at the hour and place he named, and he would carry her straight to Balcrinny, where she would be safe and happy. He named that hour, he said, to escape men's observation for the sake of her own good name. He named that place, for it was near her dwelling, and on the road between Balcrinny and Harrietside, which fords the Skirburn. The temptation was more than mortal heart could resist. She gave him the promise he sought, stifling the voice of conscience, and as she clung to his neck it seemed to her that heaven was a poor thing compared with a man's love. 3 days remained till Beltane's eve, and throughout the time it was noted that Harriet's side behaved like one possessed. It may be that his conscience pricked him, or that he had a glimpse of his sin and its coming punishment. Certain it is that, if he had been daft before, he now ran wild in his pranks, and an evil report of him was in every mouth. He drank deep at the Cross Keys, and fought 2 battles with young lads that had angered him. One he led off with a touch on the shoulder, the other goes lame to this day from a wound he got in the groin. There was word of the procurator fiscal taking note of his doings, and troth, if they had continued long he must have fled the country. For a wager he rode his horse down the Dalcraig, wherefore the name of the place is the Horseman's Craig to this day. He laid 100 guineas with the Laird of Slipperfield that he would drive 4 horses through the Slipperfield lock, and in the prank he had his bit chariot dung to pieces and a good mare killed. And all men observed that his eyes were wild and his face grey and thin, and that his hand would twitch as he held the glass, like one with the palsy. The eve of Beltane was lown and hot in the Low Country, with fire hanging in the clouds and thunder grumbling about the heavens. It seems that up in the hills it had been an awesome deluge of rain, but on the coast it was still dry and lowering. It is a long road from Heriot-side to the Skirburn Foot. First you go down the Heriot Water, and sign over the Langmuir to the edge of Muckaluhan. When you pass the steadings of Meyerhope and Cockmallan you turn to the right and ford the Meyer Burn. That brings you on to the Turnpike Road, which you will ride till it bends inland, while you keep on straight over the Winnie Knowes to the Skabay. There, if you are in luck, you will find the tide out and the place fordable drishod for a man on a horse. But if the tide runs, you will do well to sit down on the sands and content yourself till it turn, or it will be the Solons and Scarts of the Solway that will be seeing the next of you. On this Beltane's eve the young man, after supping with some wild young blades, bade his horse be saddled about 10 o'clock. The company were eager to ken his errand, but he waved them back. Bide here, he says, and birl the wine till I return. This is a ploy of my own on which no man follows me. And there was that in his face as he spoke which chilled the wildest, and left them well content to keep to the good claret and the soft seat and let the daft laird go his own ways. Well and on, he rode down the bridle path in the wood, along the top of the Heriot Glen, and as he rode he was aware of a great noise beneath him. It was not wind, for there was none, and it was not the sound of thunder, and as he spared at himself what it was it grew the louder till he came to a break in the trees. And then he saw the cause, for Heriot was coming down in a furious flood, 60 yards wide, tearing at the roots of the aches, and flinging red waves against the drystone dikes. It was a sight and sound to solemnize a man's mind. Deep calling unto deep, the great waters of the hills running to meet with the great waters of the sea. But Heriot-side recked nothing of it, for his heart had but one thought and the eye of his fancy one figure. Never had he been so filled with love of the lass, and yet it was not happiness but a deadly secret fear. As he came to the Langmuir it was gin dark, though there was a moon somewhere behind the clouds. It was little he could see of the road, and ere long he had tried many moss pools and sloughs, as his brawn new coat bare witness. In front of him was the great hill of Muckaluhan, where the road turned down by the mire. The noise of the Heriot had not long fallen behind him ere another began, the same eerie sound of Burns crying to Uther in the darkness. It seemed that the whole earth was overrun with waters. Every little runnel in the bog was astir, and yet the land around him was as dry as flax, and no drop of rain had fallen. As he rode on the din grew louder, and as he came over the top of Meyerhope he kenned by the mighty rushing noise that something uncommon was happening with the Meyer burn. The light from Meyerhope shieling twinkled on his left, and had the man not been dozened with his fancies he might have observed that the steading was deserted and men were crying below in the fields. But he rode on, thinking of but one thing, till he came to the cot house of Cockmalan, which is nigh the fords of the Mire. John Dodds, the herd who bode in the place, was standing at the door, and he looked to see who was on the road so late. "Stop," says he, "stop, Laird Heriotside. I kenna what your errand is, but it is to no holy purpose that ye re out on Beltane Eve. Do ye no hear the warning o' the waters?" And then in the still night came the sound of mire like the clash of armies. "I must win over the ford," says the laird quietly, thinking of another thing. "Ford," cried John in scorn. "There'll be nae ford for you the nicht unless it be the ford o' the river Jordan. The burns are up, and bigger than man ever saw them. It'll be a Beltane's Eve that a folk will remember. They tell me that Gled Valley is like a loch, and that there's an awesome folk drooned in the hills. Gin ye were ower the mire, what about crossin' the cords and the sco?" says he, for he jealoused he was going to Gledsmooy. And then it seemed that that word brought the laird to his senses. He looked the erd the rain was coming from, and he saw it was the erd the sca flowed. In a second, he has told me, the works of the devil were revealed to him. He saw himself a tool in Satan's hands. He saw his tryst a device for the destruction of the body, as it was assuredly meant for the destruction of the soul, and there came on his mind the picture of an innocent lass borne down by the waters with no place for repentance. His heart grew cold in his breast. He had but one thought, a sinful and reckless one, to get to her side, that the two might go together to their account. He heard the roar of the mire as in a dream, and when John Dodds laid hands on his bridle he felled him to the earth. And the next scene of it was the laird riding the floods like a man possessed. The horse was the grey stallion he rode, the very beast he had ridden for many a wager with the wild lads of the Cross Keys. No man but himself durst back it, and it had lamed many a hostler lad and broke 2 necks in its day. But it seemed it had the mettle for any flood, and took the mire with little spurring. The herds on the hillside looked to see man and steed swept into eternity, but though the red waves were breaking about his shoulders and he was swept far down, he held on for the shore. The next thing the watchers saw was the laird struggling up the far bank, and casting his coat from him, so that he rode in his sock. And then he set off like a wildfire across the muir towards the turnpike road. 2 men saw him on the road and have recorded their experience. One was a gangrel, by name Nab, who was travelling from Gledsmooy to Alarcock with a heavy pack on his back and a bowed head. He heard a sound like wind afore him, and, looking up, saw coming down the road a grey horse stretched out to a wild gallop and a man on its back with a face like a soul in torment. He kenned not whether it was devil or mortal, but flung himself on the roadside, and lay like a corpse for an hour or more till the rain aroused him. The other was one Sim Doolittle, the fish hawker from Allerfoot, jogging home in his fish cart from Gledsmooy Fair. He had drunk more than was fit for him, and he was singing some light song, when he saw approaching, as he said, the pale horse mentioned in the Revelations, with death seated as the rider. Thoughts of his sins came on him like a thunderclap, fear loosened his knees, he leaped from the cart to the road, and from the road to the back of a dike. Thence he flew to the hills, and was found the next morning far up among the Mire Craigs, while his horse and cart were gotten on the Aller sands, the horse lamed and the cart without the wheels. At the toll house the road turns inland to Gledsmooy, and he who goes to Skabay must leave it and cross the wild land called the Winnie Nows, a place rough with bracken and foxes' holes and old stone cairns. The tollman, John Guion, was opening his window to get a breath of air in the lown night when he heard or saw the approaching horse. He kenned the beast for Heriotsides, and, being a friend of the lad's, he ran down in all haste to open the yett, wondering to himself about the lad's errand on this night. A voice came down the road to him bidding him hurry, but John's old fingers were slow with the keys, and so it happened that the horse had to stop, and John had time to look up at the gash and woeful face. "Where away the nisht sae late, lad?" says John. "I go to save a soul from hell," was the answer. And then it seems that through the open door there came the chapping of a clock. "What no hour is that?" asks Heriotside. "Midnight," says John, trembling, for he did not like the look of things. There was no answer but a groan, and horse and man went racing down the dark hollows of the Winnie Nows. How he escaped a broken neck in that dreadful place no human being will ever tell. The sweat, he has told me, stood in cold drops upon his forehead. He scarcely was aware of the saddle in which he sat, and his eyes were stilled in his head, so that he saw nothing but the sky around him. The night was growing colder, and there was a small sharp wind stirring from the east. But, hot or cold, it was all one to him, who was already cold as death. He heard not the sound of the sea nor the peasweeps startled by his horse, for the sound that ran in his ears was the roaring Skawater and a girl's cry. The thought kept goading him, and he spurred the grey till the creature was madder than himself. It leaped the hole which they call the Devil's Mull as I would step over a thistle, and the next he kenned he was on the edge of the Skabay. It lay before him white and ghastly, with mist blowing in wafts across it and a slow swaying of the tides. It was the better part of a mile wide, but save for some fathoms in the middle where the Ska current ran, it was no deeper even at flood than a horse's fetlocks. It looks eerie at bright midday when the sun is shining and hawps are crying among the seaweeds. But think what it was on that awesome night with the powers of darkness brooding over it like a cloud. The rider's heart quailed for a moment in natural fear. He stepped his beast a few feet in, still staring afore him like a daft man. And then something in the sound or the feel of the waters made him look down, and he perceived that the ebb had begun and the tide was flowing out to sea. He kenned that all was lost, and the knowledge drove him to stark despair. His sins came in his face like birds of night, and his heart shrank like a pea. He knew himself for a lost soul, and all that he loved in the world was out in the tides. There, at any rate, he could go to, and give back that gift of life he had so blackly misused. He cried small and soft like a bairn, and drove the grey out into the waters. And as he spurred it, the foam should have been flying as high as his head, but in that uncanny hour there was no foam, only the waves running sleek like oil. It was not long ere he had come to the Sker Channel, where the red moss waters were roaring to the sea, an ill place to ford in midsummer heat, and certain death, as folks reputed it, at the smallest spate. The grey was swimming, but it seemed the Lord had other purposes for him than death, for neither man nor horse could drown. He tried to leave the saddle, but he could not. He flung the bridle from him, but the grey held on, as if some strong hand were guiding. He cried out upon the devil to help his own. He renounced his Maker and his God, but whatever his punishment, he was not to be drowned. And then he was silent, for something was coming down the tide. It came down as quiet as a sleeping bairn, straight for him as he sat with his horse breasting the waters, and as it came the moon crept out of a cloud and he saw a glint of yellow hair. And then his madness died away and he was himself again, a weary and stricken man. He hung down over the tides and caught the body in his arms, and then let the grey make for the shallows. He cared no more for the devil and all his myrmidons, for he kenned brawly he was damned. It seemed to him that his soul had gone from him and he was as tomb as a hazel shell. His breath rattled in his throat, the tears were dried up in his head, his body had lost its strength, and yet he clung to the drowned maid as to a hope of salvation. And then he noted something at which he marveled dumbly. Her hair was drooked back from her clay-cold brow, her eyes were shut, but in her face there was the peace of a child. It seemed even that her lips were smiling. Here, certes, was no lost soul, but one who had gone joyfully to meet her Lord. It may be in that dark hour at the burn foot, before the spade caught her, she had been given grace to resist her adversary and flung herself upon God's mercy. And it would seem that it had been granted, for when he came to the Skirburn foot there in the corner sat the weird wife Alison dead as a stone and shriveled like a heather burn. 4 days Heriotside wandered the country or sat in his own house with vacant eye and trembling hands. Conviction of sin held him like a vice. He saw the lass's death laid at his door, her face haunted him by day and night, and the word of the Lord dulled in his ears telling of wrath and punishment. The greatness of his anguish wore him to a shadow, and at last he was stretched on his bed and like to perish. In his extremity worthy Dr. Crystal went to him unasked and strove to comfort him. Long, long the good man wrestled, but it seemed as if his ministrations were to be of no avail. The fever left his body, and he rose to stotter about the doors, but he was still in his torments, and the mercy seat was far from him. At last in the back end of the year came Mungo Muirhead to Cords to the autumn communion, and nothing would serve him but he must try his hand at this storm-tossed soul. He spoke with power and unction, and a blessing came with his words. The black cloud lifted and showed a glimpse of grace, and in a little the man had some assurance of salvation. He became a pillar of Christ's kirk, prompt to check abominations, notably the sin of witchcraft, foremost in good works, but with it all a humble man, who walked contritely till his death. When I came first to Cords I sought to prevail upon him to accept the eldership, but I put me by, and when I heard his tale I saw that he had done wisely. I mind him well as he sat in his chair or daundered through Cords, a kind word for every one and sage counsel in time of distress, but withal a severe man to himself and a crucifier of the body. It seems that this severity weakened his frame, for 3 years syne come Martinmas he was taken ill with a fever, and after a week's sickness he went to his account, where I trust he is accepted. Footnote 4. From the unpublished remains of the Reverend John Dennistown, sometime minister of the Gospel in the parish of Cords, and author of Satan's Artifices against the Elect. V. The Rhyme of True Thomas, the tale of the respectable Hwarp and the great godly man. This is a story that I heard from the king of the Numidians, who with his tattered retinue encamps behind the peat ricks. If you ask me where and when it happened, I fear that I am scarce ready with an answer. But I will vouch my honor for its truth, and if any one seek further proof, let him go east the town and west the town and over the fields of Nomansland to the long muir, and if he find not the king there among the peat ricks, and get not a courteous answer to his question, then times have changed in that part of the country, and he must continue the quest to his Majesty's castle in Spain. Once upon a time, says the tale, there was a great godly man, a shepherd to trade, who lived in a cottage among heather. If you looked east in the morning, you saw miles of moor running wide to the flames of sunrise, and if you turned your eyes west in the evening, you saw a great confusion of dim peaks with the dying eye of the sun set in a crevice. If you looked north, too, in the afternoon, when the life of the day is near its end and the world grows wise, you might have seen a country of low hills and hawthorns with many waters running sweet among meadows. But if you looked south in the dusty forenoon or at hot midday, you saw the far-off glimmer of a white road, the roofs of the ugly little clachan of Kilmaclavers, and the rigging of the fine new kirk of Threepdadle. It was a Sabbath afternoon in the hot weather, and the man had been to kirk all the morning. He had heard a grand sermon from the minister, or it may have been the priest, for I am not sure of the date, and the king told the story quickly, a fine discourse with 15 heads and 3 parentheses. He held all the parentheses and 14 of the heads in his memory, but he had forgotten the 15th, so for the purpose of recollecting it, and also for the sake of a walk, he went forth in the afternoon into the open heather. The hawps were crying everywhere, making the air hum like the twanging of a bow. Puili, Puili, they cried, Curlew, Curlew, Hawp, what up? Sometimes they came low, all but brushing him, till they drove settled thoughts from his head. Often had he been on the moors, but never had he seen such a stramash among the feathered clan. The wailing iteration vexed him, and he shooed the birds away with his arms. But they seemed to mock him and whistle in his very face, and at the flap of their wings his heart grew sore. He waved his great stick, he picked up bits of loose muroc and flung them wildly, but the godless crew paid never a grain of heed. The morning's sermon was still in his head, and the grave words of the minister still rattled in his ear, but he could get no comfort for this intolerable piping. At last his patience failed him and he swore unchristian words. "Deal racks the birds' thraples," he cried. At this all the noise was hushed and in a twinkling the moor was empty. Only one bird was left, standing on tall legs before him with its head bowed upon its breast, and its beak touching the heather. Then the man repented his words and stared at the thing in the moss. "What bird are ye?" he asked thornily. "I am a respectable wharp," said the bird, "and I kenna why ye have broken in on our family gathering. Once in 100 years we foregather for decent conversation, and here we are interrupted by a muckle, swearing man." Now the shepherd was a fellow of great sagacity, yet he never thought it a queer thing that he should be having talk in the mid-moss with a bird. "What for were ye making siccan a din, then?" he asked. "Do ye no ken ye were disturbing the afternoon of the holy Sabbath?" The bird lifted its eyes and regarded him solemnly. "The Sabbath is a day of rest and gladness," it said, "and is it no reasonable that we should enjoy the like?" The shepherd shook his head, for the presumption staggered him. "Ye little ken what ye speak of," he said. "The Sabbath is for them that have the chance of salvation, and it has been decreed that salvation is for Adam's race and no for the beasts that perish." The wharp gave a whistle of scorn. "I have heard all that long ago. In my great-grandmother's time, which 'll be 1,000 years and mair syne, there came a people from the south with bright brass things on their heads and breasts and terrible swords at their thighs. And with them were some lang-gowned men who kenned the stars and would come out o' nights to talk to the deer and the corbies in their ain tongue. And one, I mind, foregathered with my great-grandmother and told her that the souls o' men flitted in the end to braw meadows where the gods bide or gaed down to the black pit which they see a hell. But the souls o' birds," he said, "die wi' their bodies, and that's the end o' them. Likewise in my mother's time, when there was a great abbey down yonder by the Threepdaidle burn which they called the House of Kilmaclavers, the old monks would walk out in the evening to pick herbs for their distillings, and some were wise and kenned the ways of bird and beast. They would crack often o' nights with my ain family, and tell them that Christ had saved the souls o' men, but that birds and beasts were perishable as the dew o' heaven. And now ye have a black-gowned man in Threepdaidle who threeps on the same o'ercome. Ye may a ken something o' your ain kitchen midden, but certes, ye ken little o' the world beyond it." Now this angered the man, and he rebuked the bird. "These are great mysteries," he said, "which are no to be mentioned in the ears of an unsanctified creature. What can a thing like you wi' a lang enneby and twa legs like stilts ken about the next world?" We'll," said the wharp, "we'll let the matter be. Everything to its ain trade, and I will not dispute with ye on metaphysics. But if ye ken something about the next world, ye ken terrible little about this. Now this angered the man still more, for he was a shepherd reputed to have great skill in sheep and esteemed the nicest judge of hog and wether in all the countryside. What ken ye about that? He asked. Ye may gang east to Yetham and west to Kells, and no find a better herd. If sheep were, said the bird, ye might be right, but what o' the wide wold and the folk in it? Ye are Simon Etterick o' the low moss. Do ye ken aught o' your forebears? My father was a God-fearing man at the kennel head, and my grandfather and great-grandfather afore him. One o' our name, folk say, was shot at a dyke back by the Black Westraw. If that's a, said the bird, ye ken little. Have ye never heard o' the little man, the fourth back from Yossel, who killed the miller o' Buchan at the Lammas fair? That was in my ain time, and from my mother I have heard o' the Covenanter who got a bullet in his wame hunkering behind the divot dyke and praying to his Maker. There were others o' your name rode in the Hermitage forays and burned Naworth and Warkworth and Castlegay. I have heard o' an Etterick, Simo the Red Cleoch, who cut the throat o' Jock Johnston in his ain house by the Annan side. And my grandmother had tales o' old Ettericks who rad wi' Douglas and the Bruce and the ancient kings o' Scots, and she used to tell o' others in her mother's time, terrible shock-headed men, hunting the deer and rinnin on the high moors, and bidin' in the broken stane biggings on the hill-taps. The shepherd stared, and he, too, saw the picture. He smelled the air of battle and lust and foray, and forgot the Sabbath. And you yourself, said the bird, are sair fallen off from the old stock. Now ye sit and spell in books, and talk about what ye little understand, when your fathers were roaming the wold. But little cause have I to speak, for I too am a downcome. My bill is 2 inches shorter than my mother's, and my grandmother was taller on her feet. The wold is getting weaklier things to dwell in it, even since I mind missile. Ye have the gift o' speech, bird, said the man, and I would hear mair. You will perceive that he had no mind of the Sabbath day or the 15th head of the forenoon's discourse. What things have I to tell ye when ye dinna ken the very horn book o' knowledge? Besides, I am no clat o' vengeance to tell stories in the middle o' the muir, where there are ears open high and low. There's others than me wi' mair experience and a better skill at the telling. Our clan was well acquaint wi' the reivers and lifters o' the muirs, and could crack fine o' wars and the taking of cattle. But the blue hawk that lives in the corrie o' the Drekill can speak o' kelpies and the dwarfs that bide in the hill. The heron, the lang solemn fellow, kens o' the greenwood fairies and the wood elfins, and the wild geese that squatter on the tap o' the Muneral will croak to ye of the merry maidens and the girls o' the pool. The wren, him that hops in the grass below the birks, has the story of the lost ladies of the land, which is our old and sad for any but the wisest to hear, and there is a wee bird bides in the heather, Hillinty men call him, who sings the lay of the west wind, and the glee of the rowan berries. But what am I talking of? What are these things to you, if ye have not first heard True Thomas's rhyme, which is the beginning and end o' all things? I have heard no rhyme, said the man, save the sacred psalms o' God's kirk. Bonny rhymes, said the bird. Once I flew by the hinder end o' the kirk and I kiki in. A ween old wives we muches and a ween solemn men we hosts. Be sure the rhyme is no like yon. Can ye sing it, bird, said the man, for I am keen to hear it. Me sing, cried the bird, me that has a voice like a crow. Na, I canna sing it, but maybe I can take ye where ye may hear it. When I was young an old bog blitter did the same to me, and sae began my education. But are ye willing and brawly willing, for if ye get but a suff of it ye will never mair have an ear for other music. I am willing and brawly willing, said the man. Then meet me at the GLED's cleach head at the sun's setting, said the bird, and it flew away. Now it seemed to the man that in a twinkling it was sunset, and he found himself at the GLED's cleach head with the bird flapping in the heather before him. The place was a long rift in the hill, made green with juniper and hazel, where it was said True Thomas came to drink the water. Turn ye to the west, said the Hawp, and let the sun fall on your face. Then turn ye 5 times round about and say after me the rune of the heather and the dew. And before he knew, the man did as he was told, and found himself speaking strange words, while his head hummed and danced as if in a fever. Now lay ye down and put your ear to the earth, said the bird, and the man did so. Instantly a cloud came over his brain, and he did not feel the ground on which he lay or the keen hill air which blew about him. He felt himself falling deep into an abysm of space, then suddenly caught up and set among the stars of heaven. Then slowly from the stillness there welled forth music, drop by drop like the clear falling of rain. And the man shuddered, for he knew that he heard the beginning of the rhyme. High rose the air, and trembled among the tallest pines and the summits of great hills. And in it were the sting of rain and the blatter of hail, the soft crush of snow and the rattle of thunder among crags. Then it quieted to the low sultry croon which told of blazing midday when the streams are parched and the bent crackles like dry tinder. Anon it was evening, and the melody dwelled among the high soft notes which mean the coming of dark and the green light of sunset. Then the whole changed to a great paean which rang like an organ through the earth. There were trumpet notes in it and flute notes and the plaint of pipes. Come forth, it cried, the sky is wide and it is a far cry to the world's end. The fire crackles fine o' nights below the firs, and the smell of roasting meat and wood smoke is dear to the heart of man. Fine, too, is the sting of salt and the risp of the north wind in the sheets. Come forth, one and all, to the great lands oversea, and the strange tongues and the fremit peoples. Learn before you die to follow the piper's son, and though your old bones bleach among grey rocks, what matter, if you have had your bellyful of life and come to your heart's desire. And the tune fell low and witching, bringing tears to the eyes and joy to the heart, and the man knew, though no one told him, that this was the first part of the rhyme, the song of the open road, the lilt of the adventurer, which shall be now and ever and to the end of days. Then the melody changed to a fiercer and sadder note. He saw his forefathers, gaunt men and terrible, run stark among woody hills. He heard the talk of the bronze-clad invader, and the jar and clangor as stone met steel. Then rose the last Koronach of his own people, hiding in wild glens, starving in corries, or going hopelessly to the death. He heard the cry of border foray, the shouts of the famished Scots as they harried Cumberland, and he himself rode in the midst of them. Then the tune fell more mournful and slow, and Flodden lay before him. He saw the flower of the Scots gentry around their king, gashed to the breastbone, still fronting the lines of the south, though the paleness of death sat on each forehead. The flowers of the forest are gone, cried the lilt, and through the long years he heard the cry of the lost, the desperate, fighting for kings over the water and princes in the heather. Who cares? Cried the air. Man must die, and how can he die better than in the stress of fight with his heart high and alien blood on his sword? Hi-ho! 1 against 20, a child against a host, this is the romance of life. And the man's heart swelled, for he knew, though no one told him, that this was the song of lost battles which only the great can sing before they die. But the tune was changing, and at the change the man shivered, for the air ran up to the high notes and then down to the deeps with an eldritch cry, like a hawk's scream at night, or a witch's song in the gloaming. It told of those who seek and never find, the quest that knows no fulfillment. There is a road, it cried, which leads to the moon and the great waters. No change house cheers it, and it has no end, but it is a fine road, a broad road, who will follow it? And the man knew, though no one told him, that this was the ballad of grey weather, which makes him who hears it sick all the days of his life for something which he cannot name. It is the song which the birds sing on the moor in the autumn nights, and the old crow on the tree-top hears and flaps his wing. It is the lilt which men and women hear in the darkening of their days, and sigh for the unforgettable, and love-sick girls get catches of it and play pranks with their lovers. It is a song so old that Adam heard it in the garden before Eve came to comfort him, so young that from it still flows the whole joy and sorrow of earth. Then it ceased, and all of a sudden the man was rubbing his eyes on the hillside, and watching the falling dusk. I have heard the rhyme, he said to himself, and he walked home in a daze. The hawks were crying, but none came near him, though he looked hard for the bird that had spoken with him. It may be that it was there and he did not know it, or it may be that the whole thing was only a dream, but of this I cannot say. The next morning the man rose and went to the manse. I am glad to see you, Simon, said the minister, for it will soon be the communion season, and it is your duty to go round with the tokens. True, said the man, but it was another thing I came to talk about, and he told him the whole tale. There are but two ways of it, Simon, said the minister. Either ye are the victim of witchcraft, or ye are a self-deluded man. If the former, whilk I am loath to believe, then it behoves ye to watch and pray lest ye enter into temptation. If the latter, then ye maun put a strict watch over a vagrom fancy, and ye'll be quit o' sick and whigmaleries. Now Simon was not listening, but staring out of the window. There was another thing I had it in my mind to say, said he. I have come to lift my lines, for I am thinking of leaving the place." "And where would ye go?" asked the minister, aghast. "I was thinking of going to Carlisle and trying my luck as a dealer, or maybe pushing on with droves to the south." "But that's a cold country where there are no faithful ministrations," said the minister. "Maybe so, but I am not caring very muckle about ministrations," said the man, and the other looked after him in horror. When he left the manse he went to a wise woman, who lived on the left side of the kirkyard above Threepdadle Burn Foot. She was very old, and sat by the ingle day and night, waiting upon death. To her he told the same tale. She listened gravely, nodding with her head. "Ach," she said, "I have heard a like story before." "And where will you be going?" "I am going south to Carlisle to try the dealing and droving," said the man, "for I have some skill of sheep." "And will ye bide there?" she asked. "Maybe aye, and maybe no," he said. "I had half a mind to push on to the big town or even to the abroad. A man must try his fortune." "That's the way of men," said the old wife. "I, too, have heard the rhyme, and many women who now sit decently spinning in Kilmaclavers have heard it. But a woman may hear it and lay it up in her soul and bide at harm, while a man, if he get but a glisk of it in his fool's heart, must needs up and ower to the world's end on some daft-like ploy. But gang your ways and fare ye weel. My cousin Francie heard it, and he went north wi' a white cockade in his bonnet and a sword at his side, singing Charlie's Come Home. And Tam Critown o' the Burrapee had got a suffo it one simmer's morning, and the last we heard o' Tam he was fechting like a deal among the Frenchmen. Once I heard a tinkler play a sprig of it on the pipes, and the lads wavered to follow him. Gang your ways, for I am near the end o' mine." And the old wife shook with her coughing. So the man put up his belongings in a pack on his back and went whistling down the Great South Road. Whether or not this tale have a moral it is not for me to say. The king, who told it me, said that it had, and quoted a scrap of Latin, for he had been at Oxford in his youth before he fell heir to his kingdom. "One may hear tunes from the rhyme," said he, "in the thick of a storm on the scarp of a rough hill, in the soft June weather, or in the sunset silence of a winter's night. But let none," he added, "pray to have the full music, for it will make him who hears it a footsore traveller in the ways o' the world and a masterless man till death." 6 Basilissa I When Vernon was a very little boy he was the sleepiest of mortals, but in the spring he had seasons of bad dreams, and breakfast became an idle meal. Mrs. Ganthony, greatly concerned, sent for Dr. Morton from Axby, and homely remedies were prescribed. "It is the spring fever," said the old man. "It gives the gout to me and nightmares to this baby, it brings lads and lasses together, and scatters young men about the world." An antique complaint, Mrs. Ganthony. But it will right itself, never fear. Vernon semper virete. Chuckling at his ancient joke, the doctor mounted his horse, leaving the nurse only half comforted. "What fidgets me," she told the housekeeper, "is the way his lordship holds his tongue. for usual he'll shout as lusty as a whelp. But now I finds him in the morning with his eyes like moons and his skin white and shiny, and never a cheep has he given the whole blessed night, with me laying next door, and it open, and a light sleeper at all times, Mrs. Wace. Every year the dreams came, generally, for his springs were spent at Severns, in the big new night nursery at the top of the west wing, which his parents had built not long before their death. It had 3 windows looking over the moorish flats which run up to the Lancashire fells, and from one window, by craning your neck, you could catch a glimpse of the sea. It was all hung, too, with a Chinese paper whereon pink and green parrots squatted in wonderful blue trees, and there seemed generally to be a wood fire burning. Vernon's recollections of his childish nightmare are hazy. He always found himself in a room different from the nursery and bigger, but with the same smell of wood smoke. People came and went, such as his nurse, the butler, Simon the head keeper, Uncle Appleby his guardian, Cousin Jennifer, the old woman who sold oranges in Axby, and a host of others. Nobody hindered them from going away, and they seemed to be pleading with him to come too. There was danger in the place, something was going to happen in that big room, and if by that time he was not gone there would be mischief. But it was quite clear to him that he could not go. He must stop there, with the wood smoke in his nostrils, and await the advent of a terrible something. But he was never quite sure of the nature of the compulsion. He had a notion that if he made a rush for the door at Uncle Appleby's heels he would be allowed to escape, but that somehow he would be behaving badly. Anyhow, the place put him into a sweat of fright, and Mrs. Ganthony looked darkly at him in the morning. Vernon was 9 before this odd spring dream began to take definite shape. At least he thinks he must have been about that age. The dream stage was emptying. There was nobody in the room now but himself, and he saw its details a little more clearly. It was not any apartment in the modern magnificence of Severns. Rather it looked like one of the big old panelled chambers which the boy remembered from visits to Midland country houses, where he had arrived after dark and had been put to sleep in a great bed in a place lit with dancing firelight. In the morning it had looked only an ordinary big room, but at that hour of the evening it had seemed an enchanted citadel. The dream room was not unlike these, for there was the scent of a wood fire and there were dancing shadows, but he could not see clearly the walls or the ceiling, and there was no bed. In one corner was a door which led to the outer world, and through this he knew that he might on no account pass. Another door faced him, and he knew that he had only to turn the handle and enter it. But he did not want to, for he understood quite clearly what was beyond. There was another room like the first one, but he knew nothing about it, except that opposite the entrance another door led out of it. Beyond was a third chamber, and so on interminably. There seemed to the boy no end to this fantastic suite. He thought of it as a great snake of masonry, winding up hill and down dale away to the fells or the sea. Yes, but there was an end. Somewhere far away in one of the rooms was a terror waiting on him, or, as he feared, coming towards him, Even now it might be flitting from room to room, every minute bringing its soft tread nearer to the chamber of the wood fire. About this time of life the dream was an unmitigated horror. Once it came while he was ill with a childish fever, and it sent his temperature up to a point which brought Dr. Morton galloping from Axby. In his waking hours he did not, as a rule, remember it clearly, but during the fever, asleep and awake, that sinuous building, one room thick, with each room opening from the other, was never away from his thoughts. It fretted him to think that outside were the cheerful moors where he hunted for plovers' eggs, and that only a thin wall of stone kept him from pleasant homely things. The thought used to comfort him for a moment when he was awake, but in the dream it never came near him. Asleep, the whole world seemed one suite of rooms, and he, a forlorn little prisoner, doomed to wait grimly on the slow coming through the many doors of a fear which transcended word and thought. He was a silent, self-absorbed boy, and though the fact of his nightmares was patent to the little household, the details remained locked in his heart. Not even to Uncle Appleby would he tell them when that gentleman, hurriedly kind, came down to visit his convalescent ward. His illness made Vernon grow, and he shot up into a lanky, leggy boy, weakly, too, till the hills tautened his sinews again. His Greek blood, his grandmother had been a Carolides, had given him a face curiously like the young Byron, with a finely cut brow and nostrils, and hauteur in the full lips. But Vernon had no Byronic pallor, for his upland home kept him sunburnt and weather-beaten, and below his straight Greek brows shone a pair of grey and steadfast and very English eyes. He was about 15, so he thinks, when he made the great discovery. The dream had become almost a custom now. It came in April at Severn's during the Easter holidays, a night's discomfort. It was now scarcely more, in the rush and glory of the spring fishing. There was a moment of the old wild heart fluttering, but a boy's fancy is quickly dulled, and the endless corridors were now more of a prison than a witch's antechamber. By this time, with the help of his diary, he had fixed the date of the dream. It came regularly on the night of the first Monday of April. Now the year I speak of he had been on a long expedition into the hills, and had stridden homewards at a steady 4 miles an hour among the gleams and shadows of an April twilight. He was alone at Severn's, so he had his supper in the big library, where afterwards he sat watching the leaping flames in the open stone hearth. He was very weary, and sleep fell upon him in his chair. He found himself in the wood smoke chamber, and before him the door leading to the unknown. But it was no indefinite fear that lay beyond. He knew clearly, though how he knew he could not tell, that each year the something came one room nearer, and was even now but 10 rooms off. In 10 years his own door would open, and then he woke in the small hours, chilled and mazed, but with a curious new assurance in his heart. Hitherto the nightmare had left him in gross terror, unable to endure the prospect of its recurrence, till the kindly forgetfulness of youth had soothed him. But now, though his nerves were tense with fright, he perceived that there was a limit to the mystery. Some day it must declare itself, and fight on equal terms. As he thought over the matter in the next few days, he had the sense of being forewarned and prepared for some great test of courage. The notion exhilarated as much as it frightened him. Late at night, or on soft dripping days, or at any moment of lessened vitality, he would bitterly wish that he had been born an ordinary mortal. But on a keen morning of frost, when he rubbed himself warm after a cold tub, or at high noon of summer, the adventure of the dream almost pleased him. Unconsciously he braced himself to a harder discipline. His fitness, moral and physical, became his chief interest, for reasons which would have been unintelligible to his friends and more so to his masters. He passed through school an aloof and splendid figure, magnificently athletic, with a brain as well as a perfect body, a good fellow in everybody's opinion, but a grave one. He had no intimates, and never shared the secret of the spring dream. For some reason which he could not tell, he would have burned his hand off rather than breathe a hint of it. Pure terror absolves from all conventions and demands a confidant, so terror, I think, must have largely departed from the nightmare as he grew older. Fear, indeed, remained, and awe and disquiet, but these are human things, whereas terror is of hell. Had he told anyone, he would no doubt have become self-conscious and felt acutely his difference from other people. As it was, he was an ordinary schoolboy, much beloved, and, except at odd moments, unaware of any brooding destiny. As he grew up and his ambition awoke, the moments when he remembered the dream were apt to be disagreeable, for a boy's ambitions are strictly conventional and his soul revolts at the abnormal. By the time he was ready for the university, he wanted above all things to run the mile a second faster than anyone else, and had vague hopes of exploring wild countries. For most of the year he lived with these hopes and was happy. Then came April, and for a short season he was groping in dark places. Before and after each dream he was in a mood of exasperation, but when it came he plunged into a different atmosphere, and felt the quiver of fear and the quick thrill of expectation. One year, in the unsettled moods of 19, he made an attempt to avoid it. He and 3 others were on a walking tour in Brittany in gusty spring weather, and came late one evening to an inn by an estuary where seagulls clattered about the windows. Youth-like they ordered a great and foolish feast, and sat all night round a bowl of punch, while school songs and John Peel contended with the dirling of the gale. At daylight they took the road again, without having closed an eye, and Vernon told himself that he was rid of his incubus. He wondered at the time why he was not more cheerful. Next April he was at Severn's, reading hard, and on the first Monday of the month he went to bed with scarcely a thought of what that night used to mean. The dream did not fail him. Once more he was in the chamber with the wood fire, once again he was peering at the door and wondering with tremulous heart what lay beyond. For the something had come nearer by 2 rooms, and was now only 5 doors away. He wrote in his diary at that time some lines from Keats' Indian Maid's song, "I would deceive her, and so leave her, but ah! She is so constant and so kind." and there is a mark of exclamation against the she as if he found some irony in it. From that day the boy in him died. The dream would not suffer itself to be forgotten. It molded his character and determined his plans like the vow of the young Hannibal at the altar. He had forgotten now either to fear or to hope. The thing was part of him, like his vigorous young body, his slow kindliness, his patient courage. He left Oxford at 22 with a prodigious reputation which his remarkable athletic record by no means explained. All men liked him, but no one knew him. He had 1,000 acquaintances and 100 friends, but no comrade. There was a sense of brooding power about him which attracted and repelled his little world. No one forecast any special career for him. Indeed, it seemed almost disrespectful to condescend upon such details. It was not what Vernon would do that fired the imagination of his fellows, but what they dimly conceived that he already was. I remember my first sight of him about that time. A tall young man in the corner of a club smoking room, with a head like Apollo's and eyes which received much but gave nothing. I guessed at once that he had foreign blood in him, not from any hardness of coloring or feature but from his silken reserve. We of the North are angular in our silences, we have not learned the art of gracious reticence. His 23rd April was spent in a hut on the line, somewhere between the sources of the Congo and the Nile, in the Trans-African expedition when Waldemar found the new variety of okapi. The following April I was in his company in a tent far up on the shoulder of a Kashmir mountain. On the first Monday of the month we had had a heavy day after Ovis, and that night I was asleep almost before my weary limbs were tucked into my karahas. I knew nothing of Vernon's dream, but next morning I remember that I remarked a certain heaviness of eye, and wondered idly if the frame of this Greek divinity was as tough as it was shapely. Next year Vernon left England early in March. He had resolved to visit again his grandmother's country and to indulge his passion for cruising in new waters. His 20-ton yawl was sent as deck cargo to Patras, while he followed by way of Venice. He brought one man with him from Wivenhoe, a lean gypsy lad called Martel, and for his other hand he found an Epirote at Corfu, who bore a string of names that began with Constantine. From Patras with a west wind they made good sailing up the Gulf of Corinth, and, passing through the canal, came in the last days of March to the Piraeus. In that place of polyglot speech, whistling engines, and the odor of gasworks, they delayed only for water and supplies, and presently had rounded Sunium, and were beating up the Euripus with the Attic hills rising sharp and clear in the spring sunlight. Vernon had no plans. It was a joy to him to be alone with the racing seas and the dancing winds, to scud past little headlands, pink and white with blossom, or to lie of a night in some hidden bay beneath the Thymy crags. It was his habit on his journeys to discard the clothes of civilization. In a blue jersey and old corduroy trousers, bareheaded and barefooted, he steered his craft and waited on the passing of the hours. Like an acolyte before the temple gate, he believed himself to be on the threshold of a new life. trouble began under the snows of Pelion as they turned the north end of Euboea. On the morning of the first Monday in April the light west winds died away, and sirocco blew harshly from the south. By midday it was half a gale, and in those yeasty shallow seas with an iron coast on the port the prospect looked doubtful. The nearest harbour was 20 miles distant, and as no one of the crew had been there before it was a question if they could make it by nightfall. With the evening the gale increased, and Constantine advised a retreat from the maze of rocky islands to the safer deeps of the Aegean. It was a hard night for the three, and there was no chance of sleep. More by luck than skill they escaped the butt of Skiathos, and the first light found them far to the east among the long seas of the North Aegean, well on the way to Lemos. By 8 o'clock the gale had blown itself out, and three soaked and chilly mortals relaxed their vigil. Soon bacon was frizzling on the cuddy stove, and hot coffee and dry clothes restored them to comfort. The sky cleared, and in bright sunlight, with the dregs of the gale behind him, Vernon stood in for the mainland, where the white crest of Olympus hung in the northern heavens. In the late afternoon they came into a little bay carved from the side of a high mountain. The slopes were gay with flowers, yellow and white and scarlet, and the young green of crops showed in the clearings. Among the thyme a flock of goats was browsing, shepherded by a little girl in a saffron skirt, who sang shrilly in snatches. Midway in the bay and just above the anchorage rose a great white building, which showed to seaward a blank white wall pierced with a few narrow windows. At first sight Vernon took it for a monastery, but a look through the glasses convinced him that its purpose was not religious. Once it had been fortified, and even now a broad causeway ran between it and the sea, which looked as if it had once held guns. The architecture was a jumble, showing here the enriched Gothic of Venice and there the straight lines and round arches of the East. It had once, he conjectured, been the hold of some Venetian sea king, then the palace of a Turkish conqueror, and now was, perhaps, the homely manor house of this pleasant domain. A fishing boat was putting out from the shore. He hailed its occupant and asked who owned the castle. The man crossed himself and spat overboard. "Basilissa," he said, and turned his eyes seaward. Vernon called Constantine from the bows and asked him what the word might mean. The Epirote crossed himself also before he spoke. "It is the lady of the land," he said, in a hushed voice. "It is the great witch who is the devil's bride. In old days in spring they made sacrifice to her, but they say her power is dying now. In my country we do not speak her name, but elsewhere they call her queen." The man's bluff sailorly assurance had disappeared, and as Vernon stared at him in bewilderment he stammered and averted his eyes. By supper time he had recovered himself, and the weather-beaten three made such a meal as befits those who have faced danger together. Afterwards Vernon, as was his custom, sat alone in the stern, smoking and thinking his thoughts. He wrote up his diary with a ship's lantern beside him, while overhead the starless velvet sky seemed to hang low and soft like an awning. Little fires burned on the shore at which folk were cooking food, he could hear their voices, and from the keep one single lit window made an eye in the night. He had leisure now for the thought which had all day been at the back of his mind. The night had passed and there had been no dream. The adventure for which he had prepared himself had vanished into the Aegean tides. He told himself that it was a relief, that an old folly was over, but he knew in his heart that he was bitterly disappointed. The fates had prepared the stage and rung up the curtain without providing the play. He had been fooled, and somehow the zest and savor of life had gone from him. No man can be strung high and then find his preparation idle without suffering a cruel recoil. As he scribbled idly in his diary, he found some trouble about dates. Down in his bunk was a sheaf of Greek papers bought at the Piraeus and still unlooked at. He fetched them up and turned them over with a growing mystification. There was something very odd about the business. One gets hazy about dates at sea, but he could have sworn that he had made no mistake. Yet here it was down in black and white, for there was no question about the number of days since he left the Piraeus. The day was not Tuesday, as he had believed, but Monday, the first Monday of April. He stood up with a beating heart and that sense of unseen hands which comes to all men once or twice in their lives. The night was yet to come, and with it the end of the dream. Suddenly he was glad, absurdly glad, he could almost have wept with the joy of it. And then he was conscious for the first time of the strangeness of the place in which he had anchored. The night was dark over him like a shell, enclosing the half-moon of bay and its one lit dwelling. The great hills, unseen but felt, ran up to snows, warding it off from a profane world. His nerves tingled with a joyful anticipation. Something, some wonderful thing, was coming to him out of the darkness. Under an impulse for which he could give no reason, he called Constantine and gave his orders. Let him be ready to sail at any moment, a possible thing, for there was a light breeze offshore. Also let the yacht's dinghy be ready in case he wanted it. Then Vernon sat himself down again in the stern beside the lantern, and waited. He was dreaming, and did not hear the sound of oars or the grating of a boat alongside. Suddenly he found a face looking at him in the ring of lamplight, an old bearded face curiously wrinkled. The eyes, which were grave and penetrating, scanned him for a second or two, and then a voice spoke, "Will the Signor come with me? There is work for him to do this night." Vernon rose obediently. He had waited for this call these many years, and he was there to answer it. He went below and put a loaded revolver in his trouser pocket, and then dropped over the yacht's side into a cockle shell of a boat. The messenger took the oars and rowed for the point of light on shore. A middle-aged woman stood on a rock above the tide, holding a small lantern. In its thin flicker he made out a person with the air and dress of a French maid. She cast one glance at Vernon, and then turned wearily to the other. "Fool, Mitri," she said. "You have brought a peasant." "Nay," said the old man, "he is no peasant. He is a senior, and as I judge, a man of his hands." The woman passed the light of her lantern over Vernon's form and face. His dress is a peasant's, but such clothes may be a nobleman's whim. I have heard it of the English. I am English, said Vernon in French. She turned on him with a quick movement of relief. You are English and a gentleman. But I know nothing of you, only that you have come out of the sea. Up in the house we women are alone, and my mistress has death to face, or a worse than death. We have no claim on you, and if you give us your service it means danger. Oh, what danger! The boat is waiting. You have time to go back and go away and forget that you have seen this accursed place. But, oh monsieur, if you hope for heaven and have pity on a defenseless angel, you will not leave us. I am ready, said Vernon. God's mercy, she sighed, and, seizing his arm, drew him up the steep causeway, while the old man went ahead with the lantern. Now and then she cast anxious glances to the right where the little fires of the fishers twinkled along the shore. Then came a point when the three entered a narrow uphill road, where rocky steps had been cut in a tamarisk thicket. She spoke low in French to Vernon's ear. My mistress is the last of her line, you figure, a girl with a wild estate and a father long dead. She is good and gracious, as I who have tended her can witness, but she is young and cannot govern the wolves who are the men of these parts. They have a long hatred of her house, and now they have it rumored that she is a witch and blights the crops and slays the children. No one will look at her, the priest, for they are all in the plot, signs himself and crosses the road. The little ones run screaming to their mothers. Once, twice, they have cursed our threshold and made the blood mark on the door. For 2 years we have been prisoners in the house, and only Maitri is true. They name her Basilissa, meaning the Queen of Hell, whom the ancients called Proserpine. There is no babe but will faint with fright if it casts eyes on her, and she as mild and innocent as Mother Mary. The woman stopped at a little door in a high wall of masonry. Nay, wait and hear me out. It is better that you hear the tale from me than from her. Maitri has the gossip of the place through his daughter's husband, and the word has gone round to burn the witch out. The winter in the hills has been cruel, and they blame their sorrow on her. The dark of the moon in April is the time fixed, for they say that a witch has power only in moonlight. This is the night, and down on the shore the fishers are gathered. The men from the hills are in the higher woods. Have they a leader? Vernon asked. A leader, her voice echoed shrilly. But that is the worst of our terrors. There is one Vlastus, a lord in the mountains, who saw my mistress a year ago as she looked from the balcony at the swallow singing, and was filled with a passion for her. He has persecuted her since with his desires. He is a king among these savages, being himself a very wolf in man's flesh. We have denied him, but he persists, and this night he announces that he comes for an answer. He offers to save her if she will trust him, but what is the honor of his kind? He is like a brute out of a cave. It were better for my lady to go to God in the fire than to meet all hell in his arms. But this night we must choose, unless you prove a savior. Did you see my boat anchor in the bay? Vernon asked, though he already knew the answer. But no, she said. We live only on the landward side of the house. My lady told me that God would send a man to our aid. And I bade Maitri fetch him. The door was unlocked and the three climbed a staircase which seemed to follow the wall of a round tower. Presently they came into a stone hall with curious hangings like the old banners in a church. From the open flame of the lantern another was kindled, and the light showed a desolate place with crumbling mosaics on the floor and plaster dropping from the cornices. Through another corridor they went, where the air blew warmer and there was that indefinable scent which comes from human habitation. Then came a door which the woman held open for Vernon to enter. "Wait there, monsieur," she said, "my mistress will come to you." It was his own room, where annually he had waited with a fluttering heart since he was a child at Severns. A fire of wood, some resinous thing like juniper, burned on the hearth, and spirals of blue smoke escaped the stone chimney and filled the air with their pungent fragrance. On a Spanish cabinet stood an antique silver lamp, and there was a great blue Chinese vase filled with spring flowers. Soft Turcoman rugs covered the wooden floor. Vernon noted every detail, for never before had he been able to see his room clearly. A woman had lived here, for an embroidery frame lay on a table and there were silken cushions on the low divans. And facing him in the other wall there was a door. In the old days he had regarded it with vague terror in his soul. Now he looked at it with the hungry gladness with which a traveler sees again the familiar objects of home. The hour of his destiny had struck. The thing for which he had trained himself in body and spirit was about to reveal itself in that doorway. It opened, and a girl entered. She was tall and very slim, and moved with the free grace of a boy. She trod the floor like one walking in spring meadows. Her little head on the flower-like neck was bent sideways as if she were listening, and her eyes had the strange disquieting innocence of a child's. Yet she was a grown woman, nobly made, and lithe and supple as Artemis herself when she ranged with her maidens through the moonlit glades. Her face had the delicate pallor of pure health, and above it the masses of dark hair were bound with a thin gold circlet. She wore a gown of some soft white stuff, and had thrown over it a cloak of russet furs. For a second, or so it seemed to Vernon, she looked at him as he stood tense and expectant like a runner at the start. Then the hesitation fled from her face. She ran to him with the confidence of a child who has waited long for the coming of a friend and has grown lonely and fearful. She gave him both her hands and in her tall pride looked him full in the eyes. "You have come," she sighed happily. "I did not doubt it. They told me there was no help, but, you see, they did not know about you. That was my own secret. The monster had nearly gobbled me, Perseus, but of course you could not come quicker. And now you will take me away with you. See, I am ready. And Elise will come too, and old Maitri, for they could not live without me. We must hurry, for the monster is very near." In that high moment of romance, when young love had burst upon him like spring, Vernon retained his odd discipline of soul. The adventure of the dream could not be satisfied by flight, even though his companion was a goddess. "We will go, Andromeda, but not yet. I have something to say to the monster." She broke into a ripple of laughter. "Yes, that is the better way. Maitri will admit him alone, and he will think to find us women. But you will be here and you will speak to him." Then her eyes grew solemn. "He is very cruel, Perseus, and he is full of evil. He may devour us both. Let us be gone before he comes." It was Vernon's turn to laugh. At the moment no enterprise seemed too formidable, and a price must be paid for this faraway princess. And even as he laughed the noise of a great bell clanged through the house. Maitri stole in with a scared face, and it was from Vernon that he took his orders. "Speak them fair, but let one man enter and no more. Bring him here, and see that the gate is barred behind him. After that make ready for the road." Then to the girl, "Take off your cloak and wait here as if you were expecting him. I will stand behind the screen. Have no fear, for I will have him covered, and I will shoot him like a dog if he lays a finger on you." From the shelter of the screen Vernon saw the door open and a man enter. He was a big fellow of the common mountain type, gorgeously dressed in a uniform of white and crimson, with boots of yellow untanned leather, and a belt full of weapons. He was handsome in a coarse way, but his slanting eyes and the heavy lips scarcely hidden by the curling moustaches were ugly and sinister. He smiled, showing his white teeth, and spoke hurriedly in the guttural Greek of the north. The girl shivered at the sound of his voice, and to the watcher it seemed like Pan pursuing one of Dian's nymphs. "You have no choice, my queen," he was saying. "I have 100 men at the gate who will do my bidding, and protect you against those fools of villagers till you are safe with me at Leuco. But if you refuse me I cannot hold the people. They will burn the place over your head, and by tomorrow's morn these walls will be smouldering ashes with your fair body in the midst of them." Then his wooing became rougher. The satyr awoke in his passionate eyes. "Nay, you are mine, whether you will it or not. I and my folk will carry you off when the trouble begins. Take your choice, my girl, whether you will go with a good grace, or trust up behind a servant. We have rough ways in the hills with ungracious wenches." "I am going away," she whispered, "but not with you." The man laughed. "Have you fetched down friend Michael and his angels to help you? By Saint John the Hunter, I would I had a rival. I would carve him prettily for the sake of your sweet flesh." Vernon kicked aside the screen. "You will have your chance," he said. "I am ready." Vlastus stepped back with his hand at his belt. "Who in the devil's name are you?" he asked. "One who would dispute the lady with you," said Vernon. The man had recovered his confidence. "I know nothing of you or whence you come, but tonight I am merciful. I give you 10 seconds to disappear. If not, I will spit you, my fine cock, and you will roast in this oven." "Nevertheless the lady goes with me," said Vernon, smiling. Vlastus plucked a whistle from his belt, but before it reached his mouth he was looking into the barrel of Vernon's revolver. "Pitch that thing on the floor," came the command. "Not there. Behind me. Off with that belt and give it to the lady. Quick, my friend." The dancing grey eyes dominated the somber black ones. Vlastus flung down the whistle, and slowly removed the belt with its silver-mounted pistols and its brace of knives. "Put up your weapon," he muttered, "and fight me for her, as a man should." "I ask nothing better," said Vernon, and he laid his revolver in the girl's lap. He had expected a fight with fists, and was not prepared for what followed. Vlastus sprang at him like a wild beast and clasped him round the waist. He was swung off his feet in a grip that seemed more than human. For a second or two he swayed to and fro, recovered himself, and by a back heel stroke forced his assailant to relax a little. Then, locked together in the middle of the room, the struggle began. Dimly out of a corner of his eye he saw the girl pick up the silver lamp and stand by the door holding it high. Vernon had learned the rudiments of wrestling among the dalesmen of the north, but now he was dealing with one who followed no ordinary methods. It was a contest of sheer physical power. Vlastus was a stone or two heavier, and had an uncommon length of arm, but he was clumsily made, and flabby from gross living. Vernon was spare and hard and clean, but he lacked one advantage: he had never striven with a man save in friendly games, and the other was bred to kill. For a minute or two they swayed and stumbled, while Vernon strove for the old Westmoreland inside click. Every second brought him nearer to it, while the other's face was pressed close to his shoulder. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain. Teeth met in his flesh, and there was the jar and shiver of a torn muscle. The thing sickened him, and his grip slackened. In a moment Vlastus had swung him over in a stranglehold, and had his neck bent almost to breaking. On the sickness followed a revulsion of fierce anger. He was contending not with a man, but with some shaggy beast from the thicket. The passion brought out the extra power which is dormant in us all against the last extremity. 2 years before he had been mauled by a leopard on the Congo, and had clutched its throat with his hand and torn the life out. Such and no other was his antagonist. He was fighting with one who knew no code, and would gouge his eyes if he got the chance. The fear which had sickened him was driven out by fury. This wolf should go the way of other wolves who dared to strive with man. By a mighty effort he got his right arm free, and though his own neck was in torture, he forced Vlastus' chin upward. It was a struggle of sheer endurance, till with a snarl the other slackened his pressure. Vernon slipped from his grasp, gave back a step, and then leaped for the undergrip. He seemed possessed with unholy strength, for the barrel of the man gave in his embrace. A rib cracked, and as they swayed to the breaststroke, he felt the breath of his opponent coming in harsh gasps. It was the end, for with a twist which unlocked his arms he swung him high, and hurled him towards the fireplace. The head crashed on the stone hearth, and the man lay stunned among the blue jets of wood smoke. Vernon turned dizzily to the girl. She stood, statue-like, with the lamp in her hand, and beside her huddled Maitri and Elise. "Bring ropes," he cried to the servants. "We will truss up this beast. The other wolves will find him and learn a lesson." He bound his legs and arms and laid him on a divan. The fire of battle was still in his eyes, but it faded when they fell upon the pale girl. A great pity and tenderness filled him. She swayed to his arms, and her head dropped on his shoulder. He picked her up like a child, and followed the servants to the sea stair. But first he found Vlastus' whistle, and blew it shrilly. The answer was a furious hammering at the castle door. Far out at sea, in the small hours, the yacht sped eastward with a favouring wind. Behind in the vault of night at a great distance shone a point of brightness, which flickered and fell as if from some mighty fire. The two sat in the stern in that first rapture of comradeship which has no words to fit it. Her head lay in the crook of his arm, and she sighed happily, like one awakened to a summer's dawn from a night of ill dreams. At last he spoke. "Do you know that I have been looking for you for 20 years?" She nestled closer to him. "And I," she said, "have been waiting on you from the beginning of the world." 7 Divus Johnston. The Emperor assumed the title of Divus or Divine, not of his own desire, but because it was forced upon him by a credulous people. Suetonius, Lives of the Caesars. This story, which you may believe or not as you like, was told me by my friend Mr. Peter Thomson of Jesseville Maxwell Avenue, Strathbungo, whom I believe to be a man incapable of mendacity, or, indeed, of imagination. He is a prosperous and retired ship's captain, dwelling in the suburbs of Glasgow, who plays 2 rounds of golf every day of the week, and goes twice every Sunday to a pink, new UF church. You may often see his ample figure, splendidly habited in broadcloth and finished off with one of those square felt hats which are the Scottish emblem of respectability, moving sedately by Mrs. Thomson's side down the avenue of Balmorals and Bellevues where dwell the aristocracy of Strathbungo. It was not there that I met him, however, but in a Clyde steamboat going round the Mull, where I spent a comfortless night on my way to a Highland fishing. It was blowing what he called a wee bit o' wind, and I could not face the odorous bunks which opened on the dining room. Seated abaft the funnel, in an atmosphere of ham and eggs, bilge, and fresh western breezes, he revealed his heart to me, and this I found in it. "About the age of 40, said Mr. Thomson, "I was captain of the steamer Archibald McKelvey, 1,700 tons burthen, belonging to Brock, Rattray, and Linklater, of Greenock. We were principally engaged in the China trade, but made odd trips into the Malay archipelago and once or twice to Australia. She was a handy bit boat, and I'll not deny that I had many mercies vouchsafed to me when I was her skipper. I raked in a bit of salvage now and then, and my trading commission, paid regularly into the British Linen Bank at Maryhill, was mounting up to a fairish sum. I had no objection to eastern parts, for I had a good constitution and had outgrown the daftnesses of youth. The berth suited me well, I had a decent lot for ship's company, and I would gladly have looked forward to spending the rest of my days by the Archibald McKelvey. Providence, however, thought otherwise, for he was preparing a judgment against that ship like the kind you read about in books. We were 5 days out from Singapore shaping our course for the Philippines, where the Americans were then fighting, when we ran into a Quilaun sea. Not a breath of air came out of the sky. If you kindled a match the flame wouldna leap, but smouldered like touchwood, and every man's body ran with sweat like a mill lade. I kenned fine we were in for the terrors of hell, but I hadna any kind of notion how terrible hell could be. First came a wind that whipped away my funnel, like a potato peeling. We ran before it, and it was like the sweejee we used to play at when we were laddies. One moment the muckle sea would get up on its hinder end and look at you, and the next you were looking at it as if you were on the top of Ben Lomond looking down on LUSS. Presently I saw land in a gap of the water, a land with great blood-red mountains, and, thinks I to myself, if we keep up the pace this boat of mine will not be hindered from ending 2 or 3 miles inland in somebody's kail yard. I was just wondering how we would get the Archibald McKelvey back to her native element when she saved me the trouble, for she ran dunt on some kind of a rock, and went straight to the bottom. I was the only man saved alive, and if you ask me how it happened I don't know. I felt myself choking in a whirlpool, then I was flung through the air and brought down with a smack into deep waters, then I was in the air again, and this time I landed amongst sand and tree trunks and got a bash on the head which doesn't my senses. When I came to it was morning, and the storm had abated. I was lying about halfway up a beach of fine white sand, for the wave that had carried me landwards in its flow had brought me some of the road back in its ebb. All round me was a sort of freaku, trees knocked to matchwood, dead fish, and birds and beasts, and some boards which I judged came from the Archibald McKelvey. I had a big bump on my head, but otherwise I was well and clear in my wits, though empty in the stomach and very doughy in the heart. For I knew something about the islands, of which I supposed this to be one. They were either barren wastes, with neither food nor water, or else they were inhabited by the bloodiest cannibals of the archipelago. It looked as if my choice lay between having nothing to eat and being eaten myself. I got up, and, after returning thanks to my Maker, went for a walk in the woods. They were full of queer painted birds, and it was an awful job climbing in and out of the fallen trees. By and by I came into an open bit with a burn where I slackened my thirst. It cheered me up, and I was just beginning to think that this was not such a bad island, and looking to see if I could find anything in the nature of cocoa nuts, when I heard a whistle like a steam siren. It was some sort of signal, for the next I knew I was in the grip of a dozen savages, my arms and feet were lashed together, and I was being carried swiftly through the forest. It was a rough journey, and the discomfort of that heathen handling kept me from reflecting upon my desperate position. After nearly 3 hours we stopped, and I saw that we had come to a city. The streets were not much to look at, and the houses were mud and thatch, but on a hillock in the middle stood a muckle temple not unlike a Chinese pagoda. There was a man blowing a horn, and a lot of folk shouting, but I paid no attention, for I was sore troubled with the cramp in my left leg. They took me into one of the huts and made signs that I was to have it for my habitation. They brought me water to wash, and a very respectable dinner, which included a hen and a vegetable not unlike greens. Then they left me to myself, and I lay down and slept for a round of the clock. I was 3 days in that hut. I had plenty to eat and the folk were very civil, but they wouldna let me out by and there was no window to look out of. I couldna make up my mind what they wanted with me. I was a prisoner, but they did not behave as if they bore any malice, and I might have thought I was an honoured guest, but for the guards at the door. Time hung heavy on my hands, for I had nothing to read and no light to read by. I said over all the chapters of the Bible and all the Scots songs I could remember, and I tried to make a poem about my adventures, but I stuck at the 5th line, for I couldna find a rhyme to McKelvey. On the 4th morning I was awakened by the most deafening din. I saw through the door that the streets were full of folk in holiday clothes, most of them with flowers in their hair and carrying palm branches in their hands. It was like something out of a Bible picture book. After I had my breakfast 4 lads in long white gowns arrived, and in spite of all my protests they made a bonny spectacle of me. They took off my clothes, me blushing with shame, and rubbed me with a kind of oil that smelled of cinnamon. Then they shaved my chin, and painted on my forehead a mark like a Freemason's. Then they put on me a kind of white nightgown with a red sash round the middle, and they wouldna be hindered from clapping on my head a great wreath of hothouse flowers, as if I was a funeral. And then like a thunderclap I realized my horrible position. I was a funeral. I was to be offered up as a sacrifice to some heathen god, an awful fate for a Free Kirk elder in the prime of life. I was so paralytic with terror that I never tried to resist. Indeed, it would have done me little good, for outside there were, maybe, 200 savages, armed and drilled like soldiers. I was put into a sort of palanquin, and my bearers started on a trot with me up the hill to the temple, the whole population of the city running alongside, and singing songs about their God. I was sick with fear, and I durstna look up, for I did not know what awesome sight awaited me. At last I got my courage back. Peter, I says to myself, be a man. Remember your sainted covenanting forefathers. You have been chosen to testify for your religion, though it's no likely that yon savages will understand what you say. So I shut my jaw and resolved before I died to make a declaration of my religious principles, and to loosen some of the heathens' teeth with my fists. We stopped at the temple door and I was led through a court and into a muckle great place like a barn, with bats flying about the ceiling. Here there were nearly 3,000 heathens sitting on their hunkers. They sang a hymn when they saw me, and I was just getting ready for action when my bearers carried me into another place, which I took to be the Holy of Holies. It was about half the size of the first, and at the end of it was a great curtain of leopard skins hanging from roof to floor. My bearers set me in the middle of the room, and then rolled about on their stomachs in adoration before the curtain. After a bit they finished their prayers and crawled out backwards, and I was left alone in that fearsome place. It was the worst experience of my life. I believed that behind the skins there was a horrible idol, and that at any moment a priest with a knife would slip in to cut my throat. You may crack about courage, but I tell you that a man who can wait without a quiver on his murderers in the middle of a gloomy kirk is more than human. I am not ashamed to confess that the sweat ran over my brow, and my teeth were knocking in my head. But nothing happened. Nothing, except that as I sat there I began to feel a most remarkable smell. At first I thought the place was on fire. Then I thought it was the kind of stink called incense that they make in popish kirks, for I once wandered into a cathedral in Santiago. But neither guess was right, and then I put my thumb on the proper description. It was nothing but the smell of the third-class carriages on the Coatbridge train on a Saturday night after a football match, the smell of plug tobacco smoked in clay pipes that were no just very clean. My eyes were getting accustomed to the light, and I found the place no that dark, and as I looked round to see what caused the smell, I spied something like smoke coming from beyond the top of the curtain. I noticed another thing. There was a hole in the curtain, about 6 feet from the floor, and at that hole as I watched I saw an eye. My heart stood still, for, thinks I, that'll be the priest of Baal who presently will stick a knife into me. It was long ere I could screw up courage to look again, but I did it. And then I saw that the eye was not that of a savage, which would be black and bloodshot. It was a blue eye, and, as I looked, it winked at me. And then a voice spoke out from behind the curtain, and this was what it said. It said, "God sake, Peter, is it you? And how did ye leave the May at Mary Hill?" And from behind the curtain walked a muckle man, dressed in a pink blanket, a great red-headed man, with a clay pipe in his mouth. It was the god of the savages, and who do ye think it was? A man Johnston, who used to bide in the same close as me in Glasgow. Mr. Thompson's emotion overcame him, and he accepted a stiff drink from my flask. Wiping away a tear, which may have been of sentiment or of mirth, he continued, "You may imagine that I was joyful and surprised to see him, and he, so to speak, fell on my neck like the father of the prodigal son. He hadna seen a Scotch face for 4 years. He raked up 1 or 2 high priests and gave instructions, and soon I was comfortably lodged in a part of the temple close to his own rooms. Man, it was a noble sight to see Johnston and the priests. He was a big, red-haired fellow, 6 feet 4, and as strong as a stot, with a voice like a northeaster, and yon natives fair crawled like caterpillars in his presence. I never saw a man with such a natural talent for being a god. You would have thought he had been bred to the job all his days, and yet I minded him keeping a grocer's shop in the Dalmarnock Road. That night he told me his story. It seemed that he had got a post at Shanghai in a trading house, and was coming out to it in one of those God-forgotten German tramps that defile the China seas. Like me, he fell in with a hurricane, and, like me, his ship was doomed. He was a powerful swimmer, and managed to keep afloat until he found some drifting wreckage, and after the wind had gone down he paddled ashore. There he was captured by the savages, and taken, like me, to their city. They were going to sacrifice him, but one chief, wiser than the rest, called attention to his size and strength, and pointed out that they were at war with their neighbors, and that a big man would be of more use in the fighting line than on an altar in the temple. So off went Johnston to the wars. He was a bonny fighter, and very soon they made him captain of the royal bodyguard, and a fortnight later the general commanding-in-chief over the whole army. He said he had never enjoyed himself so much in his life, and when he got back from his battles the whole population of the city used to meet him with songs and flowers. Then an old priest found an ancient prophecy about a red god who would come out of the sea and lead the people to victory. Very soon there was a strong party for making Johnston a god, and when, with the help of a few sticks of trade dynamite, he had blown up the capital of the other side and brought back his army in triumph with a prisoner apiece, popular feeling could not be restrained. Johnston was hailed as divine. He hadna much grip of the language, and couldna explain the situation, so he thought it best to submit. Mind you, he said to me, I've been a good god to these poor blind ignorant folk. He had stopped the worst of their habits and put down human sacrifices, and got a sort of town council appointed to keep the city clean, and he had made the army the most efficient thing ever heard of in the islands. And now he was preparing to leave. This was what they expected, for the prophecy had said that the Red God, after being the savior of his people, would depart as he had come across the sea. So, under his directions, they had built him a kind of boat with which he hoped to reach Singapore. He had got together a considerable fortune, too, chiefly in rubies, for as a god he had plenty of opportunities of acquiring wealth honestly. He said there was a sort of greengrocer's and butcher's shop before his altar every morning, and he got one of the priests, who had some business notions, to sell off the goods for him. There was just one thing that bothered Mr. Johnston. He was a good Christian man and had been an elder in a kirk in the Calcadans, and he was much in doubt whether he had not committed a mortal sin in accepting the worship of these heathen islanders. Often I argued it out with him, but I did not seem able to comfort him rightly. You see, he used to say to me, if I have broken anything, it's the spirit and no the letter of the commandment. I haven't set up a graven image, for ye canna call me a graven image. I mind that I quoted to him the conduct of Naaman, who was allowed to bow in the house of Rimmon, but he would not have it. No, no, he cried, that has nothing to do with the point. It's no a question of my bowing in the house of Rimmon. I'm old Rimmon himself. That's a strange story, Mr. Thompson, I said. Is it true? True as death. But you haven't heard the end of it. We got away, and by we reached Singapore, and in course of time our native land. Johnston, he was a very rich man now, and I didna go without my portion, so the loss of the Archibald McKelvey turned out the best piece of luck in my life. I bought a share in Brock's line, but nothing would content Johnston but that he must be a gentleman. He got a big estate in Annandale, where all the Johnstons came from long ago, and one way and another he has spent an awful siller on it. Land will swallow up money quicker than the sea. And what about his conscience? I asked. It's keeping quieter, said Mr. Thompson. He takes a great interest in foreign missions, to which he subscribes largely, and they tell me that he has given the funds to build several new kirks. Oh yes, and he's just been adopted as a prospective Liberal candidate. I had a letter from him no further back than yesterday. It's about his political career, as he calls it. He told me, what didn't need telling, that I must never mention a word about his past. If discretion was necessary before, he says, it's far more necessary now, for how could the Party of Progress have any confidence in a man if they heard he had once been a god? 8. The King of Ypres, Private Peter Galbraith, of the 3rd Lennox Highlanders, awoke with a splitting headache and the consciousness of an intolerable din. At first he thought it was the whistle from the forge, which a year ago had pulled him from his bed when he was a puddler in Motherwell. He scrambled to his feet, and nearly cracked his skull against a low roof. That, and a sound which suggested that the heavens were made of canvas which a giant hand was rending, cleared his wits and recalled him to the disagreeable present. He lit the dottle in his pipe, and began to piece out his whereabouts. Late the night before, the remnants of his battalion had been brought in from the Galluveld trenches to billets in Ypres. That last week he had gone clean off his sleep. He had not been dry for a fortnight, his puttees had rotted away, his greatcoat had disappeared in a mud hole, and he had had no stomach for what food could be got. He had seen half his battalion die before his eyes, and day and night the shells had burst round him till the place looked like the ironworks at Motherwell on a foggy night. The worst of it was that he had never come to grips with the Boches, which he had long decided was the one pleasure left to him in life. He had got far beyond cursing, though he had once had a talent that way. His mind was as sodden as his body, and his thoughts had been focused on the penetrating power of a bayonet when directed against a plump Teutonic chest. There had been a German barber in Motherwell called Schultz, and he imagined the enemy as a million Schultzes, large, round men who talked with the back of their throat. In billets he had scraped off the worst part of the mud, and drunk half a bottle of wine which a woman had given him. It tasted like red ink, but anything liquid was better than food. Sleep was what he longed for, but he could not get it. The Boches were shelling the town, and the room he shared with 6 others seemed as noisy as the Gallowgate on a Saturday night. He wanted to get deep down into the earth where there was no sound, so, while the others snored, he started out to look for a cellar. In the black darkness, while the house rocked to the shell reverberations, he had groped his way down the stairs, found a door which led to another flight, and, slipping and stumbling, had come to a narrow, stuffy chamber which smelt of potatoes. There he had lain down on some sacks and fallen into a frowsty slumber. His head was spinning, but the hours of sleep had done him good. He felt a slight appetite for breakfast, as well as an intolerable thirst. He groped his way up the stairs, and came out in a dilapidated hall lit by a dim November morning. There was no sign of the packs which had been stacked there the night before. He looked for a Bosch's helmet which he had brought in as a souvenir, but that was gone. Then he found the room where he had been billeted. It was empty, and only the stale smell of tobacco told of its occupants. Lonely, disconsolate, and oppressed with thoughts of future punishment, he moved towards the street door. Suddenly the door of a side room opened and a man came out, a furtive figure with a large, pasty face. His pockets bulged, and in one hand was a silver candlestick. At the sight of Galbraith he jumped back and held up a pistol. "Put it down, man, and tell's what's come ower this place," said the soldier. For answer, a bullet sang past his ear and shivered a plaster Venus. Galbraith gave his enemy the butt of his rifle and laid him out. From his pockets he shook out a mixed collection of loot. He took possession of his pistol, and kicked him with some vehemence into a cupboard. "That yin's a thief," was his spoken reflection. "There's something mitty wrong wi' Wipers the day." His head was clearing, and he was getting very wroth. His battalion had gone off and left him in a cellar, and miscreants were abroad. It was time for a respectable man to be up and doing. Besides, he wanted his breakfast. He fixed his bayonet, put the pistol in his pocket, and emerged into the November drizzle. The streets suddenly were curiously still. The occasional shell fire came to his ears as if through layers of cotton wool. He put this down to dizziness from lack of food, and made his way to what looked like an estaminet. The place was full of riotous people who were helping themselves to drinks, while a distracted landlord wrung his hands. He flew to Galbraith, the tears running down his cheeks, and implored him in broken words. "Veer zeddy English," he cried. "Zeddy McCorns rob me. Zere is unimmute. Veer zeddy officers." "That's what I'm wanting to ken, missile," said Galbraith. "Ze are gone," wailed the innkeeper. "Zere is no gendarme or anything, and I am Rob." "Where's the police?" "Get the provost, man." "Do ye tell me there's no police left?" "I am Rob," the wail continued. "Zeddy McCorns rob Zeddy magazines and ve will be assassins." Light was dawning upon Private Galbraith. The British troops had left Ypres for some reason which he could not fathom, and there was no law or order in the little city. At other times he had hated the law as much as any man, and his relations with the police had often been strained. Now he realized that he had done them an injustice. Disorder suddenly seemed to him the one thing intolerable. Here had he been undergoing a stiff discipline for weeks, and if that was his fate, no civilian should be allowed on the loose. He was a British soldier, marooned here by no fault of his own, and it was his business to keep up the end of the British Army and impose the King's peace upon the unruly. His temper was getting hot, but he was curiously happy. He marched into the estaminet. "Out o' here, ye scum," he bellowed. "Sortes, ye cockins." The revellers were silent before the apparition. Then one, drunker than the rest, flung a bottle which grazed his right ear. That put the finishing touch to his temper. Roaring like a bull, he was among them, prodding their hinder parts with his bayonet, and now and then reversing his rifle to crack a head. He had not played centre forward in the old days at Celtic Park for nothing. The place emptied in a twinkling, all but one man whose legs could not support him. Him Private Galbraith seized by the scruff and the slack of his trousers, and tossed into the street. "Now I'll ha' my breakfast," he said to the trembling landlord. Private Galbraith, much the better for his exercise, made a hearty meal of bread and cold ham, and quenched his thirst with 2 bottles of Hazebrook beer. He had also a little brandy, and pocketed the flask, for which the landlord refused all payment. Then, feeling a giant refreshed, he sallied into the street. "I'm off to look for your provost," he said. "If ye have ony mair trouble, ye'll find me at the town hall." A shell had plumped into the middle of the causeway, and the place was empty. Private Galbraith, despising shells, swaggered up the open, his disreputable kilt swinging about his puttyless legs, the remnant of a bonnet set well on the side of his shaggy red head, and the light of battle in his eyes. For once he was arrayed on the side of the angels, and the thought encouraged him mightily. The brandy had fired his imagination. Adventure faced him at the next corner. A woman was struggling with 2 men, a slim pale girl with dark hair. No sound came from her lips, but her eyes were bright with terror. Galbraith started to run, shouting sound British oaths. The men let the woman go, and turned to face him. One had a pistol, and for the second time that day a bullet just missed its mark. An instant later a clean bayonet thrust had ended the mortal career of the marksman, and the other had taken to his heels. "I'll learn they lads to be free with their pop guns," said the irate soldier. "Hold up, mem. It's a by we knew. Losh." The vomans fented. Private Galbraith was as shy of women as of his commanding officer, and he had not bargained for this duty. She was clearly a lady from her dress and appearance, and this did not make it easier. He supported her manfully, addressing to her the kind of encouragements which a groom gives to a horse. "Canny now, mem. Hold up. Ye've no cause to be feared." Then he remembered the brandy in his pocket, and with much awkwardness managed to force some drops between her lips. To his vast relief she began to come to. Her eyes opened and stared uncomprehendingly at her preserver. Then she found her voice. "Thank God, the British have come back," she said in excellent English. "No, ma'am, not yet. It's just me, Private Galbraith, C Company, 3rd Battalion, Lennox Highlanders. Ye keep some bad lots in this town. Alas! What can we do? The place is full of spies, and they will stir up the dregs of the people and make Ypres a hell. Oh, why did the British go? Our good men are all with the army, and there are only old folk and wastrels left." "Rely upon me, ma'am," said Galbraith stoutly. "I was just setting off to find your provost." She puzzled at the word, and then understood. "He has gone," she cried. "The mayor went to Dunkirk a week ago, and there is no authority in Ypres." "Then we'll make ye in. Here's the minister. We'll spur at him." An old priest, with a lean, grave face, had come up. "Ah, Mamselle Honorine," he cried, "the devil in our city is unchained. Who is this soldier?" The two talked in French, while Galbraith whistled and looked at the sky. A shrapnel shell was bursting behind the cathedral, making a splash of color in the November fog. Then the priest spoke in careful and constrained English. "There is yet a chance for a strong man. But he must be very strong. Mamselle will summon her father, Monsieur le Procureur, and we will meet at the mairie. I will guide you there, mon brave." The Grande Place was deserted, and in the middle there was a new gaping shell hole. At the door of a great building, which Galbraith assumed to be the town hall, a feeble old porter was struggling with a man. Galbraith scragged the latter and pitched him into the shell hole. There was a riot going on in a cafe on the far side which he itched to have a hand in, but he postponed that pleasure to a more convenient season. 20 minutes later, in a noble room with frescoed and tapestried walls, there was a strange conference. The priest was there, and Galbraith, and Mamselle Honorine, and her father, M. Saint-Marie. There was a doctor too, and 3 elderly citizens, and an old warrior who had left an arm on the Yser. Galbraith took charge, with Mamselle as his interpreter, and in half an hour had constituted a committee of public safety. He had nervous folk to deal with. "The Germans may enter at any moment, and then we will all be hanged," said one. "Nay doot," said Galbraith, "but ye needna get your throats cut afore they come." "The city is full of the ill-disposed," said another. "The Boches have their spies in every alley. We who are so few cannot control them." "If it's spies," said Galbraith firmly, "I'll take on the job my lone. Do ye think a terrier dog's feared of a ween rottens?" 5. In the end he had his way, with Mamselle's help, and had put some confidence into civic breasts. It took him the best part of the afternoon to collect his posse. He got every wounded Belgian that had the use of his legs, some well-grown boys, 1 or 2 ancients, and several dozen robust women. There was no lack of weapons, and he armed the lot with a strange collection of French and English rifles, giving pistols to the section leaders. With the help of the procureur, he divided the city into beats and gave his followers instructions. They were drastic orders, for the situation craved for violence. He spent the evening of his life. So far as he remembered afterwards, he was in 17 different scraps. Straight revelers were leniently dealt with, the canal was a cooling experience. Looters were rounded up, and, if they showed fight, summarily disposed of. One band of bullies made a stout resistance, killed 2 of his guards, and lost half a dozen dead. He got a black eye, a pistol bullet through his sleeve, a wipe on the cheek from a carving knife, and he lost the remnants of his bonnet. 52 prisoners spent the night in the cellars of the Mary. About midnight he found himself in the tapestried chamber. "We'll ha' to get a proclamation," he had announced, "a good strong yin, for we maun conduct this job according to the rules." So the procurer had a document drawn up bidding all inhabitants of Ypres keep indoors except between the hours of 10 a.m. and noon, and 3 and 5 p.m. forbidding the sale of alcohol in all forms, and making theft and violence and the carrying of arms punishable by death. There was a host of other provisions which Galbraith imperfectly understood, but when the thing was translated to him he approved its spirit. He signed the document in his large sprawling hand, Peter Galbraith, 1473, PTE, 3rd Lennox Highlanders, acting Provost of Wipers. "Get that printed," he said, "and put up copies at every street corner and on the public houses. And see that the doors o' the publics are boarded up. That'll do for the day. I'm feeling very like my bed." Mamselle Honorine watched him with a smile. She caught his eye and dropped him a curtsy. "Monsieur le Roi d'Ypres," she said. He blushed hotly. For the next few days Private Galbraith worked harder than ever before in his existence. For the first time he knew responsibility, and that toil which brings honor with it. He tasted the sweets of office, and he, whose aim in life had been to scrape through with the minimum of exertion, now found himself the inspirer of the maximum in others. At first he scorned advice, being shy and nervous. Gradually, as he felt his feet, he became glad of other people's wisdom. Especially he leaned on to Mamselle Honorine and her father. Likewise the priest, whom he called the minister. By the second day the order in Ypres was remarkable. By the third day it was phenomenal, and by the fourth a tyranny. The little city for the first time for 700 years fell under the sway of a despot. A citizen had to be on his best behavior, for the acting provost's eye was on him. Never was seen so sober a place. 3 permits for alcohol and no more were issued, and then only on the plea of medical necessity. Peter handed over to the doctor the flask of brandy he had carried off from the estaminet. Provosts must set an example. The draconian code promulgated the first night was not adhered to. Looters and violent fellows went to gaol instead of the gallows. But 3 spies were taken and shot after a full trial. That trial was the master effort of Private Galbraith, based on his own regimental experience and memories of a sheriff court in Lanarkshire, where he had twice appeared for poaching. He was extraordinarily punctilious about forms, and the three criminals, their guilt was clear, and they were the scum of creation, had something more than justice. The acting provost pronounced sentence, which the priest translated, and a file of mutiles in the yard did the rest. "If the Boches get in here we'll pay for this day's work," said the judge cheerfully, "but I'll gang easier to the grave for having got rid o' they swine." On the fourth day he had a sudden sense of dignity. He examined his apparel, and found it very bad. He needed a new bonnet, a new kilt, and puttees, and he would be the better of a new shirt. Being aware that commandeering for personal use ill-suited with his office, he put the case before the procureur, and a commission de ravitaillement was appointed. Shirts and puttees were easily got, but the kilt and bonnet were difficulties. But next morning Mamselle Honorine brought a gift. It was a bonnet with such a dicing round the rim as no jock ever wore, and a skirt, it is the truest word, of that pattern which graces the persons of small girls in France. It was not the Lennox tartan, it was not any kind of tartan, but Private Galbraith did not laugh. He accepted the garments with a stammer of thanks. "They are awful braw, and I'm much obliged, mem, and, what is more, he put them on." The Ypriots saw his splendor with approval. It was a proof of his new frame of mind that he did not even trouble to reflect what his comrades would think of his costume, and that he kissed the bonnet affectionately before he went to bed. That night he had evil dreams. He suddenly saw the upshot of it all, himself degraded and shot as a deserter, and his brief glory pricked like a bubble. Grim forebodings of court-martials assailed him. What would Mamselle think of him when he was led away in disgrace, he who for a little had been a king? He walked about the floor in a frenzy of disquiet, and stood long at the window peering over the place, lit by a sudden blink of moonlight. It could never be, he decided. Something desperate would happen first. The crash of a shell a quarter of a mile off reminded him that he was in the midst of war with all its chances of cutting knots. Next morning no procureur appeared. Then came the priest with a sad face and a sadder tale. Mamselle had been out late the night before on an errand of mercy, and a shell, crashing through a gable, had sent an avalanche of masonry into the street. She was dead, without pain, said the priest, and in the sure hope of heaven. The others wept, but Private Galbraith strode from the room, and in a very little time was at the house of the procureur. He saw his little colleague laid out for death after the fashion of her church, and his head suddenly grew very clear and his heart hotter than fire. "I maun resign this job," he told the Committee of Public Safety. "I've been forgettin' that I'm a sodger and no a provost. It's my duty to get a nick at they Boches." They tried to dissuade him, but he was adamant. His rule was over, and he was going back to serve. But he was not allowed to resign. For that afternoon, after a week's absence, the British troops came again into Ypres. They found a decorous little city, and many people who spoke of Leroy, which they assumed to signify the good King Albert. Also, in a corner of the cathedral yard, sitting disconsolately on the edge of a fallen monument, Company Sergeant Major McVitie of the 3rd Lennox Highlanders found Private Peter Galbraith. "My God, Galbraith, you've done it this time. You'll catch it in the neck. Absent for a week without leave, and getting yourself up to look like Harry Lauder. You come along wi' me." "I'll come quiet," said Galbraith with strange meekness. He was wondering how to spell Omarine Saint Marie in case he wanted to write it in his Bible. The events of the next week were confusing to a plain man. Galbraith was very silent, and made no reply to the chaff with which at first he was greeted. Soon his fellows forbore to chaff him, regarding him as a doomed man who had come well within the pale of the ultimate penalties. He was examined by his commanding officer, and interviewed by still more exalted personages. The story he told was so bare as to be unintelligible. He asked for no mercy, and gave no explanations. But there were other witnesses besides him, the priest, for example, and Monsieur Saint Marie, in a sober suit of black and very dark under the eyes. By and by the court gave its verdict. Private Peter Galbraith was found guilty of riding roughshod over the King's regulations. He had absented himself from his battalion without permission, he had neglected his own duties and usurped without authority a number of superior functions, he had been the cause of the death or maltreatment of various persons who, whatever their moral deficiencies, must be regarded for the purposes of the case as civilian allies. The court, however, taking into consideration the exceptional circumstances in which Private Galbraith had been placed, inflicted no penalty and summarily discharged the prisoner. Privately, his commanding officer and the still more exalted personages shook hands with him, and told him that he was a devilish good fellow and a credit to the British Army. But Peter Galbraith cared for none of these things. As he sat again in the trenches at St. Elo in 6 inches of water and a foot of mud, he asked his neighbor how many Germans were opposite them. "I was hearing that there was maybe 50,000 was the answer. Private Galbraith was content. He thought that the whole 50,000 would scarcely atone for the death of one slim, dark-eyed girl. Footnote 5, Anglice, Rats. The end. Asterisk 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 end of the Project Gutenberg ebook The Watcher by the Threshold asterisk 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 updated editions will replace the previous one, the old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose, such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start. Full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. Mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works. By using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg, you agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Trademark Symbol Electronic Works 1.0. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLAF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, We hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e. Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg, 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4. Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. 1.e.5 Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. 1.e.6 You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark symbol website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7 Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8 You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4, Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. 1.e.9 If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f1.f.1 Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2 Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3 Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4 Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5 Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6 Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, and C. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark symbol's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark symbol and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or Federal Tax Identification Number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, UT 84116, 801, 596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form, accessible by the widest array of equipment including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the US unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks.